All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages. Welcome to Lubbock, Texas. We are quite a ways from home here. It's 800 miles back to Houston, but we made the drive up yesterday because our good friends at Stormcrow Games are hosting a PQ here in Lubbock, and I don't want to miss out. They were fabulous hosts last time, and have been again. They've changed locations. This location's amazing. If you ever get to West Texas, you need to come check this place out. We got 33 players today, and as you can see, the seat next to me is empty. But as before with Lubbock, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special treat for you. We've got our good buddy and friend of the show, Josh Snyder, going to join us, remoting in from his home. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here. Thanks so much for having me, Wes. I'm excited to cast again once again here for the Planetary Qualifier in Lubbock, Texas at Stormcrow Games. Going to be a lot of fun.
Outstanding. All right, so I need to do a little bit of setup here. We're going to be looking at this is we said, what did we say? We said it was a Kylo data vault, and then
Yeah.
a Han 1 yellow. Now we had a Han 1 yellow
Yep.
win Austin like just last weekend.
Yeah, that's right. I was able to catch some of the stream that you put out last weekend, and what an exciting final match that
Oh,
was,
that
right?
was a great
Between
final.
Cody and James, the Han 1 Yellow versus the Pilot Vader deck, and went the full distance of 3 games and was super fun to watch. Came down to one action, right? It came down to one action, and you ended up having Cody and Han 1 Yellow take it. So Han 1 Yellow has really been storming right now. I mean, winning the sector qualifier in Mesa, and it has been doing so well over the last couple weeks in planetary qualifiers also. So this is really a deck to watch out for at the moment.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think that that if you're coming to a PQ right now and you're not planning that, coming in with a game plan for that particular deck, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Just last weekend, of course, we saw one on your stream, but a total of 5 Han 1 yellow decks won a planetary qualifier last weekend, and it was just really wild to see the stats that deck put up last weekend as well. Crazy conversion rate into top cut. I think it was around 45, 46%. It was just ridiculous stats put up last
Yep.
weekend by the audacious smuggler.
Yep. All right, well, let's get into this real quick. Let's meet our players. I'll get the camera adjusted, but this is wow. I just did an update because I didn't push buttons. This is Nick. Nick's going to be your Han 1 player at the table here on the player 1 position on the left hand side of the screen, and then across from him, our Kylo Data Vault player, looking like she's taking a mulligan. That is going to be. Let's do this. There we go. That's Luna. Yep, definitely got to move those cameras a little bit. But yeah, so let's come back to, there we go. I've got the cities completely wrong because Luna is actually a local player from Houston. Drove up last night and got here. I ran to outside the store. She goes, I got here at 3:30 this morning. And I was like, it's 8 a.m. and you're standing here ready to play. Okay. Like, that drive.
Commitment.
Yeah,
True
that
commitment right
is
there.
commitment. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Absolutely. Now this matchup over the last couple weeks, I think Kylo has actually been winning at a good rate into this matchup, but we actually saw this particular matchup in the finals at the Mesa Sector Qualifier, and John Morris was able to storm his way to victory pretty quickly with just a suite of faith in your friends. So if you can push early on the board, if you're Han 1 yellow, go wide, get the faith in your friends start, put as many units in play as possible. It can really be hard for Kylo to recover. And look at this. We're going to start game 1 in this planetary qualifier. Nick's going to play faith in your friends.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better plays that these Han decks can kick off with. It's the kind of thing that we saw Cody taking advantage of last weekend in Lubbock as well. I'm sorry, in Austin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right. We are going to see the disclose here. And 2 spy tokens created. See the Han pilot, spare the target, and the Millennium Falcon in hand being revealed. And for Luna, it's going to be the Kylo action ability, pitching that craving power. Great upgrade to go ahead and get into the discard pile. She draws a card there, and that's going to be the only opening play for Luna. the initiative, staring down the 2 spy tokens, those Bothan spy tokens that were given out
Oh, those are the
the
Beatle
last
tokens, aren't
Seattle.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Big Bothan Network logo right there on the chest of that shadowy looking
Yep.
Bothan spy. I love those tokens. These Kylo Data Vault decks have always been a bit of a mystery to me in the sense of kind of how they work, how you bring them together, all of the tools that they have, because they've got a lot of different options in these things. And I think sometimes the trying to figure out what to play and what you need and everything is very is the challenge. Like that's the trick of this deck is you've got all these tools. How do you mesh them together to get the result that you were looking for?
Yeah, such a great point. Now, this start is so good for Nick. Faith in your friends into the Sanctioner shuttle, able to capture Luna's turn 2 play, the Dr. Pershing. Now, Luna is able to draw more cards. We've got Legal Authority that was pitched last turn now, another copy of Craving Power. But this board presence early for Nick, this is extremely threatening.
Going to come in with a resupply there.
Yeah, Luna hoping to get the Kylo flip online a little bit earlier. 8 damage already on Luna's base between the spy tokens and the Sanctioner shuttle. As Luna just claims the initiative, another spy bringing Luna up to 10 damage on base. And Nick's just going to keep pouring on the pressure. That Han action ability use, getting another ready resource from hand. He's going to play the fast Falcon here and then pilot it with Han attacking right away. That's another 5 damage to base, 15 damage on Data Vault already.
Big hits early here, and I think if you're in Nick's shoes, this is what you have to do against this deck, right? The longer game tends to favor the blue-green villain shells that we see in the various forms, and so if you're going to outrace one, you've got to put your foot down on the gas and not let up.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And even with Luna ramping once with the resupply, we're still one action phase away from Kylo coming out and at least gumming up this ground arena a little bit. And Nick, of course, could deploy Han this turn with that action ability, getting another resource.
Luna on the button here, trying to figure out how to navigate this mess. Not quite to the halfway mark of the base, but looking good. What did we go with? I'm sorry, there was a Vigilance there, I think.
Beautiful copy of Vigilance defeating the Sanctioner shuttle and healing 5 from base. So Dr. Pershing coming back over to Luna's side, but that 5 damage put right back on with the piloted Millennium Falcon, 15 damage on Data Vault.
Man, I gotta say, if you're in Nick's shoes right now, you got to be feeling really good, just because you've almost got just run of the board, right? You've basically been allowed to do anything you want. You just kind of execute your game plan, whatever it happens to be, and very little interference from the opponent right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Spy tokens have been unimpeded so far. Another 4 damage from the spy tokens. Now it's Bodhi Rook being played from Nick. We'll take a look at Luna's hand and can discard a non-unit card from it. And of course, in these blue-green villainy decks, there's generally going to be some good options. Yeah. It's like Hyperspace, Disaster, Condemn, and No Glory only results
And
to choose from here. I also see the Champion of Mortis.
Yep. Refresh my memory. I got to put it up again. Bodhi Rook is a non-unit card you're allowed to discard, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Non-unit. Okay, good. So you've got 3 really good options there. Nick's debating here.
What's Nick go for here? The Condemn could shut down the leader, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I'd take Condemn, and that is the choice here. That's what Nick's gonna grab and throw away.
Here it is. We're going to see that Han action ability once again. Nick putting a card from hand into play as a resource and readying it. So now Han is deployed. Another 4 damage into Data Vault. It's 23 damage on now for Luna. And Tech is going to be smuggled or played as well here with that extra resource. My goodness, what a turn for Nick.
Yeah, just trying to overload the ground arena here. And I got to say, I mean, I like the play. I think it's exactly exactly the right play. Just presents so many threats that, you're not to super laser blast yet. You don't have a board clear. We just looked at Luna's hand. We know it's not there unless you just drew into it. And so now it's literally all about this Kylo flip and, how do you navigate it? What can you do, right? What are your tools in the discard pile? We know we've seen the Craving Power, the Condemn, the Legal Authority, and I think there was one. I know there's one more upgrade over there that we haven't seen yet. I mean, we saw it. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I think this is the legal authority. I think it's legal authority, craving power, and condemn are the upgrades there. And it looks like we're going to deploy right away. Kylo is deployed. Luna's going to pay the full 7. It looks like here we're going to pay 5 for that craving power. And it looks like she grabbed the legal authority as well. So this is
Yep.
definitely going to clean up some of this board. So craving power will give Kylo +2/+2. And that wind plate ability, 7 power now for Kylo. So 7 damage dealt to the Han leader unit. Taking out Nick's leader and legal authority able to
Yeah.
capture the piloted Falcon. So this is a huge tempo play for Luna right out of the gate on this action phase.
Yeah, definitely. Pulling the Falcon out was the right play as well, right? Because you're able to ditch, 2 cards. Pull the Falcon and then lose the upgrades. Even if she frees the Falcon, even if Nick's able to get that Falcon back, you don't get the pilot back as well. And you took out the biggest threat in the ground arena.
Yeah, the biggest threat in the ground arena, the only threat in space. And now this is kind of a little bit of a predicament for Nick because that Kylo has 9 HP thanks to the legal authority being put on as well. So this is a massive sentinel in the ground arena that Nick has to deal with.
Yep. Luna goes straight to tech, get him off the board as well. Don't want that hand extension to benefit Nick here before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, such a good point. Tech is so resourceful. Turns all your resources into essentially your hand, giving them smuggle with an additional cost of 2 resources.
Now,
So it's 4 damage on Kylo now.
Nick has enough power in the ground arena to get rid of Kylo this turn. He's going to do it with a surprise strike here in the ground arena and only lose the spy on the way.
Yeah, so he was able to clear out the big sentinel. That's very important for Nick. Kylo leader unit defeated. And that Millennium Falcon coming back. This is that one card, right? That comes in ready, even from being captured or rescued after it was captured. So good.
It's such a weird mechanic. It's the only card in the game that has this weird mechanic to it, but it does happen that way.
Another 3 damage with Bodhi Rook into Data Vault. 26 damage on. We're going to see L337 coming out. And now Millennium Falcon putting another 3 on base. 29 damage on Luna's base. This is getting really close. She's got to quickly stabilize here before Nick closes this game.
Han 1 doing exactly what it has to do in this matchup. Like we said earlier in the stream, you put your foot on the gas, don't let up.
A pump on any of these units in play would finish the game in one action. So ideally, Luna probably wants to deal with multiple units in one action here if she can. And it looks like it's just going to be the Pershing action ability once again, drawing another card.
Yeah, I assume Nick had a blaster in the row, and he does. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great opening game for Nick. The faith in your friends into Sanctioner Shuttle start is just so good, even against these more control-y decks. With that Pershing able to take out the early card advantage there for Luna, and he really just never slowed up.
Yep. No, Nick obviously. I have no idea if he's a veteran of this matchup, but clearly knowing what he needed to do to navigate it, executing well, and you almost get the sense, one of the things about these Kylo Data Vault decks, at least the list that I've seen, they do have some early kind of unit plays there where they have some options, some things they can do to try to mess around with the opponent, disrupt what you're doing. Maybe it's a cheap Sentinel in the ground arena or even an early Power of the Dark Side. But Luna didn't come up with any of those tools in that particular match or that particular game, excuse me. And Nick just racing out to a huge lead and basically running away with game one.
Yeah. It's exactly what we saw in the finals of the Mesa Sector Qualifier. Just get that early face start, push the board as wide as you can early, and it just is so difficult for Kylo to stabilize. Now, one of the big stabilizing plays is being able to get the Supreme Leader Snoke into the discard pile off of the Kylo action ability, and then playing that on the 6 resource turn with Palpatine's return, because obviously that's huge tempo right there, giving all of the the Han 1 yellow deck, it's non-leader units -2/-2. So that's one of the big plays that Luna can go for, but unfortunately she did not see that in game 1.
Yep. Chat talking about how Nick has practiced this matchup and it's a much tougher game without faith in your friends. I think it is. I really do think
Yeah.
that in Nick's shoes, I'm probably going for almost a hard mulligan, looking for that card in the early going. And if I come up with it, then I'm probably knowing that my opponent is very likely to have a slower start than me, almost regardless of what they're drawing. That I just take that hand and find a way to navigate it, whatever else is in it. But that's the card. That's the card you want, I think, in this matchup to open your hand, to open the game.
I could not agree more. I think when you're able to put 2 units in play on turn 1, that's so crucial
Yeah.
because it nullifies that turn 2 power of the dark side, right? And now, even if they do have something like a power, you still have a threat on the board, and then you're going to extend again the next turn. So, yeah, Faith in Your Friends has to be the card you're looking for every single game in this matchup.
I mean, you put two. They're effectively like you have to think of them as like 2/2 units because chances are you're not going to have an early game drop that you can a turn 1 drop, let's say, that you can smash into one. And that's just a lot for these blue green villain shells to deal with. And they're great because you don't want to throw away a card like a Power of the Dark Side on a spy token. That feels like a horrible play. I mean,
Absolutely.
at the same time, in a matchup like this, it might be the right play. Again, this is not a matchup that I'm familiar with or have played myself, so I won't pretend that I know the kind of right way to navigate it from Luna's side of the table. But I mean, if I'm in Nick's shoes and they're playing Power of the Dark Side and I'm throwing away a token unit, I'm doing that with a
Yeah.
smile on my face.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's great value your way. And generally, these Kylo decks are not running cheap units that can trade effectively or take out these little spies effectively because I think generally speaking, these Kylo decks are just running Dr. Pershing as the only turn 1 unit. Now some of them might have Pike Sentinel, but a lot of them I think are just running Dr. Pershing and of course Pershing is just there he's just there to draw cards, right? He's not there to answer the spy tokens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, he couldn't if he wanted to, right? Like he's he's a card drawing engine, and that's all he's got. And
That is it.
as good as it is, that's just he's not. I'll be honest. I will say this in Luda's shoes that putting the Pershing on the board on turn 1 at least gives your opponent the idea of, all right, well, do I want to go face or do I want to take away this early card advantage? I think that's actually an interesting dilemma, right, to present to your opponent. And in that instance, Pershing kind of almost acts like a pseudo sentinel if your opponent decides that that's where they want to go. You're saving yourself a little bit of that early race damage.
Right. And that's where the sanctioner shuttle comes in, right?
Right.
These either double turn 1s or double 1 cost on turn 1 or the Faith in Your Friends into sanctioner shuttle is just so good because
Yeah.
it just nullifies that turn 1 play from your opponent.
Yeah. I had a long conversation with my buddy Trey last weekend during Austin about Sanctioner Shuttle, and he kind of kept looking at me like with incredulity, like, this is the card you're arguing, this is the card that's got you upset. And I was like, I mean, upset is not the word, but boys, I'd say irritated is definitely the word I would go with. Because it's once kind of folks discovered it, it's definitely been a staple in these kinds of decks.
Oh, absolutely. Such a powerful play. Now, it looks like the players are shuffled up, and we are going to see a mulligan from both players here to start game 2 as Luna will start with the initiative in a must-win situation here in game 2.
Yeah, you really want to. I mean, if I'm Luna, I don't know the deck list, and that's the beauty of these Kylo deck lists. They pack so many different tools. Everybody comes to that deck, that list with their own flavor on it. It's the toolbox of upgrades, and so it's a question of what's in there that you're looking for in the early going. I was playing again. I mentioned earlier in the stream. Luna's one of our local players. Was playing. I was playing Kylo Tarkentown against her earlier this week. She was playing that, and what was I playing? I forget what I was doing, but I think I narrowly lost game one. It was a longer race, which kind of favored her, and that worked out. And then in game two, she took a very different line. She was like, you know what? I'm playing all these upgrades. I'm just going to put a unit down and start laying upgrades on it and force you to have an answer for it. And so literally I got outraced. Kylo never even deployed in game two. I don't know that the green lists really go that way. In the Tarkentown list, I think there's incentive to try that kind of a line if you think it works. But in these green lists are really built for the long game historically. And so I don't really know that that's a thing that's an option that she's got available to her in this particular matchup. You've got to have a different idea.
Yeah, it is a good point. I guess if you're really, really desperate against maybe the early spies, you could, and again, the Sanctioner shuttle just takes this thought away. But I was going to say you could always do something crazy like put an entrenched on your Pershing.
Right.
And start cleaning up the ground arena. But again, that Sanctioner shuttle,
exactly
that
right.
would be pretty punishing.
Exactly. You begin to see why I look at that card as like, you go, I've got all these ideas of how I can attack or defend against this particular matchup. And the Sanctioner shuttle just basically just invalidates so many of them. It's the same reason that you see that card so prevalent and so popular and so impactful in the Vader yellow decks, right? The pilot Vader out of JTL, when they pair him with yellow, he's able to just make all these little tokens in space, and then, you decided you're going to race me or you're going to try to fight me in space? Nah, I'm just going to steal your stuff.
Yeah. Well, it looks like both players ready to go. Game two, we're going to open it up. Luna using the Kylo Ren action ability, discarding the heirloom, the Jedi lightsaber.
Jedi lightsaber. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, threw me off there. Used to seeing the heirloom in these lists, but discarding the Jedi lightsaber, drawing a card, and it's going to be Pershing on turn one. And it's a turn one Bodhi Rook for Nick, taking out a resupply, but there was a couple in hand for Luna.
Yep. Tough resource choices, I'm sure, for Kylo here, trying to figure out exactly which way to go.
Nick was trying to find the faith in your friends and ended up not finding it here in game two, as he does have to defeat a resource at the start of this action phase, using that Han action ability during the last phase. We are going to see resupply for Luna. She goes up to 4 resources.
I don't think Bodhi's a terrible way to open this match, this game for Nick, though. Like, you're still going to be able to put some early pressure on, and you're still getting rid of valuable cards out of your opponent's hand.
Hey, look. Nick does have faith. He has plenty of faith in his friends. We're going to see him search the top 3 cards of the deck, draw one of those cards, and very likely see the spies hit the board once again.
It's been interesting to watch the overall, how do I want to say this, the meta, like the player base kind of discover this card. When it was first spoiled, everybody looked at it and went, that's interesting. And then over time, people, I think the more time it's gotten on the table, people are like, oh, this card is really good. And I just don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. It's brand new. It's going to be with us for a couple of years. And I think we're going to see a lot of it between now and the time when it rotates out in late, what would be, early 28, I guess?
That's a safe assumption for sure.
Early next year, I guess.
Right, yeah. Luna using the Dr. Pershing action ability, dealing 1 damage to Pershing, drawing a card, and now Nick wanting to do something about the card draw engine for Luna as Bodhi swinging into Pershing here. Pershing just 1 HP remaining, as Luna's just going to continue drawing cards, pitching the Craving Power off the Kylo action ability.
No, we didn't talk about it, but Nick drew a card and did not disclose to get his spy tokens. So either he didn't have it, which I find almost impossible to believe, or he just didn't want Luna to see what he had in his hand.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the faith in your friends, of course, not near as impactful in this matchup when we're not creating multiple threats on the board. So if I'm Luna, we're going into 5 resources here. You have to feel so much better in this game. You've
Yeah.
got no damage on your base, only staring down 1 enemy unit. This is a fantastic spot
Yeah.
right now for Luna.
Way better feeling here than in game one when by this point of the game you were already just getting overrun.
Woody Rook does clean up Dr. Pershing, stifling the card draw for now, but Luna will discard the Supreme Leader Snoke off the Kylo. Doesn't get to draw, but there is that Snoke in the discard pile. So we talked about that a little bit earlier. We could potentially see Snoke come out as early as next turn with a Palpatine's return.
Yeah, this Kylo unit has so many neat little tricks, so many little weird things, and that Palp's return, you know, the possible recursion out of the discard pile. When that card was first released, there were very few ways to kind of trigger it, but not anymore.
Going to see Cunning being played by Nick. It looks like Luna is going to be discarding a random card. What is the discard here?
It's a Vigilance.
It is a Vigilance.
Oh, that's a
very
good
one.
pickup. So he bounced Bodhi and ditched the Vigilance. So Nick,
Yeah.
what I like again, Nick, you know, not able to flood the board with units. Now trying a different line available to him in yellow. Right, I'm going to attack your hand. You're discarding
Yep.
things. You're trying to filter your deck. I'm now going to try and disrupt that play as well.
Luna has found another Dr. Pershing. Pershing has rejoined us here in game 2 as Luna will try and continue to draw cards. And this is helpful considering, as you mentioned, that Nick has started attacking Luna's hand. We're going to see Bodhi Rook played yet again. And look at this, it's 2 super laser blasts. So one of those definitely getting pitched here.
Yeah. Definitely not upset to see that go if I'm Nick.
Absolutely.
And so here we are. It's the 6th resource round for Luna and still 30 HP on your base. Oh, no. I'm not seeing the damage that Bodhi Rook. Oh, no. Bodhi never actually attacked the base. My apologies. I took off health.
Yeah, he went
wasn't
to Pershing,
there.
I think. Yep.
Yeah, he did went to Pershing.
So Han, action ability. Now Han Solo leader unit coming out.
Yeah, Luna does this thing where she'll take the upgrades out of discard pile and pull them aside and set them aside so your opponent can always clearly see what you have access to. I really like that as a mechanical thing as an opponent. It's a really nice courtesy. There's only 2 discards in that pile right now, though. You've just got the Saber and the Craving Power.
Yeah. Now, importantly, Luna does have Heroism and Villainy cards in the discard pile thanks to the Jedi Lightsaber, so Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, will be more effective. It is going to be Han Solo leader unit going 4 to base. First damage dealt to Luna's base in this game. Another resource from the top of the deck, and Nick is going to play the Millennium Falcon. Piece of junk at enters play ready. And Nick able to deal some damage on this turn. Another 3 from the Falcon, so 7 damage on Data Vault as we get ready to go to the next turn.
Now, one of the things about these Kylo decks, if you're not used to them or you haven't seen them very often, they don't necessarily feel like most decks in Star Wars Unlimited. When you hit your deploy turn, it's like, great, we're going right. This is the moment. I'm flipping this guy over, and we are here. But these Kylo decks sometimes they don't do that. They wait for the right discards in the pile, depending on the matchup or the need. Like last time, there was such an immense need to have that giant brick wall sentinel in the game. But I'm betting that Luna may not actually flip Kylo this round.
Yeah, certainly a good point. At the moment, the Craving Power is all that could be played initially. So we'll see what Luna decides to do here. Just a couple cards in hand. Pershing could help restore the hand a little bit. We're going to see that action ability. 1 damage to Pershing. Luna drawing a card. See what Nick can present here, knowing that the threat of the Kylo deploy is looming. And the Craving Power can take out a very large threat. 4 damage to Luna's base with the Han leader unit. 11 damage on it. It's going to be the Eager Escort Fighter. This is a strong play for Luna. Very likely a card that comes out of the sideboard in these types of matchups. Able to ambush and defeat the Falcon.
Bodhi going to base this time. Not going to mess with Pershing again. Too late in the game for that, I think.
Totally agree.
Luna takes initiative with 4 resources still available.
Wow. Very interesting.
Not even using Kylo this turn. Whatever's in that hand is valuable enough that not willing to throw it away to look through the deck. Chat pointing out that the 8 resource round is coming, and we know that Luna has at least 1 Super Laser Blast in that hand. Of course, Nick knows it too.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's 14 damage on Data Vault. Nick still has plenty of options here, still has 7 ready resources to work with, and it's going to be the Han solo pilot here actually coming down into the ground arena to ambush and defeat the Dr. Pershing unit. So we're seeing the versatility from this Han pilot unit. Can also be played as a ground unit with ambush, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. But now the question is it Super Laser Blast right away, or is this maybe Luna has a better way to stabilize before we Super Laser Blast? Again, we know that Kylo has yet to be deployed, and that Craving Power still lurking in the discard pile.
Yep.
It is going to be Super Laser Blast right out of the gate, cleaning up the board.
Just getting it done. Now, Nick had an advantage here that you don't always have going into a blast turn, which is you knew this was coming, right? And so he didn't necessarily have to overcommit, over-deploy, had some units saved up in his hand, like that Bodhi, and able to clear out the entrenched.
Yeah, strong follow-up. Once again, attacking Luna's hand. Luna just has not had many cards to work with, and now Cunning is going to discard the other card in Luna's hand. That was a reinforcement walker, which would have been very impactful.
Yeah.
Strong play for Nick here, just controlling Luna's hand, and
yeah,
we'll see if he can now rebuild his board.
I love seeing players take these double aspect cards and use kind of lesser the game text on them that doesn't get used quite as much, right? Like that discard portion of Cunning. But absolutely impactful in this match, being able to attack Luna's hand here, especially when you know what those cards are and you know how useful they are. But this recycling Bodhi Rook has just been a thorn. Thorn in Luna's side all game. I think Nick's played it 4 times now.
Yeah, this time that Bodhi discarding a Condemn, we do see for the first time in this match, Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, coming out for Luna. Will defeat Bodhi finally. Definitely been a thorn in Luna's flesh, no doubt about it. And now Luna has the board with the champion of Mortis. And keep in mind, Kylo still has not been deployed. So I think if you're Luna, even though your hand has been drained extremely well by Nick on multiple occasions throughout this game, I think you got to feel pretty good about this spot.
I think you do. I mean, you're starting to get to the point where the threats that Han can present to you that you're really concerned about start to get a little thin on the ground. And slowly, as more and more options appear in the discard pile, we see now the Legal Authority and the Entrenched sliding over there so that Nick sees them. And now, again, you're attacking a hand that doesn't care that you're discarding upgrades, right? Just exactly like I saw him throw the Heirloom Lightsaber right into the discard pile. Luna doesn't care.
Right. Yeah, such a good point. Now Kira is being played, and this is important because Kira could name one of these upgrades and make it cost an additional 3 resources so that if Luna were to deploy, her options of how many upgrades can be put onto Kylo could certainly be reduced.
Nick's debating here. Okay, so he calls Craving Power. So that's the card that Kira has called at the moment.
The Craving Power would cost Luna 8 to play now. Maybe now Luna just thinking, let's deal with Kira first before we deploy. Try and get a more impactful deploy here. Anakin Skywalker quickly attacking and defeating the Kira unit.
I feel like we've turned a corner here, and that Luda's definitely in the driver's seat now of Game 2. It's just a question of what the timing of everything. Like, Kylo still hasn't deployed. Han has come and gone. And it's a question of, if you're Luda's chair, you've got 30 HP still to get through. How do you close this game? Like, what's your game plan? Are you waiting to find out what Han's going to do, or do you try to go on the offensive here a little bit?
Well, so far it's just been Nick is in this position. He was attacking the hand, and now he's essentially just playing one unit. And Luna is constantly able to defeat the solo unit that Nick is presenting. We know that these blue-green villainy decks can do that so efficiently, these one-for-one trades. Now Tech coming out once again. And just claiming the initiative after that Tech is played.
Chat saying, sharing the opinion that maybe Nick should consider just kind of scooping it up here. And I'll be honest, I think in his shoes, it's not a bad play necessarily. There's still about 20-ish minutes on the timer. That way he would have enough time to possibly win a Game 3, but it's difficult to envision a world where, and Nick literally just scooping up for time right now. He sees another Super Laser Blast, a Vigilance, and he's calling it right now.
Yeah, it's just too much. I mean, inevitability was on Luna's side. There was just too much removal. I don't think Nick was going to be able to stick a board, and we still hadn't seen Kylo.
No.
And Kylo had the
Never
ability
flipped.
to come out and be huge once again.
Yep, never flipped.
So a great rebound game for Luna, taking Game 2, forcing a deciding Game 3 here in round 1 of this Planetary Qualifier in Lubbock, Texas at Stormcrow Games. Now we will see, going into the final game, Nick could be starting with the initiative once again. The question is, do we find that early faith in your friends start? Because we saw the difference in faith in your friends turn 1 versus no faith in your friends on turn 1 between games 1 and 2.
Two totally different games. Like game 1 and game 2 don't even look remotely alike. And I think some of it, a huge chunk of it has to do with that early faith in your friends.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you saw Nick, he did find that faith in your friends and was able to play it on turn 2, but
then he whiffed.
You talked about Wes, he whiffed. Yeah, I mean, that was brutal.
Yeah.
To not be able to get the tokens. So yeah, I think that card is so important in this matchup if Nick wants to have success, and we'll see if he finds it here. Probably going to mulligan for it right away if he doesn't see it in his opening hand.
I apologize for not having the table mic working. It's funny to listen to these two banter. Nick making a comment just there about I can hear them, but you guys can't. And Nick making a comment there about, round 1, a low-stress game to start things off. A low-stress match.
Oh, that's great. Is there anything else in particular, Wes, that you might be looking for from Nick outside of faith in your friends to help change or turn the tide a little bit from game 2?
I'm trying to think the kinds of things that you can use in Han to put early pressure. I think I don't disagree with Nick's early Bodhi plays necessarily. I like the idea of being able to strip out some of those impactful events The trick is, sometimes you'll catch Kylo with a handful of upgrades, and you're throwing discard stuff in the discard pile. You're kind of playing into his game at that point, right? There's a reason this Kylo leader was so popular at Galactics last year when Force Throw was running around everywhere, because it was like, oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
make me discard cards. Well, I'll just play a leader that can play stuff out of my discard pile. So I think opening with a Fast Falcon is not a terrible play. If you can draw one of those early, if you say you don't come up with the faith in your friends. I'm trying to think what else might be in there for 3 that's going to be an early go. Tech early is not where you want to go. You're probably going to resource him early on.
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see. We can see what Nick is resourcing here.
Well, he did mulligan, and I think he has
does
found
have
that faith in your
He
friends this
does.
time.
He's got a Bodhi, a Faith, the Sanctioner Shuttle. I think that's a spare the target. It might be a Kira. I'm not sure exactly.
All right, so here we go. Faith in your friends on turn 1 to start game 3 for Nick as he has the initiative. And this time around, I do believe he will meet the disclose requirements. 3 cunning, 2 heroism aspect icons is what he's looking for. He has met those requirements, and we've got 2 spy tokens here in game 3.
Kira, Spark, and a Cunning. Definitely cards you're not excited to see if you're Luna, especially after getting your hand kind of attacked all game last game.
Being consistent. Turn 1, Kylo action ability, discarding the heirloom lightsaber to draw a card, and Pershing coming out once again early. Now, we did see Nick have Sanctioner Shuttle in hand, but I think he resourced it in the opening hand, so unless he draws into another one, the Pershing could be safe at least to use that action ability once.
I think he did as well, and I think he realized, you saw in the early game, in game 1, was it impactful? Debatable, right? So I think it's not a terrible play to just maybe take that card in your deck in this match and just be like, not the play.
Yeah, and this time Nick really changing things up. He's going after the Pershing with that spy token, the Pershing action ability, 1 damage to Pershing, so just 2 HP remaining. And now we're going to see Bodhi Rook coming down. So once again, Nick finding an early Bodhi Rook will be able to strip one of these non-unit cards from Luna's hand. And it looks like we're looking at a Super Laser Blast and a Power of the Dark Side.
Yep. Eager Escort Fighter, Sly Moore, and Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis to round things out. Nick discards the SLB.
The action back over to Luna. Going to play Power of the Dark Side. The exhausted spy token is the unit that is defeated. The ready spy token will clean up the Dr. Pershing unit. And even though Nick hasn't done any damage, you've got to feel pretty good. You've attacked the hand once again, and you've cleared out that Pershing, with Pershing only getting 1 card for Luna, just replacing itself.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of interesting tack from this is so far, I'd say, kind of a mixture of what we've seen Nick do in game 1 and game 2. And in game 1, it was just we're going to the face, base all the time. And here in game 2, a much more in game 2 it was more of we're going to attack your hand just because of what he drew into. And here we're seeing kind of a melding of those 2 strategies. He hasn't really attacked the base yet. He's trying to control the amount of draw that he's dealing with.
Now Luna starts this action phase with Sly Moore, so these units on Nick's side of the board will get -2 power while attacking Luna's base this phase. So going to mitigate some possible damage that was coming through, and it's going to be Kira coming out as Nick once again takes a look at Luna's hand. We'll see what he names.
He names Sly Moore right there, so the second Sly will be expensive.
Yeah, 7 cost Sly Moore while Kira playing her part is on the board for Nick.
I'll be honest, if I'm Nick, I might consider taking this spy token and just throwing it into Sly to get 2 damage. Okay, he's going to do it with Bodhi here. And then pass out. So the Bothan spy taking the round off.
Yeah, leaving Sly Moore with just 3 HP remaining. Bodhi Rook just 1 HP remaining. Luna with the initiative here. Has not ramped in this game. Both players at 5 resources currently. And Luna's going to trade with the Bodhi Rook. Slimore and Bodhi Rook both defeated. And now Nick can start putting some pressure on the base finally. 2 to base with the Bothan Spy token. And it is a second Heirloom Lightsaber, discarded off the Kylo action ability, as Luna will draw another card.
Nick deep in thought here, trying to figure out what his next play is going to be. Starts to spend things, changes his mind. We're going to go Spark of Rebellion.
Going to continue targeting Luna's hand. What do we take here?
Ooh.
We've got an answer to the Space Arena with that Eager Escort Fighter. We still have Sly in hand, that Champion of Mortis looming, and a Vigilance is going to be Champion of Mortis discarded because with the Heirloom Lightsabers in the discard pile, that Champion of Mortis very threatening.
Yeah, but I think I would have taken the Vigilance in Nick's shoes. The ability for Luna to recover HP is something that Han just does not want to deal with.
Going to take a little bit of a different line this time, playing Eager Escort Fighter into the Space Arena with nothing to ambush, but nevertheless getting that unit ready to potentially defend if needed. Kira gets into Luna's base. It's 5 damage on Data Vault, and now here comes Bodhi Rook, and it's going to be Vigilance discarded, so he had a way to take out the Vigilance either way, and Nick, once again, has left Luna with just 1 card in hand, and now putting some really good pressure on in the ground arena.
These hero cunning decks and the hand disruption they present sometimes are just so irritating to play against. But I think in this matchup, it's absolutely critical. I mean, if you're not able to outrace the way he did in game 1, now he's able to kind of attack on 2 fronts. You're disrupting your opponent's hand and their strategy and what they're trying to do. At the same time, you're still able to put some pressure on. We're the 6 resource round. We know we're not to a super laser blast. We know there's already one on the discard pile. In Nick's shoes, you're starting. It's like now things are starting to kind of gel a little bit. Now things feel decent.
Luna does have the initiative after that Han leader unit deployed and was able to deal another 4 damage to base. So Luna with 9 damage on now, 24 HP remaining. Luna has the initiative, but we're still a turn away from Kylo deploying, and this ground arena is threatening quite a bit of damage. If I've done my math correctly, that's 12 damage being shown right now for Nick, not including anything else that may be played. Luna going to start things out with Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice.
What do you
shield token to itself?
Like that doesn't giving your opponent a shield in this situation. Doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, with Darth Vader not having ambush, right? It has no real immediate impact on the board here. So a shield token given to Kira as well. So if we get into the next action phase and Darth Vader can attack, that Kira with the shield token would be defeated. But now Nick is going to start things out on this turn with a Faith in Your Friends. Getting a card. Let's see if he has the disclose requirements. He does. He is going to disclose the 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspect icons. 2 more spies being created, and now this ground arena just continuing to look very dangerous.
They're having a conversation now about, the disclose requires you to disclose the aspects. Can the card cunning, and both aspect icons on the card count for the purposes of disclose? And it should.
Yeah, just clarifying that.
Yeah, they're talking about the differences between how that works on the table versus how it works on some of the online play engines and how they're unable to necessarily process that the correct way, right? So that's one of the many differences. It's one of the things that I always tell people is, the online tools we have are fun and interesting, but there's no substitute for playing the game at the table.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Luna going to attack into Nick's base, 4 damage. I believe that's the first damage that Luna's dealt to Nick's base in this match.
It's pretty close. It's certainly been a hot minute. There might have been some in game one. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, not quite sure. Might be, though. I know that Nick scooped with 0 damage on base in game 2. The spy token coming in. We're going to swing for a lot of damage here. The hot shot blaster being smuggled out onto Han. That's 6. 3 with Bodhi Rook, 3 with Kira, 2 from the spy token. 14 damage in total being dealt. A massive turn here for Nick.
Yeah, tons, just pouring it on here. I think now we're sort of in similar territory as where we were in game 1, where, you know, Luna's going into Kylo's flip turn and is probably going to be, I want to say pressured into it, but I'm going to say forced into it, right? Just by default, in order to try and to stave off what's going on in the ground arena.
But here's the problem. There's no craving power. There's no legal authority.
Yeah, you
don't. Right? There's nothing that comes out and answers some of these units as far as upgrades on Kylo.
Yeah, you haven't had you haven't seen the tools come and go, and even if you put Kylo out, he's going to be in at best what is it, a 9? No, he can't even play both sabers. He can only afford one of them. So I mean, kind of getting hosed on draw here. This is interesting, right? Because by continuing, the hand disruption in this game feels like it worked better than in game 2. We have not seen Luna use Kylo's ability to cycle through the deck nearly as much as we did in games 1 and 2, and I think some of it is due to Nick's, he played the Spark, he played the Cunning and the Bodhies, and has just been merciless to the cards in Luna's hand.
So Kylo is going to be deployed. The Heirloom Lightsaber is going to cost 4 with the aspect penalty. Kylo will get +2/+2, and will have Restore 1, being a Force unit. So it's a 7/7 Sentinel with Restore 1. And now it's going to be Cunning. Cunning is going to exhaust both of Luna's ground units. And we are giving +4 to Kira, who has the shield token, which means Kira can just take out the leader. There's the fist bump, and Nick takes it in game 3, winning the match 2-1. Great start for Nick and this Han 1 yellow deck.
Yeah, really kind of a back-breaking result there at the end. Game 2 coming up aces, like just playing those lines and doing really well, Luna. But man, Nick coming through there at the end and walking away with the match. Solid. Really well played by both players.
Definitely was a very strong match. Luna definitely not finding the tools that you mentioned in that final game, not getting the upgrades that she really needed to impact the board on the flip. At least with something like the craving power and the legal authority, you're able to take out 2 units with that deploy, and instead not able to take out any, and it just gets exhausted. Just feels so bad.
Yeah, Cunning in that matchup provides Nick with so much utility, right? The ability to attack the hand, to exhaust units, all kinds of different things available to him on that card. And it's absolutely beautiful. I said it earlier in the match, I love seeing players take advantage of those double aspect cards and using those little quirky things that you don't always see used. Like Cunning, so commonly it's maybe I'll exhaust or bounce something, and then that +4. The +4 is so common when you see Cunning. But Nick focused much more this game on the hand control. And I'd be really curious. I might go ask him. I'm curious to learn, is that in practicing this matchup, is that something that you kind of keyed into, that you've got all these tools in your deck between Cunning and Spark and Bodhi Rook, the ability to disrupt what your opponent's doing with the flow of cards in and out of their hand and really mess with these Kylo matchups. But definitely brilliant use of Cunning definitely in games 1 and 3 for Nick there, and a well-earned match win.
Yeah, definitely. And we also saw the power of the early faith in your friends, right? The faith in your friends on turn 1, getting those 2 spy tokens was crucial in both games for Nick. In game 1, it allowed him to get out to that super aggressive start and put pressure on the base. And then in game 3, he was able to effectively take out Pershing on that second turn. Only 1 card for Luna, and clearly she needed some more cards because she just wasn't finding the right tools. So the faith in your friends start so important. And as good as Cunning is, the double aspect legendary, as good as that card is, I think faith in your friends and Bodhi Rook were the 2 most important cards in this match.
Watching Nick cycle that bogey repeatedly. I mean, he didn't win game
Yeah.
2, right? But watching realizing that he's able to use cunning. It's like I'm gonna pick up bogey. I'm gonna discard something out of your hand. I'm gonna play bogey. I'm gonna discard out of your hand. I'm gonna play cunning. I'm gonna discard something out of your hand. Pick up bogey. I'm gonna play bogey. Like it was just. I think he played that bogey
Yep.
4 times, and it was
Yeah.
a thing of beauty. I've not seen a Han 1 yellow player be nearly that aggressive against someone's hand before in the games that I've seen, and it really drives home how wicked that particular combination of cards can be when you see that line and when you play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's two decks or two deck types that don't want to see all that hand disruption. It's Control and it's Han Audacious Smuggler. And in that particular matchup, you're facing off against Control. You can just constantly rip those powerful removal events out of their hand and some of the upgrades as well, which could be important at some time. So, yeah, I think in the end, it was just very well played from Nick. He knew how to play that Control matchup.
Yeah, and you make a great point about it. Those kinds of lines into the mirror are also really brutal, right? Because Han 1 in just Han 1 in general, like doesn't matter what color you pair him with, he's constantly, most of the time, I see that you play the leader to take those cards out of your hand, put them into your resource row. Eventually, you'll lose them, but you're kind of gutting your own hand for that quick resource advantage. The ability to attack your opponent's hand and disrupt that play also really, really good into Han 1 as well.
Yeah. Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, he's been a menace really ever since he was released. He's been so good, right?
Yep.
And he's got another month or so to storm these tournaments and have great success before he finds himself in Eternal.
I'm not going to miss that guy when he rotates out. I'm really not. Okay, guys, listen. I think they've just about called time on this round. That match almost went to time. Give us maybe a couple of minutes here. We're going to get the next round repaired, pick a match, and we'll be right back. Okay, so get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, and we'll see you again in just a few moments. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for round two. Players are getting set up and shuffled, and why don't we step over and meet everybody on the table? Let's see. On the left-hand side of your screen, that's going to be Jeremy. Jeremy's from Dalhart. He's going to be our our pilot Vader player in the match. He is on a Vader red, however. We're used to seeing that as a yellow, but that's not where we're at today. Sitting across from him is local player Braxton. We saw Braxton last time he was here. He was playing Han Datavault that particular day. And we'll go see what these guys have got in store for us as we head into round two.
Well, this should be interesting. I think Han 2 ECL has generally had a pretty strong win percentage into the Vader pilot deck. So we'll see how this changes with it being Vader paired up with aggression here. We're going to see the early Crackshot V-Wing for Jeremy, and it's turn one Grogu, and we're loading up the Wingman Victor 2, piloting the Crackshot V-Wing to get a TIE Fighter token here.
Yeah. All right.
There's only one problem. That Grogu is going to be an issue.
Grogu's going to be an issue.
Grogu coming out on turn one. That 2 damage thanks to Han's action ability. Braxton using the action ability on Grogu, healing Grogu, dealing 2 to the Crackshot V-Wing, so that piloted Crackshot V-Wing immediately dealt with, which is going to turn off the token generation this turn unless Jeremy plays another non-token unit that he can attack with, and it's not going to be the case as we see Victor Leader coming out.
Yeah, probably not the start. I mean, if you're Jeremy, definitely not the start you're looking for. Like Vader typically wanting, double 1-drops there as opposed to the pilots. That would have avoided some of that Grogu shenanigans. But unfortunately not the line that he ended up with there.
And then Braxton putting out his own space unit, the Red 5. So Braxton trying to really mitigate what Jeremy's wanting to do early on in the space arena, the Red 5, just going to trade some damage with the Victor Leader.
I think in Jeremy's shoes, I crashed this TIE Fighter token in and killed it and get rid of the Red 5, but he has a better idea.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Vader is going to pilot the Victor Leader. Victor Leader getting +3/+3. So now Victor Leader will be swinging with 5 power.
Yeah, I think I would
have 4 HP remaining.
I would have gotten rid of the Red 5 there to prevent this Grogu shenanigans, but instead we're going to end up moving that damage off of the Red 5. Let's see where Jeremy goes with this. If we're going to base, looks like we are.
Yeah, now, Jeremy just wanting to be aggressive.
Well, you're playing red, and when you're playing red and you're across from an ECL base, I feel like that's not necessarily the wrong idea.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this play. Outer Rim Constable, after the attack to base, is going to defeat the Vader pilot upgrade. And that means Victor Leader is defeated in the process because he had 5 damage on.
Yeah, that's just rude. What else can you say there, right? Like, it is what it is. Outer Rim Constable going to be a new staple of the format as Disabling Fangfighter rotates out. A lot of folks looking at that as that's going to be some of the only and certainly some of the better and more reliable upgrade removal as rotation hits in a few weeks.
Now, Jeremy was able to at least put another TIE Fighter in the space arena using the Vader action ability. He attacked with a non-token vehicle unit, so he was able to create a TIE Fighter token. But this board heavily favoring Braxton. Braxton has the initiative and just a couple ties right now for Jeremy.
I love that Vader pilot unit. The unit and the upgrade. I'm so glad to see somebody else using it, but unfortunate here that it's getting murdered quite so early. Braxton's going to use Grogu to kill a TIE Fighter. That feels so weird to say.
Grogu using the Force very well, throwing around damage in this game. And now we're going to see another Wingman Victor 2 piloting a TIE Fighter token this time, as Jeremy will create yet another TIE Fighter token, and that Red 5 will not allow the piloted TIE Fighter to stick around.
Braxton in a really good position here because the way you generally win as Vader, right? You build an early space armada, let's say, and then you're able to constantly be getting in more attacks with your regular fighter units and using the TIE Factory, right? Using his little Vader's ability to just make more TIE fighters. And the early Braxton's early cards here coming up in such a way, and him maneuvering the board so that he's able to very much control the space arena. Jeremy's going to struggle, I think, with what his deck wants to be doing.
What a rough turn for Jeremy. He was only able to spend the one resource. He claimed the initiative with 4 ready resources. Braxton able to deal some damage to Jeremy's base after doing so well at controlling the space arena at 6 damage on Jeremy's base. And we've got Queen Amidala coming out, creating 2 spy tokens. This is a big spot for Braxton. He is in complete control of this opening game in round 2.
Yeah, you started to look pretty decent early when Jeremy was able to kind of put some early damage on, and you start 5 damage ahead as a 30-point base into ECL, but here we are on the 6th resource round, and Vader's deploying onto a TIE fighter and just crossing his fingers and hoping he can pull this out somehow.
I think if Jeremy wants any shot, this Vader piloting the TIE fighter is going to have to do some major work.
Yeah, I think not trading, chat pointing that out as well. I talked about he had the Victor leader on the board. He had the ability to trade into that early red 5 and not only clear it and clear the lane, but also take Grogu's ability out of play back on turn 2. And missing that is absolutely brutalizing him here right now. Now, double sudden ferocity.
My goodness, that is massive. What a plot from Jeremy. 2 sudden ferocity coming out onto the TIE fighter that's piloted by Vader. So that'll get an additional +6. This is a TIE fighter token that's going to be swinging for 12.
Yeah, that is a 2-hit win right there for Jeremy. Braxton's got to have to deal with that because it's going to take him a lot more actions than that to deal 24 damage to Jeremy's base.
Well, it looked like Braxton was in complete control here, and now 2 actions, Jeremy could finish the game. So Braxton doing math, how much damage can Braxton deal? He's looking at 2, 4, 7, 10, I think 15, 16 in the ground arena, 3 in the air, so it's 9 damage on Jeremy's base as Red 5 swings in.
Whoa.
And here comes that first swing for 12. 20 damage on Braxton's base. Braxton has got to either finish this game on this turn or answer that TIE fighter.
He has to. I feel like he has to claim here. I mean, if he doesn't and Jeremy claims and Braxton can't finish it this turn, then you're done, right? If Jeremy goes into the next turn with an ish, then this is done. They're doing math here. we'll let them kick back and do math for a minute. I guess this is the goal when you're playing this Vader, is to be able to throw him out and then just load him up with sudden ferocity and go ham. Looks like we settled on 10 HP remaining there for Jeremy.
Yeah, 10 HP remaining, and Braxton currently only showing another 5 possible damage in the ground arena. What else does he have? He needs to find 10 damage here. Jeremy has already claimed the initiative, so if Braxton does not deal lethal or answer that TIE fighter, Jeremy is going to swoop in with a crazy victory when it looked like he was completely out of this game.
It really did. It definitely showcases the power of plot, I think. When you read the articles that the devs posted about this particular set and the plot cards, they wanted leader deploys to be big swings in the game and hugely impactful. This might be the single most impactful leader deploy I've ever seen.
Madness, yeah, swinging for 12. It's just crazy.
Wow,
and
look at
Braxton's going to scoop it up, shaking his head. Braxton just can't believe it. I mean, you could see his facial expression when Jeremy pulled out 2 sudden ferocity, and he's like, wait a second, this is not good.
What just ran over me, guys?
What is happening?
And I'll be honest, in his shoes, I'd be in the same boat. Like, you just got run over by a train you never saw coming. That is crazy. That's one of the craziest wins I've ever seen.
That really is, because you and I, Braxton, I'm sure, everyone viewing right now, we all were like, oh yeah, Braxton's got this. I mean, he has completely controlled the board. Jeremy's in massive trouble, and all of a sudden, Vader coming out on simple TIE fighter, 2 sudden ferocity, and in 2 swings, it's
Yeah.
game over. That was absolutely sick from Jeremy.
Yeah, suddenly the 12-6 TIE fighter takes over the game, and you're like, wait, what just happened? That
That
is
truly was
wild.
Star Wars Unlimited,
Oh,
folks.
you are not kidding.
That was great.
It's one of the wildest games I've ever seen. To, you know, do you watch? Are you a sports guy, Josh? Do you watch like football?
I I am a sports guy. I don't watch it as much as I used to, but
Okay.
I do still follow
S-
things quite
So
frequently.
you're familiar then with a lot of modern data goes into these they have these and they do this in baseball too, these win percentage trackers, right? You can see those over the
Yeah.
course of a game, right? You know, win percentage in baseball is very swingy as people get on base, and in football it tends to be as you score or you have turnovers or whatever. I feel like the win percentage graph on the game that we just watched, swung from like 90% one way to like 95% the other way in a single play.
Yeah. No, that's such a great point. That's excellent. That's absolutely right. It really would have if we were looking at the graph. That is just pure madness, pure
Yeah.
madness. And I love it. Jeremy, he stayed calm,
Yeah,
composed,
he's just like,
you
"I-
know,
I'm gonna
just like,
I'm gonna come in
this
here
is it.
and
This
I'm
is
gonna
what
come
this
in here.
deck does. I know what I'm doing.
I'm gonna come in here and throw my leader on the board, and if you can beat me, then congratulations. And if you can't, you got problems."
So here we go. Game 2. Braxton going to start with the initiative after a wild game 1. We'll see if Braxton can clean things up here in game 2. We're going to start with Karis Nimick
Ooh,
as the opening play for Braxton here in game 2.
it's that pretty Karis that you get out of sectors, and I think that's the sectors one. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, great copy of Karis Nimick there. We're going to see that first order TIE fighter coming out and Wingman Victor 2. Jeremy, once again, that opening play of a 1-cost space unit paired up with Wingman Victor 2, getting a TIE fighter token. Braxton with the initiative, and it's going to be an opening play. That Han action ability will play the Heroic Arc 170, putting 2 damage on it. And then that when played ability on Heroic Arc, because Braxton then controls a damaged unit, he can deal 2 damage to a unit, taking out the first order TIE fighter. But here comes Vader on the tie.
Wow. You know, again, as much as I love this Vader, I would never consider putting him on a TIE fighter. I was like, I want something with more protection, with more HP, and man, Jeremy's like, I don't care. We're just gonna murder things.
It's just so good because the Heroic Arc only had 1
Only had one
HP
HP
remaining.
remaining. Yeah.
So Jeremy's able to go 4 to base on attack, take out the Heroic Arc, and then because it defeated a unit, another damage to Braxton's base, 5 damage on ECL already, and Braxton once again just like, man, this is I can't just get a foothold and keep it here.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna ECL in Sabine's masterpiece.
Okay, so Sabine's
Oh,
masterpiece coming out. The on attack ability allowing the extra damage there. So that is why the 4 damage was dealt to the 4/4 TIE Fighter token. Force Choke taking out Karis. The Disclose is met. A ready TIE Fighter, excuse me, not a ready TIE Fighter, a ready Spy token for Braxton as he gets into base for 2, so 5 damage on each base. And then Jeremy just going to put another unit up in the air, the first order TIE Fighter, second copy of that TIE Fighter here in game 2.
Jeremy hasn't even used Vader's game text this game. Like he hasn't been able to use um, the the ability to make a TIE fighter yet.
Yeah, that's a great point. Both boards looking pretty unassuming at the moment, but we do know that Braxton could deploy this turn and have a pretty big turn once again. He was able to flood the ground arena on the flip turn in game 1. Comes another Wingman Victor 2 on the
Yep.
first order TIE Fighter. Second time we've seen that play this game
He
as
keeps drawing
Jeremy
into
gets another
those.
TIE Fighter.
Yeah. Keeps drawing into those. No Grogu means that maybe it'll hang around a little while this time. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, that is a good point. We're going to see more ambush here. Timely intervention going to be smuggled out. The red 5's going to be played from Braxton's hand with ambush, and Jeremy yet again unable to get that first order TIE fighter piloted by Wingman Victor 2 to stick. As red 5 cleans it up, Han Solo leader unit deploys another 3 damage to Jeremy's base, and it'll be 8 damage on.
Chat's still kind of nitpicking apart last game, talking through, things that Braxton might have sequenced differently and so on and so forth. And I'm kind of like, I hear everything you're saying, guys, but in his shoes, I would have been in exactly the same boat. I would have been looking at that board like, life's good, man. What am I worried about? So I think it's a possibility, right? That, we're used to seeing Vader paired with yellow. And that's, we've all probably watched games, played games in that matchup. You've got a pretty good idea of what that deck will do. Vader paired with red is not something that's nearly as common, let's say. So my expectation is that Braxton might have simply not have really kind of understood what he was up against right there, but he's got the answer now.
Yes, he does. Immediately deploying Darth Vader as a pilot onto that ready TIE Fighter token, and Braxton has the answer. The Outer Rim Constable defeating the leader upgrade there. So now that TIE Fighter just trading with red 5, and now Jeremy's board is clear. Braxton has the green light. Han gets into base for 3. Can Jeremy turn things around once again? Another 2 to base. It's 15 damage on the Catacombs here. Poe Dameron being played as well.
Yeah, I think Jeremy...
Massive ground arena for Braxton.
I think Jeremy claimed there, and I don't think he played any cards that turn. He deployed Vader, and then when Vader got knocked out, I think he claimed. I guess he just didn't have stuff in his hand that he felt was worthy there.
That's a great point. We're going to see Force Choke right away, taking out Poe Dameron. Braxton does get to draw a card. Another spot here where Braxton has complete control. Showing 8 damage in the ground arena. Just has to find 15 more damage in this game to send us to game 3.
Yeah, but Jeremy doesn't have plot to save him this time, right? He's going to have to find a way.
Yeah.
He's going to fight his way back, the old-fashioned way, by deploying units out of his hand if he's going to get back on the board and get more damage onto Braxton's base.
Such a good point. And Jeremy only has 5 more resources to work with. I believe just 2 cards in hand, maybe holding on to 3. I think it's just a couple, though.
Yeah, he's got a...
Yeah, it is just 2.
He's got an Overwhelming Barrage and a Victor Leader, it looks like.
Okay. So Braxton still has plenty of resources. We're going to see the Crucible coming out. My goodness, this is going to give an experience token to each one of Braxton's ground units.
Not a card I would have expected to see, but a very impactful one here just because of how that card works. It's so good.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that 8 damage showing in the ground arena just went up to 11. We're going to see Victor Leader being played. These TIE Fighter tokens will get +1/+1, but Jeremy's still 20 damage away from closing this game out. Braxton starts things out with 4 to base from Han Solo leader unit.
Yeah, I think Braxton pretty much has game 3 in the bag at this point in terms of forcing a game 3. Jeremy's only sitting on what I'm pretty sure is an OB. He can push a few damage to base this turn, but by the time he claims, he's going to be so far upside down, recovery will be very challenging. They're just trading
some
base
damage
right now.
Yeah. 19 plus another 4, 23 damage on Jeremy's base, 7 on Braxton's base. We'll go up another 2, 9 damage on Energy Conversion Lab, and Braxton is going to get in the 3 damage with that spy token, 26. So 1 swing from 3 of these units that Braxton is currently showing on the board would finish the game. Sabine's Masterpiece will be played as well with the Han action ability and make that 4 units in play that Braxton can finish the game with in 1 action.
I mean,
Jeremy
even
has the overwhelming barrage, but that is not enough. He
no,
scoops it up, and we are going to game 3. Braxton
no.
coming back and taking a decisive victory here in game 2.
Yeah, Obi would have let him cleaned up a little bit. Like he could have killed the Sabine, and I don't think he could. No, he wouldn't have had enough power to kill both the Sabine's tie and the Crucible. But even then, the ground arena just ruins you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The key moment of that game 2, Braxton had the Outer Rim Constable
Yeah.
immediately when Vader was deployed onto that TIE Fighter token, and that really just gave Braxton huge momentum that really never relented.
Well, and I think he learned his lesson in game 1, which was okay. If I draw one into one of these, I need to save it for the Vader deploy, right? You know, finding a way to get rid of your opponent's leader in a simple action like that is always going to be a very very powerful play. And that card, that Outer Rim Constable, I've heard a lot of folks talk about, we're coming into rotation, and a lot of the tools out of the year 1 cards that folks use to discard upgrades, things like aggression or confiscate, are going to rotate out. And so, what tools are we going to have left to combat these pilot leaders? Well, there's probably candidate number 1 right there. Like if you're playing red, that Outer Rim Constable is absolutely probably your quick go-to. You've either got a couple in the main, or you've got some available in your sideboard for these kinds of matchups to be able to deal with these pilot leaders if you can draw it at the right time.
Yeah, it is a great point. I think the pilot leaders are going to become much better post-rotation with some of these crucial upgrade hate cards being rotated out. I think Bamboozle really the big one, right? That's such a good card against these pilot leaders. But here we go, game 3. It's going to be the Kijimi Patrollers opening for Jeremy. It's a 1-1 in the space arena that creates a TIE Fighter token. And it's going to be Grogu. Braxton matching that game 1 start. Grogu going to want to start eating up these space units.
Definitely not the card you want to see if you're Jeremy, but at least he has the opportunity. He's on the button. That means he will.
Yep.
He's a better
Oh,
answer.
wow. Strong play. Force choke, dealing 5 damage to Grogu, so he's not going to have to worry about Grogu throwing damage at these space units. We are going to see the blue leader coming out on turn 2, though, ambushing and defeating the Kijimi Patrollers. So once again, Braxton is going to effectively stop that Vader action ability from creating a TIE Fighter token. As Wingman Victor 2 comes out onto the ready TIE, creates another TIE, and we're just going to see a trade with the blue leader.
I think I might have sequenced that turn a little differently in Jeremy's shoes. I think I might have gone ahead and attacked with my my Kijimi Patroller to get Vader's game text triggered, and then choked out Grogu. But I don't think the end result is the same. He still ends up maybe with one extra TIE fighter. I don't know.
I think the problem was if he doesn't force choke right away, the force choke doesn't kill Grogu.
Oh, that's a
He would
good
have
point.
1 HP remaining.
No, you're exactly right. As soon as he moves those damage onto like any one of the ties, no, you're right. That's a great point I hadn't considered.
Yeah, I think that was probably the thought process. Now we're going to see Queen Amidala coming out on the 4 resource turn with that Han action ability. Victor Leader coming down and the Droid Starfighter. So Jeremy able to effectively swarm the space arena a little bit. It's space versus ground with the first 2 damage dealt to Braxton's base with that TIE Fighter.
So now, for
Of course,
the first time I think all match, he has two non-token starfighters on the board in space.
Yeah.
Jeremy does.
Yeah, that Vader action ability looking like it could be used here during this action phase. Queen Amidala getting in for 5. First damage dealt to Jeremy's base here in game 3. That Victor Leader pumping up these other space units, +1/+1. So the Droid Starfighter getting in for 2. Just trading damage back and forth with the spies and these fighters in the space arena. It's 9 damage on Jeremy's base when it's all said and done. It's going to be 8 damage on Braxton's base.
Everybody getting all of their attacks in before now we take a breath and like, okay, now what are we going to do?
Yep, just using up those actions. Han Leader is deployed. Another Kijimi Patrollers for Jeremy as he'll create another TIE Fighter token. So Something like a clone combat squadron that we haven't seen yet would look
Yeah.
super juicy right now
Yeah, it would.
as Han gets in for 3.
He doesn't have the resources for it. I'm pretty sure the clone squadron costs 4, and he's only got 3 ready right now.
Yep. Yeah, it'd have to be on a future turn, but would be a great unit. Just claiming the initiative with those 3 ready resources. And we're going to see the Han action ability playing Karis from hand, dealing the 2 damage to it, so it gets defeated right away. Braxton disclosing Poe, getting a ready spy token, going in for another 2, and then Poe played with the Han action ability. 14 damage on Jeremy's base, and Braxton is showing, I believe, enough damage to deal lethal here in the ground arena.
Yeah, definitely, especially with Poe's ability just pushing him over the top. He's got 11, 17, 19 potential out of that ground arena right now.
It's a great point. So I believe 8 plus 5, so he needs 3 actions. Braxton can win this game in 3 actions.
Yeah.
Jeremy's got to do something to change that.
Yeah, and Jeremy, of course, it's Vader's deploy turn. We don't know if he's got the sudden ferocity trick that he pulled in Game 1 available to him. Ooh, okay, we're going to put Vader in the ground arena. He is going to plot something out here. He does have a couple. Hello.
Oh my goodness, it's double ferocity again.
Hello.
So plus 6, it's 11 power for Darth Vader.
Wow.
Leader unit in the ground arena. So now Braxton, he's got to answer a question here. Am I going to base?
Yeah.
Or do I deal with your leader?
He actually can take out Vader in one hit, right? He can ditch. There's a lot of different ways he can slice this. Braxton, you can see Braxton kind of putting his hand down and thinking, and I think this is the right moment to stop and pause and figure this out. Poe gives him options. He can discard one of these upgrades with Poe's game text when he swings in. He can discard another card out of his hand to deal 2 damage to something in the space arena if he wants, and he could just trade Poe into Vader and clear it just completely, right? Vader's only got 6 HP. Poe hits for 6 innately. I don't think this. If you go that way, I don't think you necessarily need to worry about discarding the upgrades. Ooh.
Oh, it's Hot Shot Blaster going to be smuggled out, smuggled onto Poe. So Poe is going to be attacking for 8. Now let's see what Braxton does with the on-attack ability here. He's going to discard just 1 card.
Now, are we doing damage or are we going to? Yes, he did. He did 2 damage. So he
did the damage.
Yep.
10 damage in 1 action, 24 damage on Jeremy's base.
So now Braxton's still 2 actions away here, unless he's got something else, some other shenanigans up his sleeve that we don't know about. Vader trading into Poe, that feels terrible for Jeremy.
Yeah, and then here's 5 damage from Queen Amidala. It's 29 damage on Jeremy's base. He's fully exhausted all of his resources. There's no way to answer these ground units.
Yeah.
And I think Braxton is going to be able to close it out on the next action.
Yeah, should be able to. I'm a little surprised that to see Jeremy. Well, I guess that's why you swing with Poe first, right? Because if he goes for Amidala, it doesn't get you there. Yeah, he could have taken out Han maybe, but yeah, in the end, Braxton just has the swarm, and that's game 3.
Braxton taking it down after losing what you and I both agreed was one of the craziest games we've ever seen.
That was wild.
Braxton thought he had game 1 in the books, but Jeremy with double sudden ferocity on the piloted TIE fighter with Darth Vader able to take game 1, but Braxton doing exactly what he needed to do in games 2 and 3. The important Outer Rim Constable putting great pressure on in game 2. In game 3, and able to close it out here. Great come from behind victory for Braxton.
Yeah, great games 2 and 3 from Braxton there, holding the Outer Rim Constable in game 2 when it mattered, and then just kind of flooding out the ground arena, having the right cards and the right line to pick everything up there and close out game 3. Well played. That game 1, though, I'm going to be talking about that game 1 this time next year. That's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in all the unlimited coverage I have done. That was wild.
Yeah, it really was. And that answers my question, and maybe a question that a lot of us have. Why pair Vader pilot with aggression? Sudden ferocity. There you go. There's your answer.
I mean, I think it's a valid point. And sudden ferocity is one of those cards that when they spoiled it, I remember thinking, And also Unveiled Might, right, in green, the kind of the 4-cost 2/3 upgrade. I remember thinking this really changes the math on certain leaders, right? You can now take certain leaders that you've looked at and statistically this is not great, and now you can really move the needle on some leaders that you might consider a little weak on the deploy side now. And I wouldn't put Vader in that category necessarily, but I think it's interesting to see how those cards have impacted the game. And I honestly, I kind of hope we see more shenanigans like what we just watched. Because as a viewer and a caster, it's absolutely fun and just like, whoa, I did not see that coming. That to me is the really interesting and fun of the plot cards.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we're going to see a lot of it, especially post-rotation. I think we're still going to see a lot of sudden ferocity. A lot of these pilot leaders are still going to be very viable. Again, like we talked about, a lot of upgrade hate rotating out. So I think we're still going to see a lot of it. And another cool thing you can do in this deck, we didn't see it, but you could do something crazy like get a clone combat squadron down that's massive, and then you deploy Vader onto it and Centicaz attack right away, right? So there's so many crazy things you could do with the aggression paired up with that Vader pilot, thanks to plot.
Yeah, we watched you said you watched the finals in Austin last weekend. You know, I remember thinking, I think it was game 2 or game 3 of the finals. We were watching James and his Vader yellow deck. He had a clone squadron out, and he, you know, on the button, it's Vader's deploy turn. He could have deployed Vader onto this clone squadron, and it would have been a 16-16 clone squadron. That's not enough to have closed the game in that moment. But like you say, pairing that with red, Centicaz, if you get a position where you can now shove that into your base, your opponent can't even stop you. Like if you don't have a sentinel in space, you're just eating it, and you ain't nothing you can do about it. That's crazy. Crazy to think about.
It is crazy to think about, for sure.
So awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, listen, with all the red on the board, that was a much faster match than in round 1. I think we've got about a half hour-ish on the timer. Am I crazy? More like 20 minutes, I think, is probably a little more realistic. So let's take a break. I've got a couple of tech things I want to work on in the background here. Josh and I can get up, stretch our legs, hit the head or whatever, and we'll be back with round 3 in just a minute. Before we go, I want to just make everybody aware when round 3 is done, there is a planned lunch break in the schedule of half an hour. So we will have some downtime there at the end of round 3 whenever round 3 wraps up, okay? Awesome.
Sounds good.
We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. Y'all take care. Peace. right, guys, welcome back. Round 3 beginning here. We have an interesting matchup for you guys. We looked at some kind of meta stuff, but Josh pointed out a match to me that I think is going to be interesting because it features a leader that we don't normally see in Premier play. They're going right into it, so we'll just come back and we'll introduce these guys between rounds. But this is going to be Sly Moore and Sabine Tarkentown. That's Joshua on your left and Jeffrey on your right.
All right, so here we go. Sly Moore in Premier. Yeah, definitely not something you see very often. It's Poggle the Lesser for Jeffrey and a couple 1-cost units on turn 1 for Joshua. We've got Mr. Bones and Soldier of the 501st, and this is what these Sabine Tarkentown decks want to do. We want to put out multiple early threats, and that's exactly the start we're looking for. Jeffrey going to have the initiative. Let's see what he comes out with on turn 2. It's going to be Kino Loy being played, exhausting Poggle, and we'll get a Battle Droid token.
Kino is one of the more interesting cards out of this last set. You just has not made much of an impact or a splash yet. I'm really curious to see how this deck works.
Yeah, just on the look of it here, maybe Jeffrey's really wanting to expand the board with a lot of tokens and maybe really pump up things like Kino. We're going to see Crackshot V-Wing coming out and Karis Nimic on turn 2 for Joshua the Sabine ping, dealing 1 to each base. And it's a quick 6 damage on Jeffrey's base, 1 on Tarkentown, but Jeffrey is retaining the initiative. Look at that Sanctioner Shuttle. We've seen Sanctioner Shuttle be used quite effectively already today. We've talked a lot about that card. Karis Nimic is captured, and Poggle the Lesser is exhausted. Another Battle Droid token created. So right now we've got tons of units on Jeffrey's side of the board. So maybe this Sly Moore ability could actually be used in the near future.
He could have used it last round, but I think he claimed. I think one of the quirks or the challenges of playing Sly, much like so many of these leader actions, is when do I want to stay ahead of my opponent in terms of action, and when am I willing to spend the action for my leader ability?
There we go. More damage, a total of 5 coming through with Mr. Bones and Soldier of the 501st. We do see that Sly Moore action ability used. Spy token is created.
Well, yeah, but look how big Kino Loy is right now. I mean,
he's massive.
He's like, what is he, like a 7'10" or something? Like, it's big. 6 to base there from Jeffrey.
Yeah, plus 5 for each other exhausted unit that Jeffrey controls. Kino gets +1, so yeah, swinging for 6. Big swing with Kino Loy, 9 damage on Tarkentown as the Crackshot V-Wing.
Yep.
Taken out with the Sanctioner Shuttle.
Chat pointing out that Kino being ready really pinned Sabine in place, not able to flip out into Kino Loy, just ready to go, but Kino exhausted now, and of course we're going to put Cassie into the ground arena, and there comes Sabine.
Another ground threat. Sabine just going to clean up the spy token, 1 damage to base with the on attack ability. So 13 damage on Jeffrey's base. 9 damage on Joshua's base. Jeffrey will have the initiative, and the board cleaned up pretty well here.
Yeah.
Got the Karis Nimic back with the Sanctioner Shuttle off the board, so see what Jeffrey can put together on this turn where Sly Moore can be deployed.
Sly can also clean up the board pretty nicely herself, the way her ability works, being able to attack into something and deal damage somewhere else. She can absolutely either punch above her weight, or she can spread out the damage depending on what your opponent's doing with a go-wide strategy, like we're seeing here out of Joshua.
Yeah, very interesting and different go-wide strategy. Jeffrey going to start Battle Droid.
Not a card you would have expected.
Assault.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of aspect, paying 3 for Joshua. And that is going to be a ton of damage, a total of 10 damage to base there in 1 action.
Brutal. Okay, so he takes
out
9
damage to base.
It was 8 or 9. He takes out Mr. Bones there with one of his battle droids. It's certainly not a bad play.
Not at all with 21 damage on. He's got to stabilize this board. Karis Nimic putting another 3 damage on, 24 damage on Jeffrey's base.
Jeffrey staring at the bottom of the barrel here, down to single digits. I'm trying to think through I'm wondering if he's got some plot shenanigans here for when he would bring out. Ooh.
Okay, Hot Shot Blaster smuggled out onto Kino. Kino attacking and defeating the soldier of the 501st. But now the rebellious functionary coming out for Joshua does have hidden here. No good to me dead. Going to lock down, was it the Cassian that he pointed to, or the Sabine leader?
He locked down Cassian there,
okay.
and then he brings out Sly.
So the only unit that Sly can defeat is the Karis Nimic here.
No, he can put all 5 damage into Sabine. So he attacks
he's doing
Sabine.
the on-attack ability.
He did the on-attack ability and her native damage into Sabine.
There you go. Very nice. Yeah, the on-attack allows you to deal 2 damage to an exhausted unit. So,
right.
Yeah, great call there. 5 total damage to Sabine.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty.
Definitely the better play.
That's the beauty of Sly. She's a little deceptive, right? If she's fighting over the board, she can punch above her weight. If you're base racing, her ability is, questionable.
Oh, no. Hot Shot Blaster onto Karis Nimic. That's 5 to base, 29 on Jeffrey's base. The Sabine action ability finishes this game, so Jeffrey is going to scoop it up. Joshua taking game 1.
Woo. Sabine says, go fast, Ricky Bobby, and boy, does she go fast.
What a blazing game 1 here in our 3rd round of Swiss at this Planetary Qualifier at Stormcrow Games in Lubbock, Texas. Wow.
Well, no, this match right now, that game that Joshua just played really features one of my favorite things about Unlimited, right? Is as the game matures, you're starting to see more and more players actually put the unlimited into unlimited. That out of aspect Rebel Assault that he played, nothing wrong with that. Totally normal. And yet it's such a big deal, a big impactful play right there. That extra damage, the extra tempo, and everything. And it's a card that if you sit down across from Double Red, you don't expect to see that. But I'll happily pay 3 for that card in Sabine Tarkentown.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you still have a plethora of Rebel units, and he was able to deal a total of 8 damage. My apologies to the viewers. I was not mathing properly on that Rebel Assault.
That's okay.
Rebel Assault gives +1 power to the Rebel unit, and you can attack with essentially 2 Rebel units. So Sabine and Cassian able to deal a total of 4 each. So it was 8. But yeah, it's just so good. And it's when you're able to deal 8+ damage in one action, especially with this Sabine deck, right? It's just absolutely brutal for your opponent.
Always feels good. Well, while we've got a moment, while these guys are shuffling everything, let's meet everybody. We kind of rushed into the game, and I didn't get a chance to do that. On your left, this is Joshua. Joshua was telling me he just moved to Lubbock not terribly long ago from San Diego and has only been playing the game about 3 or 4 weeks. But he's been spending a lot of time here locally, investing the time and online, and has obviously come ready for battle with Sabine Tarkentown. Across from him, from Odessa, is Jeffrey, and I didn't get to know him very much other than he's from Odessa. Midland Odessa, probably about 2 hours-ish south of here. So not a terrible drive for him.
That's great stuff. And you can see Joshua repping that San Diego hat, showing that he's coming out from San Diego just recently. But this Sabine Tarkentown deck, of course, we haven't seen a lot of Sly in Premier, so I love Jeffrey bringing this Sly deck. But Sabine Tarkentown is also not a deck we've seen a lot in Premier recently. But just a couple weekends ago, this Sabine Tarkentown deck took down a Planetary Qualifier by Xavier in Wisconsin. And he actually won back-to-back Planetary Qualifiers with this Sabine Tarkentown deck at the same store.
That makes me so happy.
It was really incredible to see. I had the pleasure of casting that with some of the Colorado Cantina crew guys, and that was really neat to see. So I love seeing this Sabine Tarkentown deck once again on stream.
Chat's asking about Joshua's Life Puck. That's a Life Puck that's sold by Metal Fab. If you do just a Google search for Metal Fab, kind of all run together, you should be able to find those guys. They make amazing tokens for the game. They make that Life Puck. They sponsor some of the folks who do content creation. I know the KTOD guys, and I think there's another group somewhere else that they do some sponsorship too. So definitely check them out if the digital puck is of interest.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Game 2 is underway. Jeffrey with the initiative. It's the seasoned Fleet Admiral for Jeffrey, and it's going to be a double crack shot V-wing start for Joshua as he moves over to the space arena.
You go low, I'll just go high. No problem. You want to come up
Yeah.
here and play? Then do your thing.
Absolutely. The seasoned Fleet Admiral does hit for 2 with Raid 1. It's a 2-cost 1/4, getting in for 2 to Tarkentown, and Joshua will call that 2 damage with one of the Crackshot V-Wings. Here comes Major Partagaz coming out. We're going to see Sly being taken advantage of here with that leader ability. A spy token is created. And a third Crackshot V-Wing along with Green Squadron A-Wing. My goodness.
He's just drawn all of the cheap space right here early. Partagaz, for my money,
Wow.
has one of the best subtitles in all of SWU.
I don't remember the subtitle.
It's called Providing. His subtitle is Providing Healthcare.
Oh, that's great. He's going to definitely need to provide something here if Jeffrey wants to come back in this game. Jeffrey's staring down quite the space arena here. We're going to trade some damage. Just using up our actions.
We are drag racing
our
here.
Our ready units.
Everybody's in their lane, and we are racing. Okay.
That Partagaz, of course, getting bigger and bigger with each official unit attacking. The Sanctioner shuttle capturing one of the Crackshot V-Wings. They're moving so fast here, trying to keep up. Tarkentown taking care of the Sanctioner shuttle. For another rebellious functionary down for Joshua. Sabine is deployed. 3 more to base. So we're going to end the turn with 13 damage on Jeffrey's base, 9 on Tarkentown, but Jeffrey does have the initiative.
Whew, I can't push buttons fast enough to keep up with that turn.
No, they were in turbo mode. Yeah. Sly's going to be deployed instantly.
Ooh, we're going to plot something out
for
what
Jeffrey. We got. Oh, here we go. Chancellor Palpatine, I am the Senate. It's going to be played with plot. When played, Jeffrey controls a leader unit. So 2 spy tokens created, and those spy tokens that were just created will have Sentinel for this phase.
Look at this ground arena. This is insane.
Oh, and he's going to plot out. He's going to plot out Jar Jar as well.
Ooh.
Misa proposed. Sly Moore leader unit gets +2/+2 for the phase.
Ooh. Now,
wow.
Joshua Sabine can knock off a spy for free and still push base damage because of the way Sabine's game text is written. And most of his power is in the space arena. So he's still going to be pushing a lot of damage this turn. This is going to be interesting, to put it lightly.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. What's that 10 damage in the space arena?
Well, I think here's the other problem.
Right?
Partagaz is let me look at Partagaz again. Hang on, I got to remember how he works. It's not a card you see a whole lot. Is it just exhausted or they have to have attacked? They have to attack. Okay.
Yeah. So Slymore is going to go 5 to base, 14 damage on Tarkentown, 2 damage dealt to Rebellious Functionary. That will take it out. As the Functionary took out one of those Sentinel spy tokens. What do we have coming from hand? It's going to be Aggression.
Yeah.
Aggression's going to ready the red 5 and take out the seasoned Fleet Admiral, dealing 4 damage to it. But now here comes another spy. Another spy, I believe. Oh, I think Joshua's just... Is he scooping it up here? Yeah, he is. That's going to be fatal. Yeah. Major Partagaz just so good. Yeah. Being pumped up with each one of those official attacks. And hey, we talked about Major Partagaz needed to do some serious work, and he was able to. He provided the damage needed for Jeffrey in Game 2. We're going to Game 3. Sabine versus Sly Moore. Love to see it.
Partagaz very thematic in that particular matchup, providing all of the health care and murdering all of that rebel scum. Look at that. just like in the show, Josh. Just like in the show.
What a game. So we saw in that game too what Jeffrey's deck wants to do, and we saw the effectiveness of Major Partagaz in this deck that can create spy tokens very efficiently, and those spies are then essentially turning into 4 damage, right? Because they're attacking for 2 and giving Major Partagaz +2 power as well. So the spy tokens generate major value when teamed up with the healthcare provider.
It's interesting to me. We've had all of these different units and such along the way that have generated out of tokens, right? And this is not something new to the game. We've had this going back for a while, and it's been really fun to me to see the way it feels like, as you look at Secrets of Power as a whole, that the spy tokens really synergize in more interesting ways than some of the tokens that preceded them. Because that official trait is all over the set, things like Partagaz, and then they added that trait onto the spy tokens. And now suddenly spy tokens, as interesting as they are, just little O2 raid 2 guys, that official trait really suddenly has they now mix in interesting ways with all kinds of other cards that some of the other pro tokens that preceded them didn't have. That wasn't really a thing.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think the official trait is so key for the spy tokens.
Yeah.
And it just opens up so much synergy. I mean, just imagine if let's say for instance, the TIE Fighter tokens were Imperial, right? Or the X-Wing tokens were Rebel, the amount of synergy that we would have seen. Now we're seeing it with the spy tokens.
Yes, exactly.
So it looks like Joshua set, happy with his opening hand. Jeffrey not happy with his opening hand. Now the initiative token has stayed on Jeffrey's side. Joshua could choose to start with the initiative if he wanted to. I'm not sure if they just haven't moved the token or if he is opting to have Jeffrey start with the initiative, but Jeffrey will have to keep this hand. It is going to be Jeffrey with the initiative. It's going to be that seasoned Fleet Admiral on turn 1 once again, and here comes Karis Nemec down for Joshua. Sabine action ability, 1 damage to each base. Jeffrey will have the initiative. The question is, what does he do with Seasoned Fleet Admiral? Does he take out Nemec or does he go to base? And we're actually going to play the Emperor's Royal Guard, and that's going to have Sentinel because he controls an official unit with the Seasoned Fleet Admiral.
Look at that.
Love this play.
Reaching back to set 1 for the good old Red Robe Royal Guard. Crazy. I love it.
Yeah, this is a spicy match right here. 2 decks we don't see a lot of in the current metagame. Jeffrey really pulling out some spice with Sly Moore. Emperor's Royal Guard in a non-Palpatine deck. Love to see it. And now it's going to be Heroic Resolve played onto Karis Nemec. So Karis will get +1/+1, so it will be enough to at least take out the Sentinel. The Seasoned Fleet Admiral getting into Tarkin Town for 2. And it is going to be a trade, Karis Nemec for the Royal Guard. And the disclose is met. The aggression and heroism aspect icon disclosed a ready spy token for Joshua. And it's going to be 2 damage on the Fleet Admiral.
I'm not sure what else. Oh, he's going to hit him and then Tarkin Town him. I see it now. Okay, he's just going to clean up the Fleet Admiral, clear the arena.
Joshua's like, I saw what you were able to do with all those officials in the first game. Let's go ahead and clean up one of them now, right?
Why don't we try to reduce the pain that's coming later?
Absolutely. The explosives artist has come out as well. Here comes Rush Clovis. It's only a 4-cost 3/5, but very aggressive. Has raid 2. We're going to see a spy token getting in for a couple. And then 3 more with the Sabine Wren unit. The 2-cost unit. Now the Sabine leader unit is deployed. So now Joshua really feels like this is his moment. He is going to play the Rebellious Functionary and Benthic 2 tubes. He has swarmed the ground arena. It's 10-4 right now in base damage in favor of Joshua.
Yeah, this is not looking nearly as good as Game 2 did for Jeffrey. He's going to be able to bring Sly out this turn and hopefully clean up some of this, but by the time that happens, it's not going to be pleasant, I think. He passed the raid off to Sabine's unit there. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Clovis able to take out the leader. The Emperor's Royal Guard comes out, but then it's followed up with a Spec Force soldier to take away the Sentinel from the guard. Major Partagaz joining the party as well, but Joshua has Rebel Assault.
Oh
That
my
is going to
goodness.
be, let's see, 4, 5, 6 damage with Sabine Explosives Artist, plus 3. That's 9 damage if I did my math right this time.
Wow. Joshua's been playing at the edge of his seat, like with very few cards in hand. It just seems like every card he draws goes onto the board, impacts the board immediately. That Spec Ops into the Rebel Assault, exactly what he needed this turn. Absolutely bonkers what we're watching.
Yeah, that Spec Force soldier could not have been timed more brilliantly. Slimore able to clean up Benthic 2 tubes and the Explosives Artist. The Royal Guard has Sentinel again, so at least for the time being, Jeffrey showing a way to mitigate some of this ground damage.
Now, that's the thing I'm curious about, right? What tools does Jeffrey have now to put roadblocks in to keep this damage off? We have to believe, we know we've seen Palpatine IM the Senate, which he could just play straight out of hand. The plot window is, of course, passed. And there's already one Sentinel in the arena. Does he have another one? Like, what else has he got in here to keep Joshua at bay for a little while?
Yeah, the Emperor's Royal Guard clearly obstructing what Joshua wants to do. How does he deal with the Sentinel unit? We're going to see Hot Shot Blaster being smuggled out onto the Spy token, and that is going to attack into the Emperor's Royal Guard. Both units defeated, and now the ground arena cleared of a Sentinel unit. Let's see how Jeffrey responds. He responds with Sanctioner Shuttle, capturing the Functionary.
Very rarely do you see a 2/2 1-drop captured, but that's where we're at in this game, ladies and gentlemen.
That is.
Every little scrap of damage that Joshua can push through now is a huge deal. And so it's a question of, he's got to try. How are we going to pull this off? Who can stay ahead of things? It's going to be very tight. Jeffrey has to manage his remaining health very closely. And Sabine, as we just saw, that's going to be an issue for him. He's trying to hold off on the Sly attack until Joshua plays a unit.
Yeah, that Rush Clovis able to clean up the last remaining ground unit, create a battle droid token in the process.
Okay, so he puts
12 damage on Tarkin
Town. There, yeah, 7 more to base. Yeah. This game is actually like closer than it looks.
Oh, it's so close. I mean, Jeffrey has stabilized the board. Now Joshua, he's got to find a way to deal 5 more damage. Does he have something like a For a Cause I Believe in that could deal some damage without having to have a unit in play? The Sabine ping is just not going to get him there. Jeffrey's going to deal lethal before that would finish the game. So it's going to be Crackshot V-Wing coming back out into the space arena. Jeffrey just going to start chipping away here. Battle Droid and Aggression is going to be played. 4 damage to Slimore. The Slimore leader unit defeated, and Crackshot V-Wing is readied here. And another Sanctioner Shuttle capturing the V-Wing. My goodness.
It's just the punch and counter punch is just crazy to watch.
The Sabine ping, 26 damage on Jeffrey's base, but Rush hits for 5. Another 2 coming in with the shuttle. It's 22 damage on Tarkin Town. Jeffrey has this game in one action. Does Joshua find a way to deal the damage? He does not. Jeffrey comes from behind, takes games 2 and 3. What a performance with Sly Moore here at the Planetary Qualifier.
Wow, that was fun to watch.
Yes, it was.
I did not expect this match to go as quickly as it did. I figured that I mean, double red games, you don't expect them to last very long, right? But I'm just looking at this going, surely Sly's going to have some interesting plays here and drag this out a little bit. But these guys just blazed through this, baby. And, man, what a match. What a great win for Sly, too. That's a deck that I've seen people experimenting with. I think you and I were kind of talking about this at the start of the round. Like, it's been out there, but it hasn't really made big inroads. And I'm really curious to see where it goes after rotation, because I think a lot of the cards it relies on aren't really going away. I mean, you saw Poggle in this match, but he's not an integral part of the deck. There's plenty of cards that he's got access to. They're going to keep him around.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, this deck definitely has some legs. Love to see it. Now, before I get to the next point, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the different decks that we see in Planetary Qualifiers. But to be fair, Wes, I told you that was going to be a fast match.
That's true. I think you probably did, and it just didn't register. I'm not used to. Sometimes it's also the play. It's up to the players, right? Like sometimes it's the impact of what's being played at the table. Absolutely, kind of drives the speed of a match or a game. But sometimes, and we watch it, these guys are just bam, 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 bam. It's some players. Some matchups are much more thought intensive. You got to okay, what's my next play? This is very important. I got to sequence this correctly. And some folks are just like, either they instinctively know and they just dive right in, or they're just not waiting for whatever reason. They're just going. And we saw two guys that are they're just going, baby.
Yeah. I mean, there was a couple times in that match where it was hard to keep up with what was happening in terms of the play-by-play. You were clicking a bunch of buttons, right, trying to get the cards on the screen and everything, and
Stream Deck is smoking
it was like
over
they were
here.
Playing in. Yeah, we were watching them in double speed or something.
Yeah. Fun match, though. I'm glad you pointed that match out to me in the match pairings. Like, this might be interesting, and I was like, you know what? I think that will be fascinating. Why don't we watch that? I'm glad we did.
It's
a couple
cool
of a couple folks that are 1-1, and you don't always. In the early rounds of a tournament, especially a PQ or a big tournament, I like to not always just look at folks that are undefeated. We're going to see those guys again later. If you're still undefeated in round 3 or round 4, we're going to see you again. I want to look in the I want to look in the middle tiers. I want to see what other folks are playing. I want to see interesting decks, and I love being able to do that. So thanks for pointing that out. I think I probably would have overlooked that match otherwise.
Absolutely. No, it was really cool. And that's the one thing that is very interesting about Planetary Qualifiers is a lot of times we see some very spicy decks, more so than you may see at the sector qualifiers or the regionals. And some of these decks, these super spicy decks that you're not expecting, do well, and they make the top cuts, and you see these random decks winning Planetary Qualifiers sometimes. The PQs, of course, they are a very competitive event. There's a lot at stake. You're trying to get your spot in the main event at the Galactic Championship. So there's seasoned competitive players, but there's also a lot of local players that are trying to make a name for themselves. They're trying to make a statement, and you have these players that are willing to push boundaries and bring decks that people aren't expecting, and I love to see that.
Yeah, it's what makes casting PQ so much fun. I love being able to grab my gear and come out and cover events like this. I mean, I'm a long way from home out here in West Texas, but I'm so glad I made this trip. They take such good care of me. The store here is fabulous. If you guys are ever in Lubbock, Stormcrow has just moved to a new location, kind of right here across from one of the big malls here in town. And they have, I think this place is triple the size of their old place that we were at last October. And man, it's going to be they're still moving in. Like there's boxes everywhere, and they're still obviously getting organized and unpacking. But when they're done, it's going to be a real gaming headquarters out here in this part of the world. So I'm excited, and I hope they keep hosting PQs out here. Do you want to look?
Cool.
Do you want to look at some leader data? We've got some field data we can look at.
Absolutely.
I mean, you were about to come up with something there.
Oh, I was just going to say it's interesting that you mentioned they just moved because I was thinking, seeing the room camera and everything, this doesn't look like the same store that the PQ that we casted 4 months ago. So I was kind of thinking that earlier. I didn't know what was going on, but you cleared that up for me.
Yeah, no, they just moved into this spot. In fact, we had a big snowstorm and ice storm about a week before you guys did on the eastern seaboard. One rolled through this part of the world, and the owner was telling me that their move in here was actually delayed because of all of that. So they just literally have been, like, I think over the last week or so, kind of getting into the space, and they've got big plans out here, and they've got all the space they need to make it work. So it's going to be really cool to see how the store evolves over the next year or two. Let's take a look at this leader data. I know everybody likes to see kind of what the field looks like. So you haven't seen this yet. I'll put it up on the screen here for everybody. This is I can make that bigger for you as well if it's a little too small to see. The short version is that we are looking at it is the Han Solo show here in Lubbock. Bottom line, between Han 1 and Han 2, I think it's a full third of the field.
Wow. I mean, look, Hans have been so good in the meta recently. Han Solo worth the risk, especially paired up with Energy Conversion Lab. That deck, if you just look at the the matchups, the win
It's
percentages. I
crazy.
mean, if you look on Base, big shout out to Base and
Yes.
Swoo Competitive Hub.
Love those
Every
guys.
one of these sites that are giving us stats, and we're able to look into stats and matchups, et cetera. Thank you guys so much for all that hard work. But looking at Base and looking at the matchups, I mean, Hantu ECL does not have a lot of bad matchups. It's green, green, green. So it's no
Yeah.
surprise that people are going to continue rocking Hantu ECL. And of course, Hantu Blue Force has not gone away either. And we've seen the rise of Han Solo Audacious Smuggler paired with Cunning, the double Cunning, recently after the big win in Mesa. And it's
Yeah.
really taken over the last couple weeks with the results in the PQs.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this last week in Austin. My co-caster Trey, that the yellow cunning, the double yellow decks have always really been good. There was a time, I think the very first Source Showdown I ever played in back in set 1, I took old Boba Fett and yellow, right? Because double yellow villain basically, and
Yeah.
it's interesting to see that here we are almost 2 years later, and boy, the wheel just keeps spinning right back around, and turns out Cunning remains a really, really strong card, and there's so many tools that deck has, like we saw back in round 1. I think as I look at this list, the two things that stand out to me a little bit, I'm surprised that Pilot Vader is our number 2 most played leader in the field here. It's a small field. There's only 33 people, but still you've got, what is it? I think it's 4 or 5 players out here that are playing Pilot Vader. I have to pull the exact number. But that surprised me a little bit, because that's a leader that has kind of never really gone away, but definitely seems to kind of ebb and flow. There was a spell after Secrets came out, he all but disappeared, right?
Yeah.
And now it feels like suddenly, as we kind of get in deeper into PQ season, he's kind of coming back. We saw him have a strong showing last weekend in Austin, just down the road. So there's a couple different varieties here in the field. I think we know we've seen at least one red, and I know there's at least 1 or 2 yellows. So I'll be curious to see how they fare today.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe a big part of that was you streaming the PQ last weekend. They saw James do so well and was so close to winning that PQ with
Very close.
Vader. And if you change the sequencing a little bit, if maybe he does something a little bit different, maybe that last turn goes differently and he can walk away with it. So people seeing that, hey, maybe Vader still has some legs. So it is definitely the surprise here, because the Vader pilot deck just hasn't put up great results lately. So it's definitely interesting to see that it's the second most represented deck. But outside of that, it looks pretty standard, right? The
Yeah.
Han Solo Worth the Risk. You've got Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, Kylo Ren from Legends of the Force, and Cad Bane was also top 5 represented in PQs last week. So those decks, it's not surprised to see them up there in the top 4.
Yeah.
4 and 5.
Yeah, I think one of the, to touch back on Vader for a minute, I think one of the interesting things there that had not necessarily registered with me until I watched James playing through his games last weekend was the impact that the plot cards have on that leader and in that deck, right? The ability for Vader's flip turn to put Palpatine into the ground arena with a couple of little dinky spy sentinels and buy you some time. Him plotting out that lurking snub fighter, which is a really good way to just exhaust big threats in whatever arena you don't want to deal with them in for that particular round. Really interesting tools. And so I think, again, we talked about it earlier with the sudden ferocities on the Pilot Vader. I think we're still seeing players, we're now, 3 months past release of Secrets of Power, and it feels like we're still seeing players kind of discovering ways to fold plot cards into existing archetypes that they already like or already have enjoyed or tried a while ago and kind of, this isn't quite working, but now maybe if I fold these cards in, suddenly this whole thing looks better or feels better when I put it on the table.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? Because especially in something like Vader, where are you weak? You're weak to ground aggro, right? I mean, Vader has consistently struggled against some of the ground aggro strategies like Sabine. So if you can get to deploy your Vader and all of a sudden you get Palpatine out, now you have Sentinels in the ground arena, that's huge, right? That can help swing the race into your favor, same as Lurking Snub Fighter, which you mentioned. Another card, I don't know if James was running it, but the Trade Route Taxation, that's great. You could play that and plot it out against some of the control decks, right? The decks that you think might just have an immediate answer for your space arena. So, yeah, I love what plot brings to even a deck like that.
Yeah. The other card that I think I've slowly kind of realizing how impactful it can be at a plot level, or even if you don't plot it out, and we saw Luna play it back in round 1, is that Sly Moore unit, right? The uncommon
Yeah.
2/6 that basically for the round it gives you a little bit of a break. If you're in a base race or someone obviously is playing an aggro deck and they are just going to attack your base, Slimeware gives you a little bit of a breathing space for the turn. Their stuff just doesn't hit quite as hard if they want to go onto the base, and if they want to engage your units, whatever they might be in whatever arena, then okay, fine. You're not hitting my base. I still feel pretty good about my turn, right? So that's another plot card that I think we're going to continue to see more of in those blue villain archetypes.
Absolutely. Slimeware is fantastic. I mean, for 4, you get a solid body of 2/6, and if you're facing a go wide strategy, the amount of damage that Slimeware can essentially just shut down is really intimidating to opponents.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, so there's our leader field for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Top 5 would be, I guess, our Han 2, our Han 1, our Pilot Vader, and then you've got kind of a tie. I guess technically the Han 1, the Kylo, and the Cad Bane are all kind of tied. We haven't seen a Cad deck on stream yet. But I'll have to look at the matchups next round and see if there's a good matchup. We almost cast a Cad Bane this round. What was it? It was you pointed it out. It was a Cad Bane. Han 1 matchup that I almost looked at and thought, oh, I bet that'd be really good. But we might see that one. We'll see. We'll have a chance to see that one later on, I'm sure.
Oh no, we were talking about Obi.
That's right. You pointed out that
Obi-Wan Virgins
There's
temple.
An Obi-Wan Virgins
there
in the field.
The top table.
Yes.
Yep.
That's true. They haven't reported in yet, so I don't know where he's at, but we'll keep an eye on that. All right.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Cad Bane's pretty good against Han too, right? And it's the most represented leader, so may not be a bad pick today.
I think it's interesting when you look at the leader field, you realize who's trying to make kind of like meta choices based on what they're expecting to see a lot of, and who's just like, this is my deck, I play it well, I know it well, I'm going to come and play and just see what happens.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
To me, I want to point this out real briefly, right? When you and I cast this event in this venue last fall, it felt like the Yoda show. Yoda was everywhere. Only one Yoda in the room today. I was really surprised to see that because it felt like West Texas was the Yoda show just a few months ago, and now everybody's like, nah, I've had enough of the Green Goblin. We're going to do something else. So that was noteworthy.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point because one thing that Yoda is very good into, it's been good into these double cunning decks, the Han 1 yellow decks that are really surging right now. So I think if you believe Han Solo Audacious Smuggler is going to be well represented, I think you're pretty well positioned with Yoda. So it is surprising to not see more of them.
It's all of this weaving of what's getting, what's on the rise and what's falling and how people react to it is going to make Milwaukee interesting in a few weeks for the big regional. I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, listen, the round timer, I can actually give you the official round timer if I refresh the page. Official round timer says 16 minutes, and we know there's going to be about a 30-minute lunch break after that. So we have a nice solid window in here for everybody to get up, stretch your legs, take a break, maybe check out some other PQ coverage. I don't know if there's any other PQ coverage live today. Definitely get some food. I'm going to go get some food. Josh, you should get some lunch.
Same here.
And we will be back. If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be probably a little after the bottom of the hour. It should be about 45 minutes. If you set a timer for 45 minutes, an alarm for 45 minutes or a timer on your phone or your watch, and come back when it goes off, you'll probably just about nail the start of round 4.
Awesome.
Sweet. All right, guys. Thank you, and we will see you guys again in a little bit. Enjoy your break. See you in a few. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Lunch is over. The second half of the PQ is about to begin here at Stormcrow Games in Lubbock, Texas. I am joined by Josh Schneider. Again, thank you for being here, Josh. Appreciate you joining me today.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Super excited to be here. You do great work for the community. We appreciate it, and I'm always happy to cast when I get the opportunity.
Outstanding, outstanding. Well, let's get to this. We've got a match lined up for you guys here as we head into round 4. Player 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, this is Brian. Oh, this didn't update. I didn't hit all the buttons. I hit the buttons. I typed everything in and forgot to hit the go button. Shout out to Jonathan Fisher, by the way, who has been a huge help in helping me kind of streamline a lot of the overlays and just cleaning up the overall look of things and improving it. There he is. Brian's not from Lubbock. Whatever. Brian's from Huntsville. I got him put back in the wrong place. Huntsville is about as far as you can get. Well, not really, but it's a long way from coming here as well, just same as me in terms of, it's an 8-9 hour drive for me, and it's a long way for him as well. All right, across from him, his opponent, this is Winston. Winston was a finalist here in Lubbock last time. This time back in October, he is back on Yoda again. So let's get to the game. They are into it.
All right. Yoda Data Vault. Han 1 green. You got the Battlefield Marine on turn 1 for Jeffrey, and Millennium Falcon, that fast Falcon, the piece of junk coming out ready on turn 1 after the Han action ability.
Okay, I apologize. That's actually, I've got the names wrong. Let me get those fixed, but I'll fix that in a moment.
Oh, yep.
That's
my bad.
Yep. No, somehow I have just absolutely failed at everything this phase. I'll get it worked though. There we go.
That Millennium Falcon on turn 1, putting some pressure in the air. Battlefield Marine coming in for 3. Falcon has dealt 6 damage already over the first couple action phases.
There we go.
And now we're going to see that beautiful copy of Yaddle coming down for Winston. And it's Obi-Wan Kenobi for Brian.
That's one of those sector qualifier Yaddles from Mesa. Look at that. That's pretty.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Brian going full on like World of Poker here with the sunglasses. That cracks me up. I love that.
That is the exact same thought I had. World Series of Poker here in Lubbock, Texas.
I love that.
Captain Typho coming down for Winston, putting a nice sentinel in the way of Obi-Wan Kenobi, the protective Padawan. And now Brian looks like he's getting ready to respond with a waylay, going to return that Captain Typho unit back to Winston's hand. Yaddle will start doing some work, getting into base for 2, restoring 1, so that should bring us to 5 damage on each base.
That Sentinel will be in the ground arena, I believe, yes? He's shiny and foily.
Yeah, the Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
Taking out the Battlefield Marine there, doing a little ground cleanup.
Interesting to see. I guess he wants to make sure, because he's not confident he's going to have the Sentinel going forward. He wants to make sure he gets rid of that guy. This Han Green isn't necessarily a force-based deck. He might have a force unit. He might not to trigger that Sentinel ability on Obi-Wan again. So I guess he's just making sure he takes care of it while he's got the opportunity.
Yeah, I think one of the other force units that we would expect to see here would be Keller and Beck. Could certainly be coming out soon. We know that Han gets those extra resources very quickly, with Winston having the initiative, going to clean up Obi-Wan Kenobi, restoring another damage from the base. Now here's Kira. Brian will take a look at Winston's hand, and he'll get to name a card. Whatever he names will get an additional +3 cost tacked onto it. It's a pretty loaded hand, if you ask me, Wes.
Yeah, Typho, resupply carrier, Luke, Rivals Fall, and a Keller and Beck. There's a lot in there. I think he went with the I lost it. He moved the hand away before I got it.
Yoda action ability used once again. Winston drawing a card, putting a card from hand on the bottom of the deck as he goes up to 10 damage on the base as the piece of junk once again raining down some damage onto Data Vault. It's Minabonteri in response for Winston. Now Brian just contemplating, do I get an extra resource here? Am I wanting to deploy Han? It looks like he may do just that. Brian going up to 6 total resources. Han is deployed. And it's just put pressure on Data Vault. Another 4 damage to base.
Okay, I missed one. I was going to say it should be 13 on. It's actually 14 on there for Yoda.
Yep. Winston does have the initiative. We know he has resupply carrier in hand, so in theory, we could see Yoda deployed on this turn if he chooses to do so.
I think some of that's going to depend on how Brian navigates this turn. If Winston is able to use Yoda's game text, in other words, if there is enough ground combat to make sure that something leaves the board, then I could very well see Winston giving that a go. But he's not going to wait. I think you're 100% right. He's just going to go for it.
Supply carrier coming down right away for Winston. Getting that extra resource off the top card of the deck. Bringing him up to 7. Brian trying to go as quick as he can. He knows this late game from Yoda is quite tough to deal with. 18
Brian,
damage on Data Vault.
Trying to pressure here. Just like Josh says, you know that the later this game goes, the worse it's going to be. The bigger the stuff, the nastier the shenanigans that Winston's going to be able to cook up here. It's going to shove Yaddle into Han just to make sure that he can fire off Yoda's game text and set up the flip turn.
Strong play here. Kira's going to come in for 3 as well. 20 damage on Winston's base. Wes, did you happen to catch what Kira called earlier or what Brian called when playing Kira?
He pointed to a card, and I remember seeing it where it was in the position in his hand, but I have forgotten. I'd have to go back and look. And so, no, unfortunately, I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I apologize.
No worries. 23 damage on base. Falcon gets in again. Falcon's done a ton of work for Brian in this game as Minabonteri comes in for 2, restoring 1. Bringing the Lair of Grievous up to 7 damage on.
Oh, it was Typho. Chat's saying he's called Typho, which makes sense. He pointed at a card, and I just couldn't remember which card it was, but he's right. I think it was Typho.
U-Wing reinforcement for Brian. Brian's going to go searching through the top 10 cards of his deck, looking for up to 3 units with combined cost 7 or less. Play them for free. Let's see what he finds. Does he look for one bigger unit? Does he potentially try and go extra wide on this board, knowing that Yoda could be deployed? And he is going to go wide, playing the Millennium Falcon from Jump to Light Speed and Tech coming out. Quite the board right now for Brian.
Yeah, he didn't have anything really big in there, so I think the go wide was not a bad way to go.
There it is, Yoda. Leader is deployed. Kelleran Beck discarded off the top. Millennium Falcon get out and push, defeated with that when deployed ability. And now Yoda will be able to come in. Han Solo leader unit, only 4 HP remaining. Han is defeated. Winston restoring a couple more damage from his base, back down to 20 on. Trying to make this board a bit more manageable as Brian takes a hold of the initiative, but Yoda certainly helping stabilize for Winston. See Brian keeping that card there that says discard in the ground arena, just reminding him that he does have to defeat a resource because of the Han ability that was used last turn. Getting the extra resource, you have to...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying he has to defeat a resource at the start of the action phase. Look at this. Chewbacca on Millennium Falcon. Falcon will get +3/+3, but an instant confiscate to take off the pilot unit.
Winston says, get out of here. We ain't going to put up with that shenanigans. I was going to say, I really like seeing the I've never seen the discard card used kind of like a Han reminder, but I love that mechanically. Like I think it was really works.
Well, Brian has another pilot for Millennium Falcon. This one is Han Solo. Millennium Falcon will attack instantly, 5 damage to base. Brian says, you take care of the first one. I've got plenty of pilots. Millennium Falcon getting piloted by Han, putting some good pressure on Winston.
Now, Brian's out of cards in his hand at this point. So Winston has kind of reached a part of the game where, Brian's top decking. And if Winston starts to feel like he can manage kind of what's on the board here, then he might be a little more comfortable, but we ain't there yet. He's got a lot of work to do still.
Yeah, he does. Yoda putting some damage on Tech, restoring 2. Tech putting that damage right back on Winston's base. Now Mina Bonteri will defeat Tech, restoring another 1 from base. Kira will add 3 to that total, so 27 damage on Winston's base. Just 6 HP remaining. What does Winston have here to answer these units? Looks like resupply carrier is going to put some damage on the piece of junk.
That resupply carrier shouldn't be dead. It only takes 5 damage back. He's got 6 HP, doesn't it? Oh, no, is it 5 HP?
It's just 5.
It is 5.
Yeah, it's just 5.
For some reason, my brain thought it was not that. Okay, but then he does bring in Luke,
and that clears it up.
Yeah, that solves that problem.
Yep, space no longer a problem currently for Winston. Now the focus is on the ground arena. Brian has the initiative, 27.
Oh.
It's going to be Hotshot Blaster onto Kira. That's going to only swing for 5. If only he would have had the surprise strike. It's 32 damage, 1 shy, and Winston is about to do some restoring. Luke Skywalker attacking and defeating the Kira unit, restoring 3 in the process. Back down to 29. That has to feel rough for Brian. He was 1 damage short.
Every unit in this ground arena for Winston has some form of restore.
Continuing to restore here. Back down to 27 damage on base for Winston as Yoda deals 4 damage to Brian's base. It's 11 on. Tech did come out for Brian, but Winston still has Mina Bonteri, still restoring 1, dealing some extra damage. And keep in mind, 3 cards in hand, no, 4 cards, I believe, in hand for Winston. He still has all his resources to work with. Blue leader for 5, ambushing and defeating Tech. This is getting out of control for Brian.
I was going to comment. I was like, I don't think I would leave Tech alive in this situation. And Winston agreed with me. He just had a different plan for how he was going to deal with it. So,
well, I don't think you could have much more presence in the ground arena. Winston has just completely taken control of the board. Brian will start the next action phase with no units in play. And Winston back down to 26 damage on his base. I don't know. This is tough. There's too much restore on the board. I'm just not sure Brian can claw back here.
Well, and now he's got to work through a shielded sentinel as well in the ground arena. Brian desperately needs some kind of space unit that he can a fast Falcon here would be a huge pickup for him. Fast Falcon into a surprise strike. I mean, it wouldn't get him over the hump because there's all this restore, but it would get him closer, right?
Going to start with that waylay, bouncing Luke Skywalker back to Winston's hand, but here comes 5. Nope. Little pump fake. Here comes 2 from Mina Bonteri. It's 15 damage on Brian's base as Winston just continues to restore.
Ooh. So it's a different Falcon, the Set 2 Falcon, Lando's Falcon today here now. Oh.
Immediate answer. Rivals fall. No, sir, Brian. Not today.
Yeah.
Board clear again. And Winston is still coming in for another, 11 damage in the ground arena, restoring 2.
Yeah.
I think that's probably going to about wrap this one up. Another Village Protectors for what it's worth. Top 2 cards for Brian. Don't think either one of them get him out of this situation.
No, I don't think so. Once you get this Han down to where he's top decking, it's there you go. It's tough. It's tough to get your way back in against a blue-green hero deck like this.
Absolutely. If Yoda can stabilize, get flipped, effectively deal with the board with that flip, and then get the restore online, it is so hard to recover. And we saw that in game 1. Winston taking the early lead. You talked about it. Winston, a finalist at this Planetary Qualifier at Stormcrow Games in the previous set. And he is trying to make his way back to the finals and this time claim the crown.
Yep, these are a couple of our. This is basically our table 1 for the day, right? This for the round. This is a couple of 3-0 players. They are. I do not believe they're the only undefeated ones in the field. Let's while they're doing some sideboard shenanigans, let's have a quick look and make sure that I'm not lying to you, though. I'll come to this fancy screen for a minute. Let's see, what do we got? There we go. So no, they're not the only undefeated players in the field. Table 2, Justin and Caleb also undefeated. And then we've got one more 3-0 player still here in the field in Lubbock, and then the 2-1s begin.
Yeah, plenty of 2-1s right now. We talked about Winston, undefeated currently, runner-up at the last Stormcrow Games Planetary Qualifier. He went against Mitchell, and Mitchell is in the field as well. Mitchell, the PQ winner, last go-around with Sabine ECL today. He's on, I believe, Han Solo Worth the Risk, paired up with Energy Conversion Lab. And so we've got our 2 finalists here in the building.
I got to have dinner with them last night, which was really fun because I hadn't realized, I didn't know, covering the last event, how that they were basically good friends, kind of testing buddies here in town. They've kind of formed their own team here locally. You see those limited sleeves that Winston is running. He is he and I know Braxton has joined them on that team along with Mitchell. So they've got a little local team here in Lubbock. They went to Mesa and apparently played fairly well. Mitchell was telling me that one of them had placed in the top 16, but I do not know who it is. It might have been Braxton.
That's awesome.
Winston said he had a pretty good showing in Mesa. I think he told me he was top 64.
Yeah, still a very solid run, walking away with points for the leaderboard, some good prizing as well. So, yeah, definitely not anything to hold your head down about.
Not at all. Brian did say he was going to take the initiative here as we go into game number 2. So he's correctly got the token. Everybody looking over there.
Interesting. We talk about initiative with these Han 1 decks. A lot of times against decks that are just going to make one play on turn 1, usually the initiative's going to slip back across the table anyways, because Han a lot of times wants to use that action ability, then make a play. So he is going to start it out with that Han action ability. 3 ready resources for Brian here on turn 1, and it's Mina Bonteri for Winston. Is it going to be the Fast Falcon again starting for Brian? It absolutely will be.
I mean, why not? He got such amazing work out of it in game 1. Why wouldn't you do it again?
Yeah, Brian did a ton of damage with that turn 1 Millennium Falcon. Piece of junk in game 1, was 1 damage shy from closing out game 1. And Falcon starting the process again here in game 2, 3 damage to Data Vault. Resource defeated. It was home 1. And now Mina Bonteri will swing for 2 and even out the damage totals at 2 apiece, restoring for 1.
It's interesting to me that Brian is already kind of looking at his top end and thinking, this is probably not what I need. And either he knows this matchup better than I do, or I'm just misunderstanding the situation we're in. I would have I mean, it's too early to get value out of a home 1 like that. I agree. But I'm a little surprised to see him just get rid of it at all.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, Wes, now there are 2 of them.
Yes, there are. Both players coming in with
exact
this card.
copies of Obi-Wan Kenobi here.
I guess kind of what I'm getting at is, if you put that card in the row, and you're playing tech, and of course you're playing tech, I feel like there's value in leaving that one behind, possibly. But again, this is not a matchup that I know very well, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert.
And it's very clear in this matchup that Winston is the one who wants to control, wants to continually make trades if he can, keep Brian's board in check as he trades some damage with both Obi-Wan Kenobis. And now Brian is just going to take that trade. And Mina Bonteri crashing in for 2 once again. And it's 4 damage on each base. The Han action ability wasn't used last round, so 1 resource was paid by Brian to keep the Falcon in play as it deals another 3 damage. And now we see the resupply. Brian ramping up, and Spark of Hope for Winston will allow Winston to ramp as well, turning Obi-Wan Kenobi that was defeated this phase into a resource.
Both players ramping. A little different card they used to get there, but interesting that we're all keeping up with each other. So this is going to be Han's deploy turn. This has the potential to be a big turn for Brian, depending on what he's got in his hand.
Very good point. Once again, Brian paying that 1 resource to keep Falcon in play. Falcon doing great work so far. Here comes Chewbacca again on the Falcon. Falcon will get +3/+3. Can't be defeated by enemy card abilities. Can't be returned to hand either. But here comes a Bright Hope, a Sentinel in the ground arena, or excuse me, in the space arena for Winston as he bounces the Mina Bonteri back to hand and draws a card.
I'm a little surprised to see him bounce Mina there, but I guess he wanted the card advantage, so it sort of makes sense. Chewie's going to
Falcon
clean that thing up.
Yeah, Chewbacca chewing up the Bright Hope.
Oh, no, he didn't use it. He just deployed it.
Coming out. Here it is. Han Solo leader getting into base for 4. Another ready resource for Brian. Top card of the deck put into play as a resource. 11 damage on Winston's base, and we'll see if Brian can take advantage of those 3 ready resources. Just going to play blue leader for 3 into the space arena. He knows that he's been able to put good pressure over there, and Winston, that's where most of the damage has come from Brian throughout the first couple games, has been the space arena, especially those Falcons.
Yeah. Brian had a good pickup there in his hand. Did you see it? He grabbed a. He ended up with the Han Solo ambush unit out of set 1.
Very nice.
Yeah.
The reluctant hero, Mina Bonteri, getting into Han Solo leader, restoring 1. Mina Bonteri defeated, so Winston disclosing there to draw a card.
Mina and Yoda work so well together, right? Because Mina's like, I'll just throw myself away. You can grab a card, then you can fire off Yoda because, hey, a unit left play.
Comes Luke Skywalker. Luke is going to give a big -6/-6 to the Millennium Falcon that was piloted by Chewbacca. So the big threat dealt with. Blue leader getting to base for 3. 17 damage on Data as Winston setting up the Yoda deploy here, using that action ability, drawing a card. He's able to put a card back on top from his hand, getting just the right cost that he needs on top. Like Brian is just going to continue to pressure in the air. It's Millennium Falcon, Lando's Pride being smuggled into play, but it's Yoda deploying. Home 1 discarded off the top. Millennium Falcon, Lando's Pride instantly defeated as L3 comes out, and then Yoda is going to answer the Han leader unit, restoring 2, back down to 15. Back and forth we go. Great response from Winston for the Falcon. Brian just claiming the initiative. once again staring down a total of restore 5
I'm so quiet
between
because
Luke and Yoda.
I'm so quiet and I'm looking this like how is he going to get back into this? The amount of restore these blue hero units can put out is just absolutely silly. So, you know, you're looking at 5 restore. You know, worst case Yaddle comes out. It doesn't get better from there. Your blue leader is essentially negated by Luke swinging every turn. So just I just don't like how do you get back into this? Ooh,
This is not
this is a
good.
start.
Yeah, definitely. Now the blue leader coming out. He will have to
I think he forgot he had
defeat
one in
one of
play.
them. Yeah, he did.
I think he forgot he had one in play right there.
And unfortunately, this feels like a play that has to happen as
he's,
that ready blue leader
he has to
is
deal
defeated,
with that.
but he's got to answer the leader.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of Yoda. But that big 9 HP swing off of Luke, 6 to base, restore 3, that just, every time that happens, it feels terrible. I mean, unless you're Yoda. If you're Winston, you're loving this. But, I mean, for Brian, it's like, oh, man, I was doing so well. I was doing so well. What happened?
Absolutely. L3 going to start the process of trying to get Luke off the board, losing the shield token, putting 2 damage on Luke. It's 12 damage on Data Vault, 10 damage on the Lair of Grievous. On Brian's side.
He has the ability to clear this Luke now in his hand. The trick is it's not going to happen until next turn. He can't do anything about it this round.
So Winston is going to play his own blue leader, paying 5. It's coming down into the ground arena, bringing some support, ambushing and defeating L3, and Eager Escort Fighter being put in the space for Winston.
Looks like our internet is taking a bit of a dump here, so pardon us, guys. Make sure Josh is still there. Nope.
Yep.
You are. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm watching the drop frames number go up and our internet go down, and so we had a bit of a break there. I apologize.
Han Solo, reluctant hero, ambushing and defeating the Jedi Knight. No damage back, and it's blue leader coming in to Brian's base for 5. So now Winston taking the lead in the damage race.
Brian finally able to clear all of this restore. He won't have to deal with Yoda again, thankfully. I'm sure he's very glad of that. Unfortunately, now he's behind on damage, and there's Luke.
Oh, another Luke.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent follow-up for Winston. -6 to Han. Han taken care of.
Yeah, you start. You know, that we talked earlier in the day about those percentage win plays, right? Like that's one of those big swings where you just see it like, oh, I can start to get back into this game, and your opponent's just like, nope, I'm gonna kick you in the teeth again. That's not happening.
Yep. Yeah, Luke Skywalker showing up once again. It's going to be Qui-Gon Jinn coming out for Brian. So this will ambush and defeat Luke Skywalker. Qui-Gon will be defeated. And that means that he can choose that non-leader unit, the blue leader that Winston had. And Winston has to either put it on top or bottom of his deck. And it's Bo-Katan coming out. -3 to the blue leader. Blue leader defeated. Eager Escort Fighter gets an experience token, and things just went from bad to worse for Brian.
These blue-green hero decks just have so many answers, so many tools where they can reduce the size of your units, they can buff their own, they've got restore, they've got removal. It's so crazy.
Really is 24 damage on Brian's base now. 1 attack from Bo-Katan finishes this match for Winston, as Winston looks to remain undefeated here in Lubbock.
Brian on the button. I mean, he's got a waylay in his hand, but that's not really going to get him there. He's got to win the game, and he's got to do something in this action. He can put the bow back, I guess, with the waylay. He's trying to figure out what the right kind of play is here.
Such a rough spot.
Okay.
Typho at least puts a sentinel in the way.
Yep.
Oh, and it's vanquished. Take out the sentinel, and now An attack from the eager escort fighter is lethal as the escort fighter gets another experience token.
Ugh, now he's got lethal in both lanes, and now Brian is in real trouble. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Well, he's going to waylay one of the units, but the
And the
other
other one
unit will
doesn't.
just
Yeah, it's
swing
a
for game. Winston, our finalist 4 months ago, he's 4-0 so far today.
a bit of a Pyrrhic victory at the end. You're able to like, well, I can bounce this guy, and then the other one can have the honor of murdering me. Like, well played by Winston, though. We were talking between rounds, kind of at the end of lunch, and I was talking to Luna, who was on stream earlier, and we were talking Winston. Winston is the only Yoda in the field today, and we were commenting. Luna and I were talking about. She was specifically talking about how she had considered playing Yoda. She figured because Yoda is so good into these Han decks. And and that led kind of me to go back to the conversation you and I were having earlier about kind of the meta, up, down, the roller coaster, who plays what and when, and how you decide to predict what folks are into. The rise of Han, and you might expect to see Yoda show up to maybe kind of pull him back into the pack a little bit. But there's only one in the field, and if he keeps running into matchmaking like that, into those kinds of games, he could have a really good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yoda is very good into these 25 HP bases, right? The Cad Tarkin towns. He's solid into Han 2 ECL. That matchup's a little bit tougher, but he's good into the Cads. We've seen Cad as one of the more well-represented decks in this format. He's also very good into the Han 1 double yellow decks, right? And we know that there are a few running through the field today as well. And even in Yoda's really bad matchups, they're not terrible, right? And Yoda's just such a consistent deck. We saw Yoda being really the dominant force in the meta earlier in Secrets of Power meta. This is a really good deck. If you're a strong player and you really practice the matchups, you know the lines, and you really tweak your sideboard effectively based on what you think the matchups you'll be running into,
Right.
I think Yoda is definitely still a very strong pick.
Right, I agree. And Winston has been on Yoda for a while in the sense of, we saw him playing Yoda in the last 4 months ago, the last BQ here in Lubbock, a finalist at the time, playing it on a force base. Obviously, pivoting to that data vault, maybe moving away from the force token package, you probably drop that high-end Yoda unit and maybe some of the other cards, Shatterpoint and things that would trigger off of that force token. But plenty of other great cards, coming in, Secrets of Power that you're able to fold into the deck, like Bo-Katan. You easily can replace that Yoda with Bo-Katan and don't really feel that upset about it, do you?
No, Bo-Katan is so nuts, right?
Yeah.
It's so good. It's really good in the Han 2 decks as well. You get
Very
her
much
out
so.
even earlier,
Yep.
but if you can get to the late game as these blue-green heroism decks, you have to feel comfortable. Luke, Home 1, Bo-Katan. I mean, it's just relentless pressure. You're able to get units back. It's tough.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to see more of it today. Because we know that Winston's not going anywhere, and some of his opponents are running similar shenanigans in what they've brought today too. So it should be entertaining.
Yeah.
Quick look at the leaderboard again. I know we took a look earlier in the day, but we've got still got some undefeated folks here in the field. We just saw Winston move out to 4-0. Caleb's still very much in the mix at 3-1. We'll keep an eye on this and see where everybody else kind of settles out. For those of you that are curious, I know that Justin is playing Han 1 Yellow. And then who else? Caleb is on Han 2 ECL. And then that just leaves, I'm going to butcher this name. I think that's Emit. That's a Kira Data Vault deck. So we've kind of gone old school with the blue-green villain shell, but working off of Kira instead of, say Kylo out of set 5.
Yeah, Kylo's been really solid for the last several weeks. Had top 4 appearances in both of the recent sector qualifiers. So Kylo's been doing very well. And interesting to point out too, just looking at some of the matches. So table 4 was Mitchell. We mentioned Mitchell, the defending champion of this planetary qualifier. He won in round 4, so he moves on to 3-1. So yeah, these 2 guys that made it all the way to the finals last time, they're certainly in a strong position early in the day here in Lubbock.
Well, and so is, let's see, where is, I could have sworn, Braxton's one of their teammates. I thought he was up in this. Okay, he's in 12th right now. He's also 2-1. So we'll have to see how he does. But yeah, definitely one of the local teams showing up and playing well so far. So you always love to see that, right, when you've got an event like this.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned earlier, I mean, that's the cool thing about planetary qualifiers. There's still high stakes. It's
Oh
still a
yeah.
very competitive event, and you have a lot of seasoned competitive players that show up to these planetary qualifiers. But a lot of times you get these local players that are really trying to make a statement. You get these local teams that aren't as well known, and they're able to really do well, score points on the leaderboard, get their spots for the main event at the Galactic Championship, and you love to see things like that.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, we've got about 15-ish minutes probably left. Actually, I should check the official round timer. I can actually do that. 18 minutes on the official timer right now, so I'm actually not that far off. I'm only about 30 seconds off on the screen timer. So we'll take a short break here, and we'll be back with what should be round 5 here in, let's see, closer to the top of the hour. Yeah, give us about 15 minutes and come on back, and we will see you guys then, okay? right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Round 5 about to kick off here in Lubbock, Texas. My name is Wes, joined by Josh as we've been bringing you the PQ today. Appreciate you hanging out with me, Josh. It's been great.
Absolutely. Really has been fun. We've seen some very exciting matches. We've seen some lopsided matches, but we've also seen some crazy things like two sudden ferocity on a Vader, on a TIE
On a TIE
fighter
fighter.
piloted by Vader.
On a TIE
So
fighter
we've
with a
seen some
Vader
crazy
pilot.
things.
We have seen some crazy things that we may never see again, but we can say
Yep.
we saw them once, and that was enough. This is going to be a good
Yep.
time. As we head into round 5, we're bringing you guys a match of folks who know each other. They travel down here from Amarillo. So let's introduce our players here. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is Will. Will on CAD Tarkentown today. And then sitting across from him is his buddy Alexander. Alexander is playing Han 2 Blue Force Base today. So that is the match that we are going to be bringing you here as we head into round 5.
If I'm Will, I have to like this, right? I mean, if you're bringing CAD Tarkentown, you probably want to find yourself facing off against some Han Solo worth the risk decks, I would assume. So
Yeah.
let's see how this, fares for Will. Obviously, Han 2 damaging its own units. This just plays into Tarkentown, so we'll see how Alexander tries to maneuver around that Tarkentown in the early game.
I'm going to step away for about 10, 15 seconds. I forgot to fix that camera after somebody knocked into one of the poles. So I'll be right back.
Oh, yes. Okay. Sounds good. We'll also have to see if Will is running the newer, more popular one-drop version of CAD Tarkentown, as the more mid-range version that isn't running all the one-cost units, all the one-drops, that has kind of fell out of favor. And the ones that have had success, we go back to the Mesa Sector Qualifier just a few weekends ago. 2 Cad Bane Tarkentown were in the top cut, piloted by some of the best players in the United States. So here we go.
Why didn't those update?
Will start with the initiative. Going to quickly mulligan that opening hand. See what Alexander decides to go with. Looks like Alexander has some options for turn 1. I think he had a Yaddle and an Adi Gallia in hand, but not satisfied with the texture of the rest of the hand, apparently. Question is, if Will is playing the one-drop version, even having the initiative, you can dump that one-cost unit. Your opponent makes their opening play, and you can still play another one-cost Underworld unit to ping plus Tarkentown. So does Alexander have a turn 1 play that can potentially dodge the ping plus Tarkentown? He needs something with 5 or more HP. That's more common with the Gunji, right? But we don't have that here with aggression and vigilance. Both players taking the mulligan. Both players sitting at 3-1, looking to win and put themselves in a solid spot going into the final round of Swiss. We will have 6 rounds of Swiss today before cutting to the top 8.
Sorry I'm so quiet. I'm working on a couple of things in the background that are frustrating me, and I'm not sure what's happening. But overall, we're doing okay. I think I see what's going on here.
Here we go. It's going to be Ezra Bridger for Alexander using the Han action ability, and it is going to be no guessing from Will here. Tarkentown immediately used to stabilize and defeat the turn 1 play from Alexander. And look at this. I'm very surprised. So the Tarkentown was instantly used, but no turn 1 play from Will. No units being played onto the board. Very surprising there.
Yeah, that's really weird for CAD, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just have to see what the composition of this deck looks like. Again, not sure if it's the heavy 1-cost version, but missing turn 1. Definitely not what you're looking for. We're going to see Stolen AT Hauler coming out for Will here in the second action phase, and it's going to be Grogu plus an Owen Lars coming out with that action ability, costing 0 resources, but getting a couple damage. Stolen AT Hauler, one of the better aggressive units that we're finding in these CAD Tarkentown lists now. That Stolen AT Hauler can be very difficult to deal with, and when you're presenting 4 damage from the early game, every single phase with that 4-5 in the space arena can really put your opponent in a predicament. It's going to be Forlom coming out for Will, ambushing and defeating the Owen Lars, the devoted uncle, defeated. Cad Bane trigger, 1 damage to Grogu. Alexander gets to search the top 5 cards of his deck for a force unit, finding Chirrut Imwe, one of the great 4-cost force units that we got in Legends of the Force. And here is a great response to that early space pressure. Entrenched being put onto the Stolen AT Hauler. It gets +3/+3, but it will not be attacking Alexander's base.
All this back and forth, all this board control, still no damage on anybody's base here as in the 5 resource round.
Extremely interesting. Yaddle coming out.
Grogu passing some damage back to Forlom.
Will has the initiative, has the space arena kind of locked down right now thanks to that entrenched.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see Alexander play anything in the space arena anytime soon. Doesn't seem worth it.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it is a massive 7-8 in the space arena for Will that will answer anything Alexander chooses to put up in the air.
Will on the button here, probably trying to make a decision if he does he. What do you do with this Forlom? You got a 4/2 Forlom on the ground arena. That is Forlom, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Zuckuss. A good follow-up. Zuckuss will have ambush and +1/+1 thanks to Forlom's text. So Zuckuss is going to ambush and defeat Yaddle. Cad Bane triggered ability, 1 more damage to Grogu, so 2 damage on Grogu.
Grogu able to just off Forlom here if he wants. Oh, no, he can't because Forlom is +1/+1 because Zuckuss is in play.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, both of these ground units for Will giving each other +1/+1. So Forlom is able to go into Alexander's base. First base damage of the game. 5 damage to Alexander's base as we see the Han action ability and Ezra once again being played for 2 resources. Han leader unit being deployed. Chirrut Imwe is going to be played for 3 resources with that Han action ability. And it's 3 damage going into Tarkentown.
A little surprised to see him play Chirrut with damage on him, but I think he's just trying to make sure that he's able to kind of just put the extra units on the board. I think that's probably worthwhile.
Now, I do believe Chirrut should only have 2 damage.
He does. He's got the token turned the wrong way. Hopefully they'll catch it in a moment.
Okay.
They haven't yet, but it should only have 2 damage on it, yes.
Now, keep in mind that Forlom and Zuckuss both have Saboteur, so they're getting around that Sentinel.
Well, and Alexander doesn't have a Force token right now, so Chirrut's already kind of a little dodgy, just not as nasty as he should be. Yeah, they got it now.
Yep, there we go. Forlom doing some work. Has already dealt 10 damage to Alexander's base. Alexander needs to clear up these big bounty hunters if he can. Grogu action ability is going to move the 2 damage from Chirrut and put it onto Zuckuss. So Zuckuss has 3 HP remaining now.
Will has some weird choices here to make, right? Because he's got these giant units. He could push a ton of base damage, but if for some reason he falls short, if he can't get there, he's going to lose these units, and Alexander's probably still going to have stuff on the board afterwards. So he's pushing base damage here, and to me there's a bit of a risk in the sense of if he can finish the game, then it's the right call. But if Alexander's able to kind of outvalue him here, then he's in a bit of a pickle. And by killing Zuckuss, he takes Forlom with him.
Yeah, such a value trade there with Ezra being able to clean up both units because Forlom had 4 total damage on. So as soon as Zuckuss leaves play, so does Forlom, no longer getting the +1/+1. Now Alexander has the force to work with. 17 damage on that force base. Action back over to Will, has 6 resources to work with. Of course, could deploy CAD, but he does have that Chirrut Imwe with Sentinel, and now Alexander having the force, so certainly a brick wall to get through.
Yeah, clean Chirrut with a force token is going to be not the sort of thing that CAD wants to see. Does Will have any plot here? A sudden ferocity, for example, be a really strong card for CAD to pick up here, but does not have it.
Such a good point. That sudden ferocity would bring Cad Bane leader unit up to 7 power while attacking, which would be enough to get through the Chirrut even with the force.
Yeah.
But not having it, this is going to be tough. It means that Cad, even with a pump, unless he has Surprise Strike could get there and take Chirrut out with 1 action.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about earlier, right? Some of these plot cards really move the needle and change the math on how you approach certain leaders. We've had all of these sets, all of this time with, okay, the leader deploys and this are his stats, but what if they're not? What if your expectation of the stats of the leader that's about to hit the board are completely wrong? Could happen to you in red or green.
Indeed. Han Solo leader unit going to trade some damage with CAD. 3 on to CAD, 2 back to Han. See McClunky bouncing back the space unit here. The stolen AT hauler bounced back. That's going to deal 3 damage to Chirrut Imwe. And CAD triggered ability will deal 2 damage here when Underworld card is played. He can use this once each round, and 2 damage to Han, and it's Luke Skywalker to come down and give a big -6/-6 and defeat Cad Bane.
CAD never getting a swing feels absolutely terrible here. This is kind of what I was afraid might happen, right? Just Alexander now able to stick all of these units, and Will pushed a bunch of base damage, but not able to push through some of this means that Alexander is in a good position to recover some of this HP and hang around this game longer than Will probably wants him to.
Now Alexander with Luke on the board showing the restore. Forlom did come down, ambush, and defeat Chirrut, but Alexander has really a commanding position on the board. Could answer Forlom right away just by healing up one of these units with Grogu. It's going to be the action, healing the big threat. The 2 damage taken off of the Jedi Knight. Forlom defeated, and now Will's board empty yet again. He has 7 resources to work with, but he's staring down 9 damage and restore 3 on Alexander's side.
Yeah, these Han. Wow, 3 Forloms
Another
already.
Forlom.
Wow. These Han decks are so good at getting value out of the board, making sure that they're out trading you and just it can be a really frustrating experience to play against when you're these Cad Bane decks come the same way. They come equipped to fight over the ground arena. The space arena, maybe not so much, but they are 100% here to fight over the ground arena. And Han brings his game too, and it's tough. It's a tough fight.
Alexander feels that the window of opportunity is now. Luke goes into base for 6. It's 9 damage on Tarkin Town as Alexander heals 3. Back down to 14. That Forlom once again in danger of just getting picked off with the Grogu action ability in back-to-back phases. That's exactly what happens. Forlom taken out, and Luke remains ready to go.
Grogu has like a little kill marker now running on his little bassinet, right? He's just marking him off as he murders him.
Grogu, so cute, so deadly.
So cute and deadly. That'll be his next subtitle. Grogu, cute and deadly.
And here comes a surprise strike onto
one.
that stolen AT hauler. 7 damage to Alexander's base, 21 on. But Alexander still holding on to Restore 3 with Luke and plenty of resources to play with here.
The surprise strike essentially counteracting Luke's Restore this turn. So that's noteworthy, although I think we're about to see a crate. Yeah.
Oh, Crate Dragon, the big creature unit, 10-10 with Overwhelm. And now Alexander says, I dare you to play anything, Will.
Yeah.
Damage is coming to your base if you do.
Yeah, when you see a Han 2 player tap all their resources this late in the game, you know it's not going to be a good thing for you.
No, absolutely right. The Crate Dragon has entered the chat.
I'm trying to get a sense of what he's got in his hand.
Spells trouble.
I can see another 8. I think he's got an AT hauler. It looks like a Raider.
He does have a Waylay.
I think he's got a Waylay, a Raider, and an AT hauler. I think that's his hand.
Okay. Wow, tough spot. I mean,
yeah, he's got 6 ready, so he can. If he waylays the dragon, he can't follow it up. And if he waylays it next turn, Alexander will just play it again.
And not only that, if you waylay the Crate Dragon, you take 3 to base, and you're going to take another 6 right away from Luke.
Right, and you can't. I mean,
and
Luke's coming.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, Luke's coming.
So 12 damage on Tarkin Town, 3 damage dealt to base when the waylay was played, and now Luke's getting in for 6. It's 18 damage on Tarkin Town. Alexander healing 3. It's 18 damage on both bases, and Alexander has the Luke. We know he has Crate in hand. This is a very serious,
a
very uncomfortable spot for Will.
Yeah, Will's really back to the wall here. He's got another hauler in his hand, which he could play, but I don't think. No, I think he's scooping. No, is he scooping? He's scooping. He's looking, but he's scooping. Yeah. Yep.
Well, he fought hard. Unfortunately, though, once that Luke came down, we've seen it in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah.
Just the sheer power level of Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight is able to completely turn the momentum in the board state, and then you get that Restore 3. The 9 damage swings a lot of times is just too much to overcome.
Yeah. Chat suggesting maybe he should have bounced Luke. It might not have been a bad play. I mean, he went with the waylay to get the hauler back, clear the entrenched. He did get some more damage out of that hauler. I don't know. That's a tough call, I think.
It is. I think if he did have the other AT hauler, in theory, you bounce the Luke, you prevent 6 damage being dealt, and the Restore 3, and then just hope you draw a surprise strike. Because if I'm remembering correctly, I think Alexander had 21 damage on base.
Mm-hmm.
So a surprise strike onto an AT hauler would close out the game. So, maybe you just waylay the Luke and hope you top deck that surprise strike.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, tough spot. Alexander, the early lead here in round 5.
I almost want to go back and figure out how many little kill silhouettes Grogu gets to paint on that bassinet, though, because it was absolutely brutal just watching him just pick off units all game. It felt terrible.
Yeah, Grogu is just so good. It's almost disgusting how good Grogu is with these Han Solo worth the risk decks. The amount of value that he generates is really pure insanity. And something else to note in that game, Wes, Will did not have a turn 1 play.
Yeah.
He just used the epic action on Tarkin Town to clear out Alexander's turn 1 play, and he had Alexander up to 21 damage on base. So if he found some turn 1 plays, I mean, that extra damage could have went a long way towards the end of that game.
Yeah. I mean, you consider that he had no turn 1 play, and look how close it was.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go move that camera again just a little bit. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. The players doing a little sideboarding here again. This is a matchup that Will should be slightly favored into. We saw how effective the Tarkentown is against Han Solo, worth the risk because of that action ability, playing the units from hand, dealing damage to them, just essentially turning on the Tarkentown epic action right away. Let's see if Will can claw his way back in and force a game 3. I think a big part of that will certainly be a turn 1 play, because that's really where you generate that tempo. These CAD
Yeah.
Tarkentown decks, you want to be able to ping. They don't early in the game, and when you don't have that, that tempo is just, it's not there in the same fashion that it should be.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Grogu coming out and not having the ability to ping him and Tarkentown him away. I mean, we saw how much that cost Will in that game. It was crazy how many things Grogu murdered.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Will is going to put it all on this second hand as he takes a mulligan here. How many 1-drops is Will running? Well, we find out here in game 2.
You know, you bring up an interesting point in that we didn't, there's a very popular variant of the Cad Bane shell out there right now that runs a lot of 1-drops. I don't think we saw any in that game, did we?
No, I don't think we did.
So this may be more of a
he's running the more mid-range version.
Yeah, this might be more of a traditional kind of mid-rangey CAD, that kind of caps out around the 7/7 CAD unit out of set 3, that sort of thing. Well, we'll know soon enough, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will taking the mulligan again. Not happy with his hand. they're bantering back and forth. Alexander apparently saying he had really tough resourcing decisions. Will's like, "Oh, your hand's that good, huh? Yay!" Obvious these two guys know each other and play on the regular. Down here from Amarillo, not but a couple hours, I think, just up the way down 27. I'm not familiar with this part of the state. I don't come out here that often, but you look at a map and you think, oh, West Texas is crazy. But you get out here and you talk to the folks and they're like, well, but it's only a few hours drive. And okay, well, I mean, in this part of the world, that's not that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 2 or 3 hour drive for Planetary Qualifier, not bad at all.
Nah.
I've talked to so many players that are willing to travel those distances or even more to grind these PQs and try to get those points, especially if you're very serious about getting that invite to the Galactics, right? To the main event, getting your ticket punched.
It's a little easier for you East Coasters. Y'all's tend to be a little packed a little closer together than ours do.
That's fair. Yeah, that is fair.
Okay, well now there's
here we go. Hey, look, it's a 1-cost unit.
Like
it's
we were talking about.
And it's going to be Marin on turn 1. And Will says, well, don't even worry about the damage there. We're going to immediately Tarkentown and defeat Marin that had 2 damage on it. Look at this. It is 2 1-cost units. Will has found the 1-cost units. He's found the turn 1 plays. He's cleaned up Alexander's. This is the start that Will is looking for.
And it's kind of more of the start I think we expected to see out of game 1 that we just didn't get. So here we go. Yeah, this I think is going to put Will in a much better position here as we head into game 2.
Absolutely. Greedo dealing the first base damage of the game. 3 to Alexander's base. It's Grogu and then Han action ability, putting Owen out into play with 2 damage on. And now it's a decision to make. Do we take out the Owen here? We do. The Guavian Antagonizer going to attack and defeat Owen, and that just means that Grogu's not able to throw damage to the other side of the board.
Yeah, I think it's a good play after Will kind of got burned by the little Muppet in game 1 so badly. And, Owen, you never like the idea of feeding your opponent something they want out of their deck just by murdering Owen Lars. But I still think it's probably, the short-term gain for possible long-term pain is a better play for Will here. Oh,
absolutely. And he's going to waylay the Grogu.
Ooh.
Alexander did find Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, off of the win defeated ability from Owen as he searched the top 5, found the Force unit. But now Will has successfully cleaned up the board. He's got Greedo and Guavian Antagonizer in play. Definitely a stronger start here. Alexander just going to play the Itinerant Warrior, paying the full 4 resources, getting a shielded 4/4 in the ground arena.
That's a great tempo play for Will, putting Grogu back, because now not only has he cleaned up, you're getting rid of this clown that caused you so much problems in game 1. You're also in a position where you go into the 4 resource round, turn 3. Your opponent's basically back at square one. They've gotten nothing to stick to the board, and all they've gotten out of it is an extra card in hand.
Now, Will, of course, can deal some good damage here between Greedo and the Guavian Antagonizer, but the question is, what does he have in hand? Is he able to push good presence on the board past these 2?
It's going to be interesting to see how Will navigates this turn as well, because he's got a Saboteur on the board, right? That Antagonizer is a 2/3 Saboteur, and he can knock out the shield and put 2 damage onto the Warrior. He's going to go to base instead.
Get 8 damage on Alexander's base. A stolen AT hauler will pop the Itinerant Warrior shield thanks to the CAD triggered ability. Whenever you play that Underworld unit, you can exhaust Cad Bane, and an opponent has to choose a unit they control, deal 1 damage to it. So definitely much better start for Will. The stolen AT hauler keeping up the great pressure. Alexander had the entrenched pretty early for stolen AT hauler in game 1. See if he has it here in game 2. Itinerant Warrior cleaning up the Antagonizer will claim the bounty and draw a card. Is Alexander.
Catching a glimpse of Alexander's hand there. We know he drew the Anakin off the top of the deck with the Owen pickup earlier. He's also sitting on a Luke Skywalker. So he's primed and ready for these 5, 6, and 7 resource rounds. It's going to be a question of what Will's got in his hand to answer it as we work through them.
Yeah, is Will going to be able to keep enough pressure on where he just closes this game out before those cards stabilize? The AT hauler getting in for 4. It's 12 damage on Alexander's base.
Yeah, they kind of backed up there and changed the Greedo attack to the hauler attack first there.
Yep. Han Solo leader unit coming out. Greedo putting Alexander's base damage total up to 15. And now Han, let's see if Han does some cleanup. He will clean up the ground arena, attacking and defeating the Greedo unit off the top. It's another Greedo on that when defeated trigger. So not able to deal 2 extra damage. And Zuckuss just going to be played here as a 6/6 with Saboteur into the ground arena. It is a big threat.
Yeah, just a casual 6/6, no big deal.
Hey, look what's back. It's entrenched onto the stolen AT hauler, and Grogu coming back down, and we've got damage on Alexander's side, so that damage could start being moved around.
Yeah, but I think the big thing there is that Will took initiative, and so now he can go into this round with his big 6/6 ready to swing in and immediately push Alexander to 21 on if he's ready, if that's the play, or maybe even a nice surprise strike or something along those lines would be really, really good here.
Yeah, he can definitely put Alexander in a range where this is getting
scary,
very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
right,
for sure. And that's where you want to be. Like CAD, you've got all these tools, right? You've got surprise strikes, you've got the DL44s, possibly smuggling those out of the row, possibly sudden ferocities. We don't know if he has those in the deck. We didn't see any in game 1. But you've got a lot of great tools to potentially present lethal damage off of a unit that didn't look like it had lethal a moment ago. So, especially with the plot cards in the mix. So we'll have to see how Will pushes this through.
So without any pumps, a Zuckuss plus CAD leader would be threatening 10. So we'll see if Will can present more damage. He absolutely can. There's 9 damage coming through to base with Zuckuss thanks to the surprise strike. Zuckuss attacking with an additional 3 power. What a big hit here. And it's 24 damage on Alexander's base. So Cad Bane leader would be representing lethal.
Alexander needs he either needs to come in with that Luke after CAD deploys or something. Cleaning up Zuckuss here, I mean, moving damage to Zuckuss here feels good, but doesn't actually accomplish very much in terms of getting you closer to getting out of this hole you're in.
Yeah, such a good point. Now CAD is deployed. Alexander must have an immediate response. CAD Bane leader unit is representing game. We're going to deploy, not deploy, we're going to plot here
Garinden.
after the deploy. Garinden coming out. What does Will name with the Garandan? Gets to name a card, then he'll look at Alexander's hand. If he finds a card with that name, he's got the Luke. Absolutely. So good.
Ogdo, Chirrut, Anakin. Two Anakins. Oof.
Wow.
Rough.
Two Anakins and Chirrut. So Alexander is going to have to put that Sentinel down right away. Chirrut Imwe coming out. What do we have? It's going to be Force Choke, 5 damage to Chirrut, opening the door back up in the ground arena. Alexander draws a card, but he can't respond to the leader. CAD Bane will finish it out. We go to game 3 here in round 5.
Outstanding play from Will, and it all comes down to, I think, drawing those 1-drops early, right? Bricking his turn 1 in game 1 set him back so far. He couldn't really recover. He recovered decently. Like, it was a competitive game, but you just got the sense that, man, a deck that doesn't want to it packs lots of these low-to-the-ground units so it can have early drops, not coming up with something. What is happening here? And you see exactly what happens when he draws into the right cards here in game 2.
Definitely. It was crucial. You need those early plays to put the pressure on, and we saw how much pressure. It was at least, 8 damage, I believe, from the Greedos and the Antagonizer, at least on base. Maybe it was a little more, but that's huge. That's what he was missing in game 1.
That's the difference. Well, and we talked about it at the time, right? He's going into the 4 resource round. The first 2 turns of the game, after all of that, Han has no board. Has no board at all. Nothing on board. Between the waylays and the damage, there's nothing left. Han has stuck nothing, and that is really unusual, let's say. Certainly not where you want to be as Han, but if you're CAD, you're loving life because you feel really good about your mid game. That's where you live. That's where you feast.
Absolutely. And you could just tell it here as we go into game 3, just this great feature that you have, Wes, with the player cams, just kind of some of the body language from Alexander there as he was kind of flipping the token. You could just see it. He knows this is a tough matchup. He knows it is tough. In game 1, his opponent missed turn 1, and now game 2, his opponent did exactly what he needed and wanted to do. And now we go to game 3 where it's all on the line, and I think the pressure has shifted. I think the pressure's on Alexander.
I'm inclined to agree. I think now that we've clearly seen what Alex is up against when Will kind of draws into the kinds of things that he wants early. He's I don't know if these guys sideboarded back in between, a little bit of sideboarding, I think, between game 1 and 2. But whatever plan you've got, you better be ready for this because it's coming.
Well, here we go. Another 1-cost unit, the Death Star Stormtrooper Marin coming out with Han actionability, and Will just shoos Marin away. Epic action on Tarkin Town using its 2 1-cost units again. The criminal muscle coming out, and this is just criminal. Oh, Alexander follows it up with Let's Call It War, taking out both 1-cost units. Now, that may have been a sideboard card, and that may be clutch.
That turned into a brilliant opening sequence for Alexander. Well done. And CAD has nothing to play on the 3 resource round. Crazy.
Wow. That is just brutal. And now Poe's coming out for 4 resources. We do have Forlom taking it out right away. Wes, what is this game 3? This is madness.
This is fantastic because you're seeing this. This is what I love about Unlimited, right? This is 2 guys in a boxing ring, punch, counter punch. You have a play, here's my response. Here's my play, here's my response. This is what makes Unlimited such a great game.
Now, Alexander with the initiative as I try to calm down a little bit after that ridiculous start. Han is deployed right away. Fantastic game that we're being treated to.
Oof.
And it's
Going
going to be
big.
Zuckuss. Yep, we're going big. Zuckuss coming out again. No Forlom on the board, unfortunately, but Cad Ping, 1 damage on Han. And now the Anakin Skywalker is going to give Zuckuss -3, and this is a big play because Han can take out Zuckuss and
Oh.
will not be defeated back. Alexander has now
Ooh.
taken control of this match.
Ooh. Good deploy turn for Han there. And so now it's Cat's coming out party here in the 6 resource round. We're going to have to see what Will's been sitting on, been cooking up. I love that Zuckuss play. That's a great way to answer getting rid of Poe and put a lot of pressure on your opponent. But now that the Anakin into the Han attack, cleaning up Zuckuss just puts Alexander in the driver's seat right now.
Alexander looking fantastic in this spot. This is an extremely volatile situation for Will. We're on the 6 resource turn. You've dealt no damage to Alexander's base. He is going to force choke Anakin Skywalker to clean up the champion of Mortis. Alexander will draw another card, but I mean, we're on the flip turn for Cad. No damage on Alexander's base, and as we get later into the game, we know what's coming. The Lukes, the Crate Dragons, the Bo-Katans.
Yeah. You know, we've seen the crates and the Lukes. We know they're there. You have to believe cards like Bo-Katan are at least in the base list or available in the sideboard if Alex is packing them at all. And so this is not a great position for Will. It's not one of these, like, is it unrecoverable? No. Does it feel good? Also no. So he's gonna have to be playing very, very, very well to pull this off.
The new cheeky little line, Han action ability used. Karis being played for just 1 and getting the 2 damage, so it instantly gets defeated. The disclose is met and a ready spy token is created for Alexander.
Will's spending 4 here. I think this is another Forlom, and he's trying to figure out who to ambush. That's what I think is going through his brain right now. I haven't seen the card yet. I'm speculating.
It's tough, right? Because if he ambushes into Han, he knows that the spy can just take out Forlom right away. But if you don't ambush Han, you do have the Han action ability that could still get value here.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to ambush the spy for free and put a ping damage onto Han.
Okay. So let's see if Alexander can really make a big use of the Han action ability. No, just going to play Poe Dameron for 5 here. So Forlom safe for the moment. Now the big Cad Bane leader is deployed.
Cad kind of in a position now where you almost feel like he has to fight over the arena rather than going to base here, which feels a little suboptimal, kind of like not where you want to be, but I think he needs to take out Han. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure he agrees with me, but I'm not sure. This is a tough spot for Will. He's got to make very, very good, very, very, very tough choices here. Okay.
He is going to take out the Han leader unit. 3 damage back onto Cad Bane, which means Cad could be taken out in theory with that Poe Dameron. We'll see what Alexander has in store with Poe.
Certainly wouldn't be a bad use of Poe. You'd clear your opponent's leader and still have the unit on the board that made the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. It always feels good when you throw down Poe and it untaps, right? Whenever you get to ready up Poe and use it with the initiative feels so good. Yep. Poe Dameron is going to attack into Cad Bane. Owen Lars is discarded. And I believe Will is having to, is he discarding a card, making him discard here?
Yes. Yep.
It's the antagonizer that Will discards from his hand.
It's the 7 resource round. From here on out, Alexander's curve has the potential to be just really devastating for Will. Everything from loot, Bo-Katan, crate. We talked about all those earlier. You never know what he's going to come out with. We've even seen people pack Bendu in some of these decks.
Yeah. Yeah, the sky is the limit. We are going to see Hot Shot Blaster being smuggled onto Forlom. Forlom is going to go into base here. 6 damage to Alexander's base. Crazy to say, the 7 resource turn, first damage dealt to either base. And now the Itinerant Warrior coming out, just a 4/4 shielded.
Didn't have his force token, so he can't heal off of that. Yeah. He's never been able to attack with a force unit this game.
Now Will going up into the air with that stolen AT hauler. We've seen the hauler come out in all 3 games in this match. Alexander still has 3 resources to work with, but the question is, I think, yeah, he just claims the initiative. He wants to be able to use this Poe Dameron once
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. He can go to base and discard the blaster. There's all kinds of a lot of great options with this Poe Dameron.
It's like itinerant warrior's just going to clean out the
I'm
Forlom.
Heck with you. I'm done with that.
Oh, good.
Don't even lose my
Alexander
unit.
generating the force, taking out the bounty hunter, and now Poe is ready. And not currently having anything stand in his way in that ground arena.
No, I think it was a good call to go ahead and clear out the Forlom as well, just because that way, you don't know if Will's sitting on yet another Zuckuss in his hand, and
There's the dragon after 4 damage to Alexander's base with the stolen AT hauler. Coming down on the 8 resource turn thanks to Han's action ability. And Will says,
man.
I just can't deal with it. Fist bump given.
Wow.
Alexander taking game 3. Oh, it's brutal. Will showing the Garendon there. Maybe he could have wanted to strip the Crate Dragon from hand, but he wasn't able to do it. And Alexander goes to 4-1 here at Lubbock for this Planetary Qualifier.
What a great match. You always, you never like seeing people lose, but I love games like this, setups like this, because yeah, Will lost, but man, he played a hell of a match. Like, that was just fun to watch.
He did.
I hope he had a great time playing it. I would have in his shoes, because it's these Han 2 decks are tough, but one of the things that I like about them, I like about playing into them, is you are never bored, right? They are interactive games. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of different lines that you can sometimes find your way through things, and it's just, they're good matches almost always.
Yeah, absolutely. That was so wild. The beginning of that game was crazy, because if I'm not mistaken, we went into what was it, the turn 4 or turn 3 or 4 with no units in play.
Yeah.
And, that was madness.
That was crazy, but fun. I love it.
I tell you what was huge in that game, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if this was a card that came in out of the sideboard, was Let's Call It War from Alexander there, because you had the opening that you wanted. You had 2 1-cost units for Will. He was able to Tarkin Town the turn 1 play once again, which he had effectively done all 3 games.
Yep.
And then Alexander goes, okay, I've got the initiative. Let's call it war. Both of your 1-cost units gone because I have the initiative. And that really seemed to flip the momentum right there in that moment.
Well, and I think compounding it, what made it even worse was that Will didn't have anything in his hand to play to back it up. He was probably, my guess is he was sitting on a 3 on a waylay or something like that. He wasn't sure what Alex was going to do, so he like in game 2, he played the double 1-drops into a waylay. He may have set that line up again, which meant that once his 1-drops got blown off the board, he couldn't do anything but claim. And if you're Alex, that feels like amazing. You clean your opponent board up and you forced him to claim, and we're going on. The longer this game goes, the better it is for Han, right? So
absolutely. Late game is heavy Han favorite.
Yeah, getting all the way to the 7 resource round before anybody has base damage. If you're Han, you're fine with that. if you're Cad, that is terrible. So that was a rough. That game 3 was definitely a rough one for Will, but a great match by both players. That was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think if you're Will, you know he's got to feel a little frustrated there.
Oh, yeah.
Because game 1, missing a turn 1 play, and then in game 3, not having a play any unit to follow up with. Not even a 1-cost unit. He didn't have anything to follow up the Let's Call It War to be able to try and get the tempo back on the board. And so he had to be frustrated there. But again, both players played exceptionally well, and that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it was indeed. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard here. We haven't done this for the end of round 4 status. We had a couple of undefeateds come into this round. Only Caleb and Winston still 4-0, and then a whole crop of 3-1s behind them. So I'll be curious to see how the Caleb Winston matchup came out. We saw Caleb here last October. You might remember, Josh. He was on Han 1 Blue Force back then. He was on stream a couple of times because he was one of our top 8 players as well that day.
Okay. Yeah, didn't remember which deck he was playing, but yes, that name did sound very familiar. Winston, of course, still on Yoda, but has switched over to Data Vault instead of the Force. Yeah, I mean, and it looks like I'm actually looking at Melee right now. Those two players drew. So
Oh,
probably an
on
intentional
table
draw there
one there.
between the two 4-0s.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're probably at a point where they can get in with 14 points because the guys behind them. Yeah, we'll have to see how this works out. I was having a conversation with Trey last weekend in Austin, off camera. I think we had it one. I think during the drive up, it might have been talking about how it feels a little like the tournament break point, the Swiss round tournament break points for the way FFG has structured these events are like all off. Like there's always an extra round that doesn't quite need to be there for the number of players that they have, and so it leads to all like a lot of double draws into the final cut, which feels really
right.
weird. Like a final round draw in, I could see that. That happened. I'm used to seeing that. But double drawing in has always felt weird to me. That always feels like you're telling people there's too much tournament. Like, why do we have all this Swiss?
Right. Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah. All right, we got about.
Oh,
Go. What? What do you got? What do you got?
I was going to say I was looking at another match here, just an update for, of course.
I think they're still playing out there, but yeah,
Yep,
I'll
you're
go
right.
check on that one. I'll go check on that one.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely paying attention to the defending champ.
Yep. Official round timer is now down under 7 minutes, guys. So it'll be a short turn between rounds. Give us about, 7, 8 minutes, and we should be back with a new set of pairings, and we will see you then. All right? Be right back. All right, here we go. End of Swiss. Final round of Swiss incoming. Josh, are you all set?
I am set and ready to see what should be a win-and-in match.
It should be. Whoever wins this match should basically make it in. We're bringing you guys a match that's a little odd. We're going to be bringing you Alex again. You just saw him on camera. He's 4-1, but he's paired up at the moment with the top seeded 3-2 player. That's Justin Case. So we're going to have to see who walks away with this win. Whoever does should win their way in, and then the other player. Well, and if Justin loses, no. But if Alex loses, I think there's still a possibility. We're going to have to see how it shakes out.
Right. Yeah, possibility on tiebreakers for Alexander, but it's going to be interesting, right? You win, you're guaranteed in. You've got, this is our number 7 and number 8 coming in here. Alexander, our 7 seed coming into the final round of Swiss, and Justin, our 8 seed.
All right, so there's your matchup. We're going to be looking at the Battle of the Hans, battle for Hans supremacy here in Lubbock. We feel like we had one of these last time we were here. I don't remember. I know I had one of these in Austin last weekend. I don't know we had one of these.
Well, this is going to be classic for sure. The Han 1 versus Han 2, the Audacious Smuggler versus the Worth the Risk Han Solo from Shadows of the Galaxy. The deck right now that's really been tearing up the meta over the last few weeks. This Han 1 Yellow versus the Old Faithful, one of the best decks from the Legends of the Force meta, and Han 2 Blue Force. Alexander looks like he will be starting with the initiative in this match.
Yeah. Chat asking about the folks. 4-2 will make top 8. Yes, there'll be at least one 4-2 player will make top 8 here. The top 7 positions are all 4-1 or better here at the moment.
Alexander, I believe just passing
there
over to Justin. Yeah, Justin using the Han action ability, going up to 3 total resources, playing Bodhi, and discarding that Force Lightning out of Alexander's hand.
Alexander probably not super upset by that because now he has the opportunity to do shenanigans later on with Champion of Mortis.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn 2 for Alexander right away, going to use that Han action ability, playing the Itinerant Warrior for 3 resources, essentially getting a 4-2 unit with a shield token, and Bodhi Rook will deal the first base damage, 3 damage to Alex's base here.
I didn't realize, I didn't think about it that way, but you're right. That Itinerant Warrior played this fashion is essentially Shinhati, isn't she?
Right, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be another play for Justin. That Millennium Falcon, get out and push. The good old pilot Falcon loves to see some pilots and get bigger.
Han Yellow, no
Alexander
shortage of pilots.
No. It's a great point.
You even see some of these decks run the Mandalorian pilot out of JTL or possibly even Bo Shek.
Justin just laboring a little bit over this resource decision, but every decision so critical at this stage of the tournament because really these players, their tournament life at stake here.
Yeah, you don't think about it that way, but it's really the truth. Like the resource decision you make in this moment might end up being the thing that cost you your shot at the top 8.
Yeah, it's a great point. So the Itinerant Warrior taking out Bodhi Rook, and now we're going to see the Itinerant Warrior bounced back to Alexander's hand with Cunning. And +4 to Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I'm kind of not sure why Justin did that. It feels a little strange knowing that he's just going to replay it and then be able to heal off of it as well. He does end up gaining some damage.
Maybe the thought process here is I don't want to have Itinerant Warrior plus, say, a Poe Dameron.
No, that's
out,
fair.
Right? Like,
no, yeah.
Force him to replay the Itinerant Warrior, which isn't as threatening. That
True.
certainly could be the thought process there. But nevertheless, Justin has the initiative. He's dealt 7 damage. Going to go back to 10 here with the Millennium Falcon. Beautiful thing about Owen, he's not dealing any damage, but he's able to restore. He has Restore 2 as he was played for free last turn with that Han action ability.
Yeah, he's so
Alexander
annoying
going
that
back down
way.
to 8.
He just taps and heals too, just like the old moisture farmers back out of set 2. And well, there you go. There's modern moisture
Yeah.
farmer.
Itinerant Warrior going to Justin's base for 4. Alexander getting the force token once again.
They
As
haven't
Han Solo
updated the
leader is
tokens on.
deployed. There's Jared Emway.
Yeah. Ooh, is that Depa?
Yeah, Depa Balaba coming out a 6.57
Nice.
with ambush and saboteur, going to take out Jared Emway.
Depa's one of those cards that I always never understood why she just didn't seem to catch on in Legends of the Force. And I think a lot of it has to do with just how weak Cunning Hero was overall, or just Cunning in general was overall out of that set. But man, I think now that you're seeing a lot of stuff coming back in terms of Cunning Hero, that you're going to see a lot more Depa, because that's still a really good card.
Absolutely. Great ambush option as Han dealt some extra damage to Alexander's base.
Well, I mean, ambush and
12
sab,
damage.
right? So she can even look at your
Yeah.
saboteur and be like, you know what, this other thing on your side of the board is almost dead. I'm going to ignore your saboteur and ambush the thing that I really want to kill.
Justin with the initiative here. Threatening. Plenty of damage. You do have 3 damage on each of the ground units. Alexander poised to make some good trades here.
Yeah, you've got to believe that whoever doesn't attack in the ground arena is immediately going to eat Itinerant Warrior to the face.
Yeah. Itinerant Warrior was replayed, has the shield token back on it, can very effectively defeat one of these ground units. $12-4 right now, the damage total in favor of Justin, and it's going to be a second copy of Cunning. Cunning can certainly change the math in races. +4 to Millennium Falcon, Han Solo leader unit, and the Itinerant Warrior exhausted. And now entrenched onto Millennium Falcon.
Brutal.
Falcon with +4 power will not be attacking base.
Brutal.
Han gets in for 4 at 16 damage on Alexander's base, but what a response to the extremely threatening Millennium Falcon.
What a great play by Alexander, timing that exactly right. You know, the advantage of being on the initiative there in Justin's position, able to take the Cunning, pick the units you want to exhaust, kind of dictate the flow of the turn. And Alexander's like, you buffed it? Fine. It can just take a nap and not bother me anymore.
Yeah. Entrenched has been so effective for Alexander over the last couple of feature matches that he has been seen in here. It's stopped the stolen AT hauler in its tracks in the last match, and now going to stop that Millennium Falcon for the time being as well.
These Hantu blue decks do something really interesting that I think I just realized, is that they don't play space units like at all. They focus on using Grogu or other shenanigans to destroy or lock out space units, rather than just attacking them directly by playing into the space arena at all.
It's a big play there with that hotshot blaster onto Depa. 7 damage going into Alexander's base, brings him up to 23, will claim the initiative. The Falcon is locked down currently, but still has to find a way to stabilize this ground arena.
Yeah, Justin way out in the lead, but Alex absolutely has to claim there. Depa's lethal. He's got to have an answer for that unit on his first action, or the game's over. And he's got many. I mean, Depa can be killed by a couple of different things in the ground arena.
Gary spot still for Alexander. You've got an answer for Depa, but the problem is if you just answer Depa here, any pump on that Han, Surprise Strike or Hotshot Blaster finishes the game.
Yeah, you're down into that range, right? These yellow decks are really good at, once you're there, they have all kinds of threat. Is it a blaster? Is it a Surprise Strike? Who knows? But whatever it is, it's not going to be enjoyable if Justin's got it in hand, or in the row, depending on the blaster.
Yeah. It's a great point. Alexander may very well just be in a position where he has to hope the pump isn't there. Itinerant Warrior will take out Depa Balaba. Let's see, does Justin have one of the pumps available to the Han leader unit?
Doesn't look like it. I feel like it would have windmill slammed it already.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's 4 to base. 1 HP remaining for Alexander. Alexander not out of this game just yet.
Justin now in the
We saw this earlier.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Wes. No, I was just going to say we saw this earlier in a match where we had 1 life left on the base, and that player was able to storm back.
Yeah.
Can Alexander do the same?
He's got the possibility, right? The cards exist in his deck to allow him to get back in. I think a lot of it is going to depend on what card Justin comes out of his hand with here. He's got to present another threat to Alex in order just to have another something else. Like a space unit would be great. A fast Falcon here would be awesome. Obviously, he doesn't have it, or I think we would have seen it already. So it's a question of, what does he have, and how's he going to navigate it? You have to believe that Justin's Han Solo leader will not survive the turn.
Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, look at this. Cantina Bouncer going to send Poe Dameron quick to improvise back to Alexander's hand. That was the big threat. So the big threat dealt with.
So
Alexander
now,
did heal a couple more damage with Owen.
So now what gets interesting for Alex is the math starts to work against him. He has a 4-3 Han leader and a 3-5 Cantina Bouncer in the ground arena, either of which can end the game on one action. He's got to find a way to clear both of them before his turn is over, because if Justin claims here, a single attack will end the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And only has Grogu and the Han leader unit ready. We're paying a lot of resources. It's Luke Skywalker coming out. When played, will take out the Han leader unit. Justin claims, and now Grogu moving damage over to the Bouncer, and the Han leader can take out the Bouncer without being defeated.
Yep. Got to find a way to get there, and he does indeed find a way.
And what other way would it be, Wes, than Luke Skywalker, the Jedi Knight, has been so good, such a staple card ever since this game released. And it could be coming in clutch once again here for Alexander.
I think for me what's interesting with Luke is his evolution in the game, right? In the first set, Blue Hero was not widely played. There were some people that experimented with it. There was a lot of Cheer at Tarkentown decks back in the day that used the card, and it was available, and it was pricey because it was a legendary, but it wasn't widely used. But as the game has gone on, and Blue Hero has developed more leaders, better tools, better cards to pair with it, he is everywhere now and so good. Ooh, we're using Han's ability this late?
Yeah, Han action ability.
What is Justin cooking up over there?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Left with just 1 card in hand, up to, I believe, 9 ready resources. Owen Lars healing 2 yet again, down to 23 damage on base for Alexander. Here's Kira taking a look at Alexander's hand. Look at this. Crate Dragon, Anakin Skywalker, and Force Lightning.
The Force Lightning doesn't get you very much right now if you're Alexander, but the other two are big threats that Justin has to at least consider, I think.
This is extremely interesting.
He called Anakin
there. At Anakin.
Yep.
Yeah.
He called Anakin.
So Anakin would cost 9 right now for Alexander. Luke going to immediately take out Kira, restoring 3, and now Anakin can be played at the normal cost of 6 yet again. Tech is being smuggled out here.
Now we understand the resource play, I think.
Yep. Alexander very close to stabilizing completely here. Grogu's going to send 2 damage over to Tech. Han will finish it off yet again. The Han leader plus Grogu tag team doing some serious work.
Grogu again.
And here comes the windmill slam of the dragon. Crate Dragon down. And I just don't know if Justin can close this one out. He's going to scoop it up, and Alexander had 1 life remaining, and he has come back to take game 1 in a win-and-in match in round 6.
Wow. That's a little wild that we've seen that twice today. Players get all the way to a single
Indeed.
HP and yet find a way to claw back in. Both times, I think, on the back of Luke Skywalker, right? That restore 3, the big swing.
Yes.
Just nutty to see that more than once in a day, and yet here we are.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I believe that earlier match, it was Yoda Data Vault versus Han 1 Green, I believe. And it was just so close. And then Luke came out. The restore train started with Luke and Yoda, and the restore train started with Luke again here in round 6. And Alexander in a similar spot. He won game 1 at the feature table in round 5 to then get sent to a game 3 by Will. Let's see if Justin can do the same as these players continue to fight tooth and nail for a spot in the top cut.
It's been fun to watch chat today because it feels like every match I've got people in chat rooting for people on both sides of the table, which is always fun to see. It's like being at a sporting match. So you guys in chat, thanks for being there and thanks for cheering on your players. This is awesome.
Absolutely love to see a ton of people joining us today. Thank you so much for joining us here for this live stream of the Planetary Qualifier in Lubbock, Texas. Been a smaller PQ, but nevertheless, it's been exciting, hasn't it?
Oh, man, I feel like sometimes, and we kind of touched on it earlier, right? The smaller events, I think, give people, they feel more free to maybe play things or try things they wouldn't take to a larger field. The larger the field, the more likely you are to run into the things that are expected in a given meta. But in the smaller fields, you might not. You could take something a little oddball and possibly make it a little farther than you would have anticipated. And it's been fun to see some of the creativity of the field today, right? We've seen Sabine Target Town. We've seen Slymore Green. And some of those decks are fun to watch. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the creativity of the community after rotation. And a lot of these staple leaders that we've been looking at for a couple of years are finally gone.
Yeah, I think much of the community kind of echoes that same sentiment. Very excited to see a premier format without Han Audacious Smuggler, without Han Solo Worth the Risk, and Sabine, and so on and so forth. There's just been so many leaders that have dominated for so long.
Yeah.
And I'm over the moon excited for rotation and seeing how the new format looks. Of course, we still have about another month of this format. We still have some more PQs, several more weeks of PQs. We've got the Milwaukee Regional coming later this month, February 20th through the 22nd. Lots of exciting things still in this meta and in this format, but the excitement's real. The hype's real, Wes.
It is, and I'm starting to hear rumblings. I haven't seen an official announcement from FFG yet, but I saw a post on Facebook a couple of days ago of, I believe it was a retailer or one of the distributors out of the UK that was pushing adverts or whatever for an event that I think FFG was sponsoring over the course of February to kind of send off the first 3 sets of the game with some cool events and so on and so forth. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about that if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting. Yeah. I have not heard that yet. So,
like I said, it was something I saw in one of the Facebook groups, and it was very like, oh, my retailer or my distributor was talking about this, but I haven't seen an official announcement, and I'm curious if that's a thing that FFG is backing, or if that's just like a local thing that particular distributor or whatever is doing.
Yeah, not entirely sure, but nevertheless, it does sound exciting.
Yeah.
For this game 2, Justin taking a mulligan. Something that I wanted to mention, I didn't mention it last round, and I'm curious if it's going to happen here in this round. So in round 5, we had Cad Tarkentown up against Alexander here on this Han 2 Blue Force deck, and we saw Alexander lock down the space arena with Entrenched multiple times. We saw the same thing happen in game 1 of this match with that Entrenched locking down the Millennium Falcon at a crucial time. The Falcon had +4 power from Cunning. The question that I've got, do we see any upgrade hate coming in here, potentially trying to be maybe a blowout play where Alexander thinks he's got the space locked down, and then we see something like a Confiscate or something along those lines to take care of that Entrenched and then open it right back up?
It's a good question. I mean, we've reached a point in the game where confiscates at one cost are just amazing value in almost any deck you put them in. So if Justin had those in his main, it doesn't feel like he saw them. He certainly didn't see them last game. And if they were in the sideboard, do you consider bringing them in just for the entrenched? I don't know. I mean, blue has so many nasty things it can do between entrenched and perilous position and so on. So I'll have to play it out and see.
Here we go. Faith in your friends. Justin has it. It's the great turn one play that these Han 1 double cunning decks that they want to find. We're going to get a card. We're going to disclose the 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspect icons. It's Cantina Bouncer, Millennium Falcon, the Fast Falcon, and Rogue Operative to get a couple spy tokens here. And it's going to be none other than the Bothan spy tokens. We've seen these already on stream today.
Love these Bothan spy tokens from the Beatle event last fall. Such fun.
Absolutely. They do look great indeed. And look at this turn one from Alexander. It's Ogdo Bogdo coming out.
Speaking of things you don't want to see if you're Han.
No. That's going to start eating through these spy tokens.
Well, is it?
Healing up if he wants to.
Well, that's
a good point. He could just be aggressive.
Well, I was going to say, if he attacks the spy token, he doesn't take any. Oh,
an immediate sanctioner shuttle. We've talked about this a lot, Wes, and this is the turn one Justin wants. You find the faith in your friends, sanctioner shuttle, capture the turn one play on the opposing side of the board. And now the Itinerant Warrior coming down essentially as a 4-2 shielded once again. And Justin able to put 4 damage on Alexander's base. This is the way. This is the start for Justin.
Yeah, this is a much better start for Justin here, pushing some early damage, going a little wide, presenting Alexander with multiple threats. And that Ogdo, I was going to point out, attacking into a spy is not what an Ogdo wants to do because he doesn't take any damage in return. So he's going to heal, eat the spy, and then he can't ready.
Yep. Nope. That's a great point. And as soon as I said it, I thought about it too. And I'm like, yep, nope, that's not right.
Yep. Good start for Alex too here, coming in with a Kiadi Mundi to build his hand up.
Absolutely. Clearing out one of the spies. Sanctioner shuttle getting in for 2. Another 2 to base coming through with a spy token. So 8 damage on Alexander's base. Alexander at this point likely just claims unless he had an O, and I do believe he did just claim. And we see the stolen AT hauler coming out for Justin. So now some real pressure in that space arena.
Early pressure here, exactly where Justin wants to be. I mean, he had all the pressure in the world last game and just couldn't quite close the deal. And there's that goofy entrenched again.
Look what is back, Alexander. This is his favorite play on these space units, that entrenched. I think we've seen this every single game on stream over the last couple matches.
I've come to the conclusion that they're just, and I haven't looked at the list, guys. I'm speculating, okay? But I have to believe that there is not a single space unit in Alexander's deck. I just don't think I don't think it's there.
Yeah, I mean, you may very well be right. We have not seen one.
We haven't seen one.
No, we haven't. The spy cleaned up. Getting in some damage. Another 2 damage. Sanctioner shuttle, 12 damage on Alexander's base. Here comes Han. Han is deployed. And it's going to be Justin using the Han action ability so that he could deploy here as well and have that big 5, 6, 7. You're right, I said it.
I see what you did there.
Yep. Oh, if my son heard me say it.
I was going to say, somewhere your son is cheering
you
on.
You. 3 damage to base with Han. First base damage to Justin. It's another stolen AT hauler coming out. The Itinerant Warrior putting Justin up to 7 damage. But right now, this space arena once again growing, and Han Solo, the Audacious Smuggler, is deployed. But Alexander has a Sentinel in the ground arena this time, playing the Chariot for 3 off that Han action ability.
I'm wondering if Justin is kind of starting to suspect that like I am, that Alexander's big weakness is the space arena.
Yeah, and here it is, Fast Falcon. We asked about it in the first game. We didn't see it when he would have needed it. He's found it here. Another 3 damage, and just like that, it's 15 damage on Alexander's base, and this space arena is really starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, basically, we're kind of close to a drag race here, right? You stay in your lane, I stay in mine, and we go race, Ricky Bobby. And yeesh, not in a good position for Alexander, already behind 10 HP.
Alexander does have the initiative, staring down a total of 9 damage in the ground arena, 9 in the space arena, 4 in the ground arena from Han.
Technically, Justin is presenting lethal if everything gets to swing.
The Itinerant Warrior starts working on the Han Solo leader unit on Justin's side, losing the shield token. And now Han just going to attack into Chirrut. Force is used, so Chirrut will not be defeated. Han leader got -2 power there.
Yep. Apologies. I forgot about the Sentinel, so technically not lethal because Han couldn't get through Chirrut. That's my mistake.
So Chirrut still on the board, putting Justin up to 10 damage on base. But now this is where the space arena starts coming into play. And at the moment, Alexander's not showing an answer. 18 damage on Alexander's base after the Falcon swings in. Solo, leader unit swinging for 3, 13 damage on Justin's base. Neither player flinching so far. We've yet to use any resources and play anything on this turn. But something important to note, Wes, is that Han leader unit on Justin's side able to attack did put him up to 7 total resources with that on attack ability. So we could see a big 7 cost play potentially on this turn.
It is possible. Have we seen the Reluctant Hero version of Han Solo out of Justin? We haven't. We saw it earlier in the day out of a different Han Yellow player, as I recall.
Yep. Yaddle coming out. Alexander getting a little bit of restore on the board as the shuttle attacking as well. Alexander down to just 4 HP remaining on his base. So the AT hauler is presenting lethal in 1 action.
Yeah, we're definitely drag racing now, and Justin. I mean, we could be looking at he could replace his fast Falcon. These are a lot of different ways. And he does.
Another Falcon.
Yeah, I was wondering if he'd done that, if he'd drawn into one.
Yeah, another Millennium Falcon piece of junk defeating the exhausted one. Now he has another ready Falcon that's presenting 3 damage, but with a pump. He's got cunning, and that will be the pump needed to close the game. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to game 3 to decide which of these players will find a spot in the top cut.
Oh, this is the kind of drama that I love coming to these events for, Josh, because you're down to literally it's going to be a winner-take-all game, right? Whoever wins is definitely locked into the cut. I think. I'm pretty sure by the time Justin's 4-2 and Press Breakers should put him at least in the 7 or the 8 spot.
Wow. What a fantastic match once again that we're being witness to. I tell you, these last couple matches with Alexander being featured here, wow, they have been some real nail biters.
Absolutely. It's interesting to me to also look back at the way that Justin chose to sequence that final turn, right? He had that cunning the entire time, but rather than telegraph a play, right, what did he do? He held it and let his opponent do things and spend resources, and then finally at the end of the turn, he came in with the cunning to ensure he got over the hump and had lethal that turn. And I think finishing the game that turn was a big deal, because I think if you let the game go one more resource, now you're going to be staring down the barrel of things like Luke Skywalker, and it just gets worse. Like, it just only gets worse from there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it was very important to close it out. And that is such a great point on the sequencing there from Justin, holding on to that cunning and really just trying to outweight his opponent. He did just that. He had the other Falcon in hand, and it was exactly what was needed to get him across the finish line, utilizing the cunning in the Falcon brilliantly.
Go ahead.
I think you're right, man. I don't know about the confiscate, right? I mean, I just don't even know if he has time or if he's concerned about it, if he has any kind of upgrade hate. obviously that entrench just seems to find its way onto one of those units every single game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's considering upgrade removal to be worth it here.
Well, some things to consider, right? Like Alexander's not going to make this mistake, but if you put it entrenched on a fast Falcon, your opponent is likely to just let it come back to his hand and trash your upgrade. So if you're Alexander, you're having to make sure that you're targeting units that can't be bounced inherently. Then if you're Justin, you've got cards in that deck that you would traditionally use to bounce your opponent's units and play and get tempo plays against them. But there's nothing that says you can't use them on your own units. You could waylay your own AT hauler. You could waylay or cunning your own Fat Falcon back to your hand. But you've got to have the card. And I don't think obviously in game one, he never came up with one with the ability to pull that back. Or if he did, he'd made a different choice in terms of how he deployed it. So what I'm trying to get at is that with the bounce that Justin is likely to have inherent in the deck, I suspect that Confiscate doesn't make the list.
Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely be right. Just some way to free up the units from entrenched. But again, at this point, he hasn't needed it. He was able to close out game 2 without dealing with the entrenched as Alexander took the mulligan.
Justin looking like
and Justin
sitting on a Faith, a Cunning,
Yeah.
and a Blaster. He hasn't resourced anything yet. I think he's still debating keeping this hand. Alexander absolutely went for the mulligan there. He's got a Kira.
He definitely has the faith.
A Fast Falcon. He's got a Fat Falcon and a Fast Falcon. I think that's a pretty good hand. I think I would probably play that. Uh-oh. They're getting a judge ruling on something here. Oh, I do think. Go ahead.
Yeah, just gonna agree with you there. Quick call. It's looking like.
Yeah. But Chad agreeing. I'm with Chad. I think you keep this hand. I think you play this one. I'm not sure what you. Obviously, you resource the blaster. I'm not sure what else you put down there, but I think with the space threats and the cunning in your opening hand, you're a fool. I think Alexander drew too many cards off the top of his deck. He drew too many cards. So that's a simple. Generally, if memory serves, that's a minor card error, and you get like a warning, and then your opponent gets to take one and shuffle it, throw it back in, and you have to shuffle your deck again.
Okay. So there we go. Simple fix. It looks like it was the Ogdo Bogdo that Justin says, I'd rather you not have that.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good choice.
So we've now got everything straight. Justin has resourced.
All right, big game 3 impound. Let's go.
Absolutely. Alexander as the initiative token on his side. Thinking through this turn 1 play, rethinking through his resourcing decisions here. Again, talked about it a little bit earlier, but everything's so crucial here, especially now in the deciding game 3. Every decision so important. We're going to see Yaddle, the opening play for Alexander. And it's going to be the Han action ability. Owen Lars coming out for free with the Han action ability on Alexander's side. And 3 ready resources for Justin is going to lead to that turn 1 Millennium Falcon piece of junk, opening up the damage in the first action phase. 3 damage to Alexander's base.
Not the faith in your friends opening, but I still don't think it's a bad one. And I'm pretty confident Justin still has a faith in there that if he wants to, he can lead into turn 2 here with.
Yeah, that is a good point. And, Justin really pivoted heavily into the space arena in game 2. Let's see if he tries to mimic his play from game 2 here in game 3, because he knows that the answers seem to be few and far between. Ditching that faith in your friends.
Ditching the faith, yep.
Yaddle getting into Justin's base for 2 as Alexander restores 1. But here comes the Falcon. Alexander goes back up to 5, and then he'll restore 2. That's a lot of restore early for Alexander, restoring 3 between Owen and Yaddle as the AT hauler finds its way back out.
Yeah, I think Justin, obviously playing a lot of space units here early, I think he's going to have to find a way to get into this ground arena and deal with some of the restore shenanigans, or he's not going to get very far, even if he's racing up top.
Yeah, that's a great point. Grogu has found his way out into the ground arena. The second action phase for Alexander is going to be another quick attack with the fast Falcon. And look at it, air's entrenched. Alexander always has it.
Always has one of
He
these.
never does not have one entrenched.
It's crazy how often he has one.
The AT hauler going to be sitting there once again, not able to do anything while that entrenched is upgraded or is attached. Yeah, it's just so much restore here. We're going to see Waylay bouncing Grogu back to Alexander's hand.
It doesn't feel like a great use of Justin's turn, let's say. Maybe I'm being unfair, but I guess maybe that's just what he's got, the best option he's got available to him, but it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, such a good point. Han action ability used as Justin gets another ready resource. But another 3 damage is restored from Alexander's base thanks to Owen and Yaddle. This is, if I'm Alexander, I love the way this early game has panned out.
Yeah, big time. Big time.
Because Justin just holding on to that Millennium Falcon. He did use the Han action ability, so the resource that he would exhaust to keep it in play is defeated. And it's going to get in for 3, back to 6 damage on for Alexander.
Yeah, Justin's, this Falcon's swinging every turn, but he's just not he's not making real headway here, right? It's, he's dealt 3 and then Alexander will restore 3. And so basically the only damage that's stuck so far is the first 3 the Falcon landed in turn 1, and that was a while ago now.
Yeah, I mean, Owen and Yaddle completely mitigating Millennium Falcon even being in play right now.
Pretty much.
We do see that Han action ability being used for Justin. He's up to 6 resources, and he does go ahead and deploy his leader. And look at Captain Rex coming out for the first time. We haven't seen Alexander play Captain Rex over the last 2 matches, but now it comes out, and it has Sentinel. Yeah, you're right. Whoa. A 7/5 Sentinel. Whew, great day.
Didn't even know he had that in the deck. We've never seen one until this moment after all the games we've seen with Alex these last 2 rounds.
That is not the card that Justin wanted to see. I guarantee you that.
No, it isn't. I guarantee
you can see it.
Yeah.
The hands onto the head for Justin. He knows this is a tough spot. Yeah. Han is going to deal 4 damage to Captain Rex, but the Han leader unit is defeated as he does go up to 7 resources, though, which is important.
Yeah. That's a hell of a thing to spring on your opponent in game 3 of a match. Oh, by the way, did I forget to mention, casually mention my 6-drop 7/7 Sentinel? Here he is, my bad.
And now Alexander going to take the lead in the damage race. 7 damage on Justin's base. We do see Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, coming out. Will ambush Captain Rex and not take any damage back, but Captain Rex certainly did its job.
Yeah. Bought all kinds of time, and then all of this restore just adding up once again for Alex.
Yaddle able to put 2 more damage on Justin's base. It's 9 damage on Justin's base. Alexander restores back down to 3, and Grogu moving some damage here onto the Han Solo Reluctant Hero, which will have 4 remaining HP.
Justin's going to get 1 good swing out of this Han. You want to swing at the base, but can you even afford to? You could take out your opponent's leader and force them to expend other units into your Han to get rid of it in the ground arena. But, man, that just feels like a holding action. You're not making forward progress. You're just staying where you are.
The upside to that play would be the fact that you turn off the Han action ability for Alexander this turn.
Yeah, it prevents him from hitting you with like a Luke this turn for example.
Right.
So that definitely has some value. You're not wrong.
Yeah, and with Grogu ready to go, any of these units that get played from that Han action ability are set to be fully healed on the next action if Alexander wanted to.
Justin's face kind of telling the story here,
Yeah.
just not this game 3 not going at all like he thought it would or like he planned.
It's going to be Han Solo. Some Han on Han violence here. Han, reluctant hero, taking out Alexander's leader unit. And here comes Mace Windu, the 6/6 with Overwhelm, force used, 4 damage to Millennium Falcon. Falcon is defeated. Justin is going to play tech, but that is a very big threat for Alexander.
Again, we haven't seen the Mace at all in any of the games we've seen Alexander playing, but boy, is it impactful here. Again, taking that direct damage to clean out the threats in the space arena that he hasn't been able to lock out.
How good has Grogu been thanks to Grogu
brutal.
being on the board, transferring the 2 damage from Owen onto the reluctant hero, Yaddle making the trade, and now Alexander has fully healed, back down to 0 damage on the base. Spectacular.
Yeah. Justin now, I think, in a position where he's essentially top decking, right? Just trying to draw something that's going to get him back in this game. Now, tech on the board. He's on the button. That's going to give him options. His entire row is available to him, whatever it might be. We know he resourced that blaster early, but we don't know what else he might have stuck down there in the interim. But man, this begins to feel like an unsurmountable hill to climb with all of this restore, just keeping Alexander in the game for this long.
Yeah. Justin going to pay 3, it looks like. Oh, no, we're going to pay 4. Okay, we're smuggling here, paying 5. Smuggling that spare the target. Bouncing the mace back to Alexander's hand. Again, that's thanks to tech, giving every one of Justin's resources smuggle plus an additional cost of 2 resources, so I had to pay 5 total for the spare the target. Mace is going to come right back out. Force used, 4 damage to tech, so tech could just be taken out by Grogu if Alexander chooses to do so.
Sparga Rebellion, Luke, Itinerant Warrior, and Force Lightning. Yeah, the Luke has got to go.
Pretty easy choice there.
Pretty easy choice there, indeed.
Easiest choice of the day for Justin.
Just about, I think, yeah. And you're right. Grogu swings in for his point, and there we go.
Once again, we go to another action phase. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Wes.
No, I was going to say, chat's been commenting about how they think that Justin had that opportunity. Alexander, with that little minor misplay, drawing too many cards off the opening draw. Justin able to go in and pick one to shuffle back into Alexander's deck. He chose Ogdo Bogdo. Chat basically kind of pointing out that maybe Yaddle would have been a better option.
Yeah, it's definitely fair. Yaddle just got so much value. We're going to see Mace Windu bounced back to Alexander's hand. Back-to-back turns here as Cantina Bouncer sends Mace back into Alexander's hand.
I always wonder about the wisdom of bouncing units that have really big, impactful when-played abilities. Right? And yes, are you slowing the game down? Yeah, you are. But your opponent's just going to smack you with it again, right? And like he's going to take 2 damage here, and then Alexander's going to play Mace and blow up this Cantina Bouncer. Oh no! Okay.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, he's not.
He's going to use some. He's going to play a Cham and an Itinerant Warrior.
Okay, interesting. He is going to use his. Well, he doesn't have to use his Force token because he doesn't have anything to heal.
Yeah. Yeah, fully healed, just putting multiple threats in play. But, as you mentioned, Alexander does still have the Force, and we know Mace is in hand, so at the very minimum, we know that Mace Windu is an option to immediately come in and impact the board right away again with that when played ability. Justin has the initiative, but Justin in big trouble here.
Yeah.
We're getting to the late stages.
I have no idea what he could have in this deck. Yeah, you guys can't hear him, but literally Justin just said, this sucks.
We feel you.
I mean,
We can feel it for you, Justin.
I
It's been a
suspect
tough one for sure.
if you've played Unlimited, we've all been in the seat where Justin is right now, staring down
Yep.
basically a very, I won't say impossible, but I'll say, let's say very challenging board position on your opponent's side of the mat going, I have no idea how I'm going to deal with this.
And again, I mean, we haven't even seen Luke hit the table, right? I mean, it was discarded. We haven't seen Luke. We haven't seen Crate yet. We're getting to the late stages where we know that Alexander is just so much better positioned with this particular deck in the late game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay. Justin's gonna play a cunning.
I think we'll certainly buy some time here. Let's see what options he chooses.
It's an interesting question. We're gonna exhaust a couple of units, and he bounced a third. See, I almost have to wonder if you don't consider bouncing your own AT hauler right there, but definitely not what happened, as Mace is going to come back and blow up that Cantina bouncer.
Hey, look, it's Confiscate, Wes.
Did he?
It's
really?
happened.
He had
He
it.
confiscates
Look
the
at
entrench,
that.
so Stolen AT Hauler is freed up.
Look
Might
at
be a little bit too
that.
late, but nevertheless, he's free.
Nah, wrong side of the board. But it does feel like it does feel like it came crazy late. It's interesting to know that he's got him in there. I mean, for one cost, I don't know why you wouldn't. At a minimum, you resource the thing if you don't feel like you need it.
Right.
Consider that the last like 3 rounds of the game has been just stall tactics. Everything has been just fighting over the board and bouncing and exhausting, and very little base damage has been exchanged until that moment. Chat pointing out he can't bounce the hauler because it's not based on. I thought it was based on cost. They're reminding me it's based on power, which is correct. My apologies.
All right. Justin once again has the initiative, staring down still a very threatening ground arena. Alexander has ton of damage right now in the ground arena. Still, that Owen, how much damage has that Owen restored this game? It's been crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, I think if ever you want to see a game to example a real life example of why you should have murdered your opponent's Owen Lars, this game is it, right here.
Here comes Qui-Gon Jinn for Justin. This is a 7-5 with Ambush. Going to Ambush in trade with Mace. Now the question is, what unit are we choosing? It's going to be, it looks like Cham, I think is where he pointed. So
Yep.
Cham will have to go on top or bottom of Alexander's deck. So a solid 2-for-1 play there for Justin as the Itinerant Warrior gets in for 4. 13 damage on Justin's base. AT Hauler, again, having the entrenched taken off of it last turn with the Confiscate, getting in for 4. But Owen, my goodness, if someone's kept a counter, we're going to have to go back and watch how much Owen has restored in this game. It's been crazy.
As K2SO says, it's high. It's very high.
It's absolutely right. Another Mace. Force used, 4 damage, and now Grogu's going to heal and take the hauler.
This just
defeat
gets
it.
worse.
Alexander can now play it, and Ogdo. Oh brother. Justin just smiles. What else can you do? This game has just not went his way.
No.
And I think the writing is on the wall at this point.
Nothing on the board. Yeah, just brutal.
Justin has the initiative. No units in play. At this point, he is staring down lethal on Alexander's side. Cunning will once again buy some time.
Yep.
Exhausting Mace and Ogdo, bouncing that hauler back to Justin's hand.
Cunning can bounce the hauler. Yeah, okay. So we were right. We were right. Yeah, I think it's
Warrior getting the force back.
just going to be a whole bunch of face smashing. Justin didn't really have anything to play but the cunning.
Yeah, and now that AT hauler doesn't do anything to stabilize in the ground arena as Owen restores yet again. And keep in mind, Alexander's yet to even spend a resource during
No,
this phase.
that's crazy.
Here comes Cassian smuggled. That will be ready. Another 3 damage. It's 20 damage on Justin's base. And Alexander's going to play more into the ground arena. Itinerant Warrior fully healing the base.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
man.
For the
This is phenomenal.
For the second time in the match, he's cleaned every point of damage off his base. A second time in the game, excuse me. This is crazy.
Wow. Well, now 26 damage on Justin's base. 1 action for Alexander. Will finish it with 4 of these different units. Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, is going to come in and ambush one final time for Justin. Mace is defeated, but Alexander will swing for game with Ogdo, Bogdo, and Alexander moves to 5-1, and he's advancing on to the top cut here in Lubbock.
They're still playing. What happened there? I could have sworn he swung with Ogdo, didn't he? What am I missing? Oh, yeah, what's happening?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know what they're doing exactly, but
I've lost track.
There's the fist bump.
There's the official fist bump.
I don't know what's going on here, fellas. As soon as Ogdo swings, the game's over, isn't it? That's
right.
All right.
I thought so.
I thought so
that
too.
Was it. I thought he had 26 on base. Maybe we counted wrong. Not sure.
Oh
but,
my goodness.
Nevertheless,
gracious.
the game is over. Okay, so we were looking. I miscounted the number of 5s on the base.
Yep,
that's what it was. He was 21 on base, not 26. That's my apologies, chat.
That's okay.
Doesn't change anything in the long run, but I jumped the game-winning call there.
Don't feel bad. I made the same mistake because I looked up and I thought Justin has 26 pips showing, right? Yeah, so I marked him up to 24 damage remaining, and then it was like, and then he swung with Ogdo, and I'm like, okay, isn't the game over? Wait, what? No, what? I don't know. Anyway, the end result was the same. He's still the same call. It's just like you said, a little early. That's okay.
All right, Alexander at the feature table, back-to-back rounds, getting the job done in a full set each time, winning game 1, losing game 2, but then this is the game 3 master. He finds a way to get it done, and he's found his way into the top cut.
Absolutely. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get my lights turned on back in the studio. I turn them off in between. We'll just run dark for a minute. They're not behaving. I'll be a little dark for a moment. That's fine. All right, guys. So Swiss is Dunzo. Why don't we have a quick peek at? I'm gonna mute these guys real quick so they're not in my ear. There we go. Let's see. I don't think I have the ability to pull a leaderboard. Ooh, that actually was the last match to report.
Oh wow!
I might be able to get standings. I can get final standings.
Awesome.
Aha, here we go. All right, so let me do an export here, and we'll get a final standings for everybody. Let's see. We come to here, there, and then we got to click a few more buttons. Josh, we have seen some amazing Swiss rounds today.
We have seen some unreal 3-game sets that these players have treated us to. It's been marvelous. It's been exciting to watch and super exciting to call these games.
All right. Oh, I've got this marked as end of round 5. Let me do this again. That's actually not correct. There we go. All right, one more time. I love these tools that Jonathan Fisher has helped me build for working kind of things in the background and sprucing up the overlays, but they do take a little bit of effort. Okay, so let's come back to it's still not behaving. All right, we'll come back to here. So this should be our final standings for the day. End of round 6. There we go. So Alexander is our lone 5-1 player with that winning in there. We had some guys that did double draw there into the top cut.
Okay.
And as predicted, we were talking about this in chat for the start of the match. We have one single 4-2 player, our top 4-2 player on the day. That's Ethan, is going to make top 8 here. And Mitchell, our defending champion here in Lubbock,
so
just
close.
missing out the cut there in 10th place.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking about it. 1 X and 2 would make it, and that was the question, right? Is if Justin lost that game, who was going to be that other X and 2 that that squeaked up in there, and it looks like Ethan has got it, and the defending champ will not be able to defend his title today.
Yes, indeed. So I'm going to take a few minutes here and get the bracket set up. I'm guessing the judges might do a little basic deck checking and so on. There'll be a pause here, guys. 10, 15 minutes. It's still pretty early in the afternoon. It's not even 4 o'clock local yet. But my guess is close to the top of the hour, if not a little before, we will be on into our top 8 match. So I'm gonna put it on the hold screen for now. Josh, stay with me a sec. You and I, we already know the matchups. So we can kind of talk for a minute and start figuring out what matchup we want to see, like what we'd like to see, and go from there, okay?
Sounds good.
Cool. All right, guys, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being with us. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's time for the top 8 here at Lubbock PQ at Stormcrow Games. Welcome back, Josh. Thanks for being with me today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's been so much fun, and we have been treated to some truly fun
Oh, yeah.
matches to witness.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to this. Let's take a quick look at your top cut bracket. So this is where we landed. Ooh, Braxton's kind of too much there, but that's all right. I'll fix that later. We're going to be bringing you guys the very bottom match in the bracket, the 3 seed and the 6 seed. That is Winston on Yoda Data Vault and Emmett on Kira Data Vault. But you can see from the rest of the field, we had 4 Han Solos of various types make the top 8, as well as 2 Cad Banes. So we're going to see more of them later. So we're going to come down here to the bottom of the bracket and look at some leaders that, well, one of them's going home here in a minute. We just got to play through to find out who.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, right? And these 2 Cad Banes are very different, right?
Yes.
We have one Cad Bane Tarkentown,
Yep.
and then a Cad Bane paired with a 30 HP Vigilant Space.
Yep.
So 2 very, very different decks
Yep.
indeed.
An old school Cad Blue there for sure. These guys have looked at their deck lists. They are shuffling up and everything. Why don't we go meet our players here in this top 8 match? On the left-hand side, this is Emmett. Emmett's here from Albuquerque, not as far away as I thought. They were like, oh, it's only about a 4-hour drive. I was like, it took me 8 to get here. What the hell? And I'm in the same state. And across from him, a veteran of the stream today, this is Winston. We saw Winston earlier in the stream, and also last PQ we were here in Lubbock. He remains on Yoda, although today he is on Data Vault rather than on Force Space like he was last fall when we were here.
Yeah.
So there's your matchup. I need to make a small adjustment to the timer so we can get this set correctly. There we go. All right, and I'm going to go run over real quick and give them a thumbs up and let them know that they can begin. They don't got to wait on us anymore.
Sounds good.
Be right back.
All right, so our quarterfinal feature match, Kira Data Vault versus Yoda Data Vault, Winston versus Emmett. Again, Winston finished second at this exact planetary qualifier during the Legends of the Force meta. Runner-up, trying to get all the way back to the finals and become a planetary qualifier champion this time around. But Emmett standing in Winston's way with Kira. These are 2 decks that can go into the late game and play the late game pretty well.
That's
we know that,
lightly.
of course, yeah, exactly. Kira can bring out those big Star Destroyers, like Annihilator, Devastator, Avenger, those big late game ships. And of course, Yoda has big plays as well. Luke, and you've got things like Keller and Beck and Home One. And, you know, ever since Secrets of Power released, Wes, these blue heroism decks, or these Vigilance heroism decks, they've at least evened the playing field a little bit with these villainy decks and their top end, because now we have Bo-Katan, and that is pretty good as well.
Yeah, the blue-green hero shells typically don't have this top end in the space arena that the blue-green villain shells do, right? You don't have the big death triangles of the Imperials, but you have, I would argue, much stronger units in the ground arena than the Imperials can offer. You know, if you look back at set 1, there were some big AT-AT walker types in the ground arena for blue-green villain, and they've never really caught on. The reinforcement walker is really kind of the only one that's ever made a splash, and so here we go in this top 8 match of blue-green, a clash of philosophies, hero versus villain.
Yeah. Game 1 officially underway. It's a space start for Winston with the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing and Pike Sentinel starting in the ground arena for Emmett. Winston with the initiative will strike first in Game 1. The Phoenix Squadron A-Wing coming in for 3. The Pike Sentinel following suit with 2 into Winston's Data Vault.
Chat's already settling in like this match could be really long. It could be. It could absolutely be a really long grind,
right,
guys.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Pretty interesting start for Winston here. We're just staying in the air, playing the blue leader as a 3-3 in the space arena. And no turn 2 play for Emmett.
Yeah,
no ramp here.
Yeah.
No other unit. Yeah, that's tough.
That is interesting. He did draw into an Inferno 4 there. He did take initiative. I'm curious to see what he decides he's going to come out with this phase.
Mike Sentinel has dealt 4 damage, but the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing has dealt 6 as Winston edges back just ahead in the damage race. We see that Inferno 4 that you were talking about, allowing Emmett to look at the top 2 cards. He can leave them on top, put them on the bottom if he wants to, but it looks like they quickly get left right on top.
One thing that I think is going to be interesting to keep an eye on in this match is that, ooh, there's a resupply out of Winston.
There we go.
Is that both these shells have access to somewhat similar cards in the neutral, things like resupply. But the blue-green hero has access to a top end with a lot more restore than you ever see. Like villain decks just generally don't have restore, regardless of where it comes from. And so it's going to be really interesting to see, Winston already ahead. If he can stay ahead and then flex that restore in the mid and the late game, this might go badly for Emmett. We're going to have to see.
Blue leader dealing 6 over the last couple turns. So these 3 power space units doing some great early work for Winston, as Winston has put 12 damage on Emmett's base, and the Pike Sentinel continuing to chip away. Now a unit has left play, so Winston can use that Yoda action ability, drawing a card, and now he will take a card from his hand and put it back on top or the bottom of his deck.
We are going to deploy Kira here. I'm a little surprised to see this, but I suppose I shouldn't necessarily be terribly shocked. It looks like we're going to plot out a Cad Bane. Yeah.
There we go. So Kira, when deployed, will damage the blue leader, and then Cad Bane, when played, plotted out here, will take out the blue leader that only had 2 remaining HP. And it is a resupply carrier for Winston, double ramping here in the first game.
Now.
A resupply, then a resupply carrier. Kira gets in for 4. It's 10 damage on Winston's base, but Yoda could be deployed here, and that is what we're reaching for. Yoda coming out. Queen Amidala discarded off the top, and the Pike Sentinel will be defeated here off that when deployed ability.
Interesting to see that Winston's decided, generally we see these blue-green shells, a lot of them kind of a little more control-y. Winston's like, nah, we're going base, and I'm going to get my restore, and we're going to make this a 6-point swing.
I think Winston feels like he probably needs to be a little bit more of the aggressor in this match. Of course, we talked about those big triangles that can come out late for Emmett and start causing Winston some big problems. So if Winston can put enough pressure in the mid stages of this game, maybe we don't even get to a point where those triangles can overwhelm here in game 1. Yeah. Emmett has the initiative. It's going to be Cad Bane swinging for 4 right out of the gate into Yoda.
Winston with the attack here, goes back to base. He does. 20 damage on already for Emmett.
Yeah, it's really starting to pile on. Now Kira going to base as well. Trading some damage here. Resupply carrier, though, still on the board for Winston. He's put great pressure on in the space arena as it goes up to 24. And now Vigilance will come out, milling the top 6 cards of Winston's deck and healing 5 from Emmett's base.
There were 2 Luke Skywalkers in that stack.
That is just, whew, that's not what you want to see if you're Winston.
No, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Brutal. Winston 2 resources ahead here. What's he going to do with it? It's going to be a home 1 now.
Oh, that is strong.
Yeah.
Strong follow-up, because now we have 2 very large threats in the space arena, and he can go and get another space unit back. A heroism unit, it would cost 3 less, so blue leader put back into the space arena. That is a lot of damage. 14 damage showing in the space arena for Winston.
Well, and all this restore, right? Home 1 grants every other unit on the board restore 1, so if Winston gets even a single turn, I mean, he might have lethal already. 4, 8, he does. If everything swings to base here, Winston's presenting lethal at this exact moment.
Yeah, that's a great point. 7 resources, no ramp so far for Emmett. We're going to play no glory only results, taking control and defeating home 1. A very critical play here for Emmett to take out the 7 power space threat. But Yoda getting in for 4 and restoring 2 from Winston.
Yeah, Winston's just healed a ton, and I think right now he doesn't really care that Kira just keeps punching the base. He's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been the aggressor here. He's still showing the 7 in the space arena as resupply carrier gets in for 4, and Emmett has got to find a way to stabilize this board. Cad's going in for 4 to base as well. 16 damage on Winston's base. Now for Emmett, we're on 8 resources next turn, so we could find a fail-safe if we need it in something like Super Laser Blast.
Yeah, I'll be really
The
curious to see if
problem
he's
is
got one.
Yeah, but the problem is these blue-green hero decks are so good at just putting threats right back into play with things like Home 1 and Keller and Beck and Queen
Keller and Beck,
Amidala.
Home 1, and he's got it.
Oh, all right. Super Laser Blast clearing out the board, but that's Emmett's turn.
Yeah.
Let's see what Winston has in response.
I mean, if Winston can come in with an Amidala and a couple of spies, a Keller and Beck, and there's a lot of different options he can have to put 2 or 3 units out here.
It's going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luke Skywalker, so no win played ability coming into effect. But nevertheless, it's 9 power on the board for Winston, and that's enough to finish this game if either one of these units stick around. Timely intervention. What do we have? Big play from hand. It's Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice. A shield will be given to Luke. And Darth Vader will attack and take out Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Fell the Dragon is the response for Winston as he clears up the board.
So now we're to the point where this is the meat and potatoes for these decks, right? The big plays, trying to keep each other off balance. Is that Mina? Mina and Typho.
And what's so important is that Winston was able to get 2 threats on the board following all of that. That's what's crucial because we know how good these Kira decks, these blue-green villainy decks are at 1-for-1 removal. So if you get 2 threats on the board, that's exactly where you want to be.
Yep.
It also makes sure that something like Avenger doesn't take out your lone threat or a Power of the Dark Side.
Yep. Emmett now going to smuggle out another timely here.
It's going to be Reinforcement Walker this time. Is that it, or do we have another Vader? He needs to heal some damage.
Nope, there it is.
It is the Reinforcement Walker. There it is. He'll discard Pershing, healing 3. Now he'll get to attack, so he'll get the win played and on attack ability. Typho will be taken out. And it doesn't look like Winston disclosed there to heal. But Emmett healing a total of 6 in that transaction.
So Emmett healed 6, and then Mina swung right back in for 2 to base and a restore 1. And then a takedown.
Takedown, finishing off the Walker. Strong play for Winston. Knowing that damage that the Walker can heal was crucial for Emmett.
Emmett now at least a little bit out of the danger zone. A single attack, not going to knock him out of the game here.
Yeah, Emmett working hard and really getting in a spot where he is stabilizing effectively. Darth Vader commanding the first Legion, going and searching, getting the Pike Sentinel out of the top 10 cards, ambushing Mina Bonteri. And once again, no disclose coming from Winston. I think Winston's digging for some threats. He needs to be able to replenish this board.
Well, yeah. And all 3 of his Lukes are in the discard pile already, which feels terrible.
That's such a good point. The Fell the Dragon cleans up Darth Vader. Phoenix Squadron A-Wing comes out for Winston, but Emmett is getting very close to having this game stabilized. He has 26 damage on his base, but we could start seeing the big triangles fly around for Emmett now.
Yeah, we know. You guys haven't seen his deck list. I took a peek. He does have, I think, 2 Devastators and an Annihilator on the top end.
Cad Bane, win played ability, defeating the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Yoda once again digging. Winston sending a card to the bottom. Here comes Keller and Beck. That's a threat we want to find. As now Winston will get to search the top 7. He's looking for, well, he could be playing a pretty massive unit
Yeah.
here. It will have a cost reduction, a 3-cost reduction. It's home 1. He's found home 1. He'll play home 1 for 5, and then he can go and get another unit. This is the play Winston needed.
Yeah, now he can chain this into a much bigger position and force Emmett to have another super laser blast to stay in the game.
Getting Captain Typho, paying the 1 extra resource. Very strong play. And you are absolutely right. Home 1 is threatening lethal. Let's see if Emmett has a response. Emmett has several cards in hand, so it'd be shocking to me if he didn't have some kind of response to home 1.
Well, for me, it's not just home 1. Like, Kellerin is also lethal in the ground arena. There's not a... Oh, no, the Pike is down there. They've both got a Sentinel in play, don't they? Oh, Annihilator.
Yeah, Annihilator coming out, that awesome prestige copy, defeating home 1, and now Emmett gets to go searching through Winston's deck and hand for any copies of home 1 and discard them. So now all of these home 1s will be in the discard pile as well for Winston.
Doesn't have one in hand. Did get the one out of his deck. And now I think, there we go. Typho knocks off the Sentinel. And now Kellerin's
So once
lethal.
again, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a great call. 2 7 power units, just so good. And it all came from one action. Last phase from Winston.
Yeah.
Just one ready resource for Emmett. I don't think he has a response to Kellerin here.
I don't think he does. He needs some kind of single target removal, and if he doesn't have it, then Winston's going to win on the next action.
Cad Bane going to attack into Typho. The Disclose effect will allow Winston to heal 1 damage from his base, but Kellerin Beck swinging for exact lethal. That is going to wrap it up. Our former finalist here at the Planetary Qualifier in Lubbock, Winston taking the early lead here in the quarterfinals.
Solid play. You know, it's easy when you play into these kind of control matchups, right? To kind of get, as a player, you know, as you're learning the game, it's a little demoralized, right? Super Laser Blast, you've built this great board position, and here comes a single card and wipes out all your hard work. And then you try to build your board position back, and then they can do it to you again, or have enough single target removal to stay ahead of you. But these green hero cards, the way that the recursion works between Kellerin, and home 1, we saw it there. That beautiful chain, to be able to chain into multiple units with a single action. Amidala can do the same thing. She puts 3 units on the board with a single action. Really good answers to this blue villain mass removal that's been around for a while.
Yeah, I think after Secrets of Power, especially because the green hero got Queen Amidala as well, I think that green heroism decks are the most well-equipped to deal with something like Super Laser Blast because there's so many options, like you just talked about, to just recur units, and one action can all of a sudden turn into 2 or 3 units on the board with just one action, and that's just so strong.
Yeah. Now, these guys sideboarded very quickly, so equally quickly. Let's take a quick look at the lists that we're dealing with here. Oh, I haven't updated things on my end. Ha! Good news is it's quick fix. That's last weekend stuff. You guys don't want to see that. Let's see. Here we go. And we need Emmett's list. So there's Emmett's list.
Okay.
So we saw his 1 Annihilator, very impactful in that game. He does have some top in there. We saw the Reinforcement Walker, the Blast. We didn't see the Avengers, but you have to suspect they're in there. One of the things that shocked me, that Cad Bane, really, really a good card. That new Cad Bane out of set 6, a really good card in this deck, especially on Kira's flip.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that card was very important in that first game. Unfortunately, he couldn't come away with it, even being able to play a couple copies of Cad Bane. Looking at the sideboard, maybe we bring in Snoke. Maybe this can help stabilize things a little bit. He's got Palpatine's Return and Snoke over in the sideboard. Also have Condemn, which could shut down one of these larger units as well.
Indeed.
Maybe when Yoda gets deployed, that's a good quick way. Throw that Condemn if you need to onto Yoda.
Indeed. I would take a look at Winston's list, but these guys are literally dealing out hands. So why don't we come back to the game board and make sure we don't miss any actual gameplay. Chat saying, they're not going to miss home 1 when it's gone. I am a little bit. It's a card that has not been as impactful, right? I think is as I would have preferred. I've always loved big capital ships, and I remember when I saw it in the early game, and set one was out. I was like, oh, this is a great card, but it didn't really have a home for a while. And of course now a fabulous card in these big old Yoda decks, but I think I am going to miss it a little bit because I think the effect and the board impact it has is really cool.
Yeah, for sure. I love the recursion that it brings, and I love how it scales late in the game,
Mm-hmm.
right? And being able to go and get back something like a Luke late in the game. We saw
Yeah,
Winston, Luke Skywalker's get discarded
yeah.
off of the Vigilance. Well, Home 1 brings that versatility to be able to go and get something back like a Luke once you have the number of resources needed to play Luke with the 3 cost reduction. So, yeah, it's going to be weird not having those recursion cards, but nevertheless, it's going to be a fun new format coming to us next month with a Lawless Time.
So everybody just took the first turn off there. We just
Yeah.
passed and claimed, I think.
Well, all right. Well, that's a start here in game 2 of the
Yeah,
quarterfinals.
yeah. Winston not able to open with the early space threats like he did in game 1.
Now, this time, Emmett does find some ramp with Super Laser Technician on his second turn, and it's Mina Bonteri for Winston. Wanting to ramp quickly. 2 damage to Mina Bonteri with a Super Laser Technician getting defeated. Emmett getting another ready resource up to 5 total as Mina swings in. And
Ooh.
look at this, it's double ramp this game for Emmett
Mm-hmm.
as he goes up to 6 resources with that copy of Resupply.
Yeah, and this time it's Emmett who comes in with the early double ramp. That's going to allow him to get to some of his bigger threats, the Vaders and Mauls and that sort of thing, a little faster than Winston here in game 2.
Now, Winston did put another solid unit in play, playing the Captain Typho into the ground arena.
Taking a quick look, I can see a Condemn in Emmett's hand, so he definitely did side those in.
Emmett up to 7 resources. Going to deploy Kira with his first action. Dealing damage to each unit. After fully healing them, dealing damage equal to half its remaining HP rounded down. So both of Winston's units end up with 2 damage on.
Yeah, Winston not able to push nearly as much early damage this game as he could in game 1, and I'm going to be really interested to see how that impacts this game.
Overwhelming barrage. First time I think we've seen that card on stream today.
Indeed.
Kira will get +2/+2. And that is 6 damage that can be spread around, and that is going to clean up Winston's board. The Captain Typho and Mina will be defeated. The disclose from Mina's when defeated ability, allowing Winston to draw a card.
First time a unit leaves play this game, and so Yoda able to get in some action there.
One swing, Emmett ties up that damage race with the 6 power Kira. And here comes Queen Amidala, bringing along some spy tokens, replenishing this board. Queen Amidala, arguably one of the better cards that came out of Secrets of Power, has seen so much play in the Premier format.
She's hard to kill as long as she's got things around her that can absorb the damage. And of course, she herself hits like a train. A 5 swing, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. All right, timely intervention being played. Smuggling the timely. What do we play? Is it another Vader?
Ooh.
It is Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice, giving the shield to Queen Amidala. Will ambush and take out the spy token, and then that on attack, defeating Queen Amidala with the shield token, and Vader not even losing his shield with that 0 power spy.
A great way to clear Amidala out, right? Just to come in and, like, well, I'm not even going to attack you. I'm just going to murder you with, defeat you with Vader's game text.
Yeah. Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice, so deadly with ambush. We're going to see resupply carrier for Winston as Winston goes up to 7 total resources, now trying to set up this Yoda deploy as he uses that action ability, drawing a card, putting one back on top. Emmett's claimed, and here comes Bo-Katan being discarded off the top. The Twilight of the Apprentice is defeated, and now Yoda able to get in for 4 and restore 2. Great tempo turn for Winston.
Very much so. I mean, still very much anybody's game, though, right? By this point in Game 1, Emmett was way behind. But Winston not drawing quite as well earlier, certainly not drawing as much early pressure, and trying to recover now, getting his leader onto the board into this game, absolutely part of that, and big hit there.
Yeah, that Darth Vader Twilight of the Apprentice, such a good answer to the Amidala, but Winston had a good answer of his own for the Darth Vader. We see back-to-back turns. Timely is smuggled. It's another Darth Vader Twilight of the Apprentice deja vu.
Goodness.
That is going to clean up the ground arena with Yoda getting the shield token. The spy once again ambushed into the the on attack, taking out the leader. That is a fantastic back-to-back turn play for Emmett.
One of the things that I love is that as Amidala has kind of worked her way through the meta, we've seen a lot more interesting and unique ways people are figuring out how to deal with these multiple spies and kind of dunk on them a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I tell you what, Winston sure has been able to respond well to the Darth Vaders. He's felt the pressure. He puts out the village people into the ground arena, deals 4 damage with the resupply carrier, and has the Vanquish to take out Vader.
Oh, again.
Another OB onto Kira, 6 damage coming through. Excuse me, more than that. 8 damage coming through. That's going to wipe the board.
That's right. She knocked that shield off of the the village protectors and took some damage back to keep her grit humming.
Yeah, so 6 power for Kira before the overwhelming barrage was played, but now we'll be swinging for 8, as we see home 1 coming out. What does Winston get back? Captain Typho coming back out, and that's pretty important because that Kira is a pretty large threat.
Yeah, she's an 8-4 right now in the ground arena, and they're going to just trading here. Technically, no, yeah, I was going to say technically Kira wouldn't be defeated right now. That's a lie. She has exactly 4 HP, so she's going away.
We do see Winston disclosing again when Captain Typho is attacked and healing 1 damage from base, and Condemn is put onto home 1. So now home 1 much less threatening.
It's actually an interesting place for Condemn to go, because if memory serves, I got to read this card again. Let me put it back up one more time to make sure I read it correctly. It gains on attack. Okay, it gains and loses. Okay, so basically it only loses all other abilities if your opponent does the thing when you attack with it. But if it just sits there, it continues to hand out the restore to everybody, I think.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep, the other units would still have restore. All right, Obi-Wan Kenobi coming out for Winston, and it's Darth Vader commanding the 1st Legion, going to ambush and defeat Obi-Wan Kenobi, but unfortunately Emmett not finding a villainy unit in the top 10 that he could play, looking for villainy units with cost 3 or less. As the Yoda action ability gets used yet again for Winston, drawing a card. Let's see what he does. Does he put a card from his hand back on top or bottom? It is back on top.
Ooh.
And Confiscate is going to take out Condemn. Very strong play for Winston.
That is a big hit. Emmett's not going to be happy
huge.
about that.
Not at all. 7 damage dealt to Emmett's Data Vault, and here comes Queen Amidala once again. She comes along with her crew, the 2 spy tokens, and Emmett staring down an extremely threatening board. This situation just got a little bit sticky for Emmett.
Yeah, I think he needs that. He needs to have a super laser blast in his hand here. Probably has seen one by now. I'm sure he was keeping it as an emergency out here. Let's see what he does.
Yep, there you go. Super Laser Blast clearing out the board, but let's see how Winston replenishes the board following up the blast.
We feel like we've seen this before, haven't we?
We absolutely have. Keller and Beck going to allow Winston to could play another very large unit. Going to play Queen Amidala, and we're going to follow it up. One action. I'll take 4 units, please.
That's just, it's insane that we super laser blasted and we killed 4 units, and one action later, there's 4 more units back on the board.
Absolutely.
That's just crazy.
Crazy stuff.
That's
it's just
crazy
so
to
much
me.
value. It's
Yeah.
unreal.
Yeah.
The value that these blue-green hero decks have now.
Yeah. Just wild. You can absolutely outlast, I think, these super laser blasty type effects now in ways that you really couldn't before, or at least it required. Once they added Kelleran back in, you already had home one. Kelleran gave Hero yet another out, and then in this set we added Amidala, which she's a 3 unit play essentially. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of silly.
Emmett with the initiative, staring down lethal in Winston's ground arena. Only 10 HP left on Emmett's base.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, you would super laser blast into an Avenger, and then your opponent would have a real struggle, to get back into the game. But now it's like, I super laser blast, fine.
But we've seen this 2 times already in this game. Another timely intervention smuggled into Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice, taking out a spy and Kelleran Beck. But it is going to be 7 damage coming through with the Queen Amidala and the spy that remained. 30 damage on Emmett's base.
I have a hard time envisioning a world where Emmett can get out of this now. If he had some restore units, well then possibly. But I mean, and now he's going to get, Vader gets felled the dragon right off the board. Winston doesn't really have to do anything else but just leave his units out there and go, all right, can you stop Amidala?
That is the question. Emmett has the initiative. He must stop the Queen or this game is over. And the runner-up of this Lubbock PQ 4 months ago will be moving on to the semifinals. Emmett has plenty of resources to work with. What is he holding on to? Does he have a response?
Looks like he has 10 there. We're going to go Vigilance.
All right, well, here's a start. Certainly a start. Vigilance can defeat the Queen Amidala and heal 5. Back down to 25 damage on base. Make that 27 after the spy swings in.
Winston did something last turn that I don't know that I would have done in his shoes, but I quite like the play. He basically just kind of took the round off. He didn't play anything other than that fell the dragon. I think he's kind of making sure that he keeps enough resources in his hand so that he can outlast another super laser blast if Emmett draws into one.
Yeah, that's a great point. He just wants to continue to put the pressure on, continue to have that inevitability on his side, being able to replenish the board and make sure that Emmett is faced with 2 threats on the board each and every turn. That's where Winston wants to be.
Yep, and he does it here. Luke followed by Typho means that a Power of the Dark Side won't get Emmett out of this. He's going to have to come up with something that can kill multiple units in a single play.
No Glory taking control of Luke. Taking Luke out, but now 4 damage dealt to base, so 31 damage on Emmett's base, just 2 HP remaining. Winston's so close, he can taste it. Emmett's going to play another Vigilance. Feels like he has to heal here. He's going to mill the top 6 yet again. We see Bo-Katan, Luke, and a Kelleran Beck, some of the key hits there. As Emmett heals 5 back from his base, he's got 26 damage on.
It feels like Emmett's trying to play like he's going to try and outlast Winston and try to mill him out, but with 7 HP left on his base, I'm just not sure how he's going to get there.
Right.
But I think you're definitely seeing a lot of clever, smart play by Winston. He's going to play a single unit of the ground arena and then call it.
Yep. Yeah, just making sure he has the 2 threats, right? 2 threats in play, minimum. So that Avenger or Power of the Dark Side not cleaning out that only threat.
Winston's like, all right, let me see your discard pile of shenanigans. There's 3 Vaders in here. There's 3 timely interventions in here, and there's 2 vigilances. What have you got left?
Yeah. All right, first play, Palpatine's return. What does Emmett go and find? It's Darth Vader commanding the First Legion. Let's see if Emmett can get a hit this time as he searches the top 10 for any number of villain units with combined cost, if they cost 3 or less.
He really needs one of those Pike Sentinels here or something. It goes with Inferno 4.
It doesn't find a Sentinel. Captain Typho is ambushed. Winston will heal a damage from his base, disclosing a command and heroism aspect icon. Now Winston with blue leader, poised to deal another 5 and have 31 damage on Emmett's base for the second time in game 2. He's yet to spend any resources. Urshan coming out for the first time for Emmett in this match. As Winston just continuing to cycle through the deck with that Yoda action ability, and now Vanquish defeating the commander of the First Legion. And Obi-Wan Kenobi, the protective Padawan, joining the ground arena forces for Winston. And guess what? He's got 2 units in play, and they're both representing lethal yet again.
Yep. Winston, you get the sense from Winston that he's like, oh, I've been here before. I know how to play this match. I keep 2 units on the board. I keep pressure on. I keep forcing you to come up with ways to deal with my units, and eventually I can outlast you because my green hero shenanigans, all the recursion and stuff, will eventually overcome you.
Now Devastator is going to take out one of these units, but with just 2 HP remaining, Obi-Wan Kenobi will come down, swing the lightsaber into Data Vault, finish off Emmett, and our runner-up in the last finals is advancing on to the semifinals today. What a performance for Winston, 2-0.
Chat calling that perfect play by Winston. I kind of have to agree with him. I'll be honest. He knew exactly how to navigate the end of that match. Game 2 very different from Game 1. Not able to put a ton of early pressure in, which meant he had to play. I don't want to say flawless, but had to play a tight late game, right, in terms of making sure to conserve his units and just keep just the right amount of pressure on the board and not go crazy and flood the board and get blasted again. And it worked really, really well.
Yeah, it absolutely did. This local team from the Lubbock area, Winston, I tell you, he's really put on some great performances. And you said that this team also had a really good showing at Mesa as well, putting one of the team members into the top 16. So these guys certainly securing some points and really trying to get their spots in the Galactic Championship.
Yeah, I was talking to Winston and Mitchell earlier in the weekend. I discovered, so there was 4 or 5 of them here today. Alexander, our 1 seed, is also a member of their team. He was a top 16 player in Mesa. And I think Braxton told me that, Winston was a top 64 player in Mesa. So the Lubbock team here, the 4 or 5 guys, they've got a lot of talent here in a very small player base, and showing it today. It's been really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm curious for Winston, because if he finished top 64 in Mesa, that was 15 points. We know that he got 35 points for finishing second at the PQ here in Lubbock last time around. So that's 50 points. He's just locked up at least another 25 because he's moving on to the semifinals. So I don't know if he has any other points that he's scored along the way, but at minimum that's 75. So he's getting so close if he doesn't yet have that spot in the main event at the Galactic Championship. And that's really exciting to kind of follow these players and see them rack up these points as they're desperately trying to get their spot.
All right. So let's take a quick look at the bracket, because I do have one other result for you. Let's bring this up. There we go. So Braxton, who we had on the stream earlier today, did defeat James's Cad Bane Tarkintown in their match. And, of course, Winston moving on in his half of the bracket. So then it's a question of who wins the Battle of the Hans between the 2 and the 7 seed. And then our number 1 seed, Alex, into that Cad Bane blue deck that snuck in as the 8 seed, our 1, 4, and 2 player in the top 8. They're still battling it out as well. Chat saying that Winston was at 90 points coming into today, so it's very possible that he can get his qualification today, even if he doesn't finish in the top spot.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Thank you guys for filling us in with that information. So yeah, that means that Winston is good to go. He's definitely going to be playing in the main event in Vegas come this summer, and that's always exciting because hey, that's the big event of the year, right? And that's
Where you
you
want
want
to
to
be.
be there, you want to be in the main event.
Yeah. So, random question for you, Josh. Are you going to be able to make it this year? I think we missed you last year, yes?
Yeah, I wasn't there last year. I don't know yet for sure
Okay.
this year. We'll see. I definitely want to be. That's the plan. So
Fingers crossed,
we'll
baby.
keep
That'd
our
be a lot of
fingers
fun.
crossed and hopefully we'll be there this time around for sure.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, there's 2 more top 8 matches still going on. Plenty of time left on the timer. I'll tell you what I always tell you when we get to these situations. There's probably, I'm going to have a quick peek, there is 35-ish minutes left on the timer. My suspicion is those other matches will not go all the way to time. So I'm going to leave the screen up. I'm going to leave the timer running, but keep an eye on chat. I'm going to go double check some things and come back and give you a typed out estimate of what I think is realistic in terms of how much time we actually have left in this round, because we expected that match to be the long grindy slog and they were done in about 35-40 minutes. So we'll have to go check on everybody else.
Sounds good.
Awesome. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. Thanks. Yeah, I muted it because I was doing shenanigans. Okay, it's fine. Anyways, welcome back, everybody. We'll try this again. Welcome back. It's time for the top four. Our final top 8 match ended with an epic kind of game 3 getting going to time. Cad Bane Blue did win. He managed to push 27 points of damage onto Alexander's 28-point base and only had 24 points of damage on his 30-point base. And so the game won on tiebreakers by Ethan. And we're going to be looking at him and Braxton here as we head into the top 4.
Sounds good. No, I'm excited to see it. Another spicy deck, right? We've seen some nice spicy decks throughout the day. We saw Sly Moore in Premiere earlier today on stream. That was
Yes, that was
fantastic. But now we're
awesome.
going to see some Cad Bane
That's right.
Vigilance,
That's right.
which is a deck that has been splashed around in
Yeah.
some previous metas. I believe we go all the way back to the first Beatle. I remember George, I think, having some big success with Cad Blue. So I think this is definitely hey, the light's
Let
back
there be
on. But yeah,
light.
Cad Blue's definitely been around, but be
Yeah.
exciting to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this one. A lot of interesting tools in Ethan's deck. A lot of fancy, a lot of judge and foil cards in there. It's going to be fun to watch him play. The glare might be a little much. We'll have to see how it goes. Let's meet both players. Here on the left-hand side of your screen, that's Braxton. Braxton's been on stream before today, and the previous PQ here in Lubbock, he is bringing Han2 ECL to the dance. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, the victor in that long slog of a top 8 match, that is Ethan. Ethan's down from Stillwater. And he is repping Cad Bane here in the top 4. Oh, Ethan won the 2K chat is saying at the first Beatle with Cad Blue. So there you go. So that's exactly somebody who's got the kind of experience that you would expect to be playing this deck.
Yeah, that's excellent. Okay, so that's on me. That's my mistake then. I thought it was George running that deck. Maybe he was on a form of I think he was on a form of CAD as well. But yeah, if Ethan was able to take it, he's got clearly some very great experience
Yeah.
on this deck, and now he's in the semifinals of a PQ. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match. Let's pick up a couple other odds and ends here. Let's turn you off. That's not terribly helpful now. And then, just because I want to check it and make sure it's working.
The story here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm just getting some feedback from chat. Appreciate that, guys. Ethan and George collaborated back then. Okay, sounds great. Yeah, what I remember, George was on that deck as well. He was on Colossus is what I'm hearing. So been a while, but yeah, that's exciting. I mean, that's really cool to see Ethan have that kind of success. I mean, good grief, that was almost a year ago now.
Yeah, the original Beatle was
Beatle.
Yeah, the first Beatle
was March last year.
Yeah, end of last March, as I recall. That sounds about right. So both players now taking the time to look over their opponent's deck lists. Why don't we do the same, Josh? Give me a moment. Let me update the overlays here and point them to the right things. Braxton on the left and Ethan on the right. There we go. So let's do the same. Let's have a look at Braxton's deck here.
Okay.
There's our Han2 ECL that has made it this far. One of the 2 in the top 4.
Yeah, classic Han2 ECL stuff here. Just trying to see if there's anything that really stands out as being maybe a spicy include. We've seen the Crucible floating around a little bit ever since the Tilburg sector qualifier.
Yeah.
So we have seen that. The Beloved Orator, nice strong play as well. The Corellian Hound's interesting in the sideboard. That could be a play here. I'm not sure if it will be relevant in this matchup, but very interesting to see it in the sideboard.
It is indeed a card that you see splashed into boards very rarely in the main unless you're playing some kind of weird Kanan creature shell. But like in general, it's a card that a lot of red players have started kind of splashing into their board to give them the opportunity for some mid-game damage should they get kind of cleaned out or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing that kind of stands out to me about Braxton's deck is his top end basically stops at Wrecker and maybe a little bit of, he's got the one Kellerin in there. So he's kind of relying, just looking at the list at the 10,000 foot level, it strikes me as a much stronger mid-game kind of a style, kind of a list than I expect we're going to see when we look over at Cad Bane here in just a minute.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think if you're Braxton, you are 100% the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah.
You need to try and push that board wide early, have a huge mid game like you're talking about once we get those Poes and Wreckers, and just try and close things out in that mid game, because once we get late, I'm assuming the same. I think we're going to see some big plays late in the game on Ethan's side. And yeah, there it is. You see we've got a bunch of 7
Ooh,
cost units.
man.
You've got Cad Bane
Look at
and the
this
new
top
Grand
end.
Admiral Thrawn, Snoke, Avenger. We've got all kinds of top end over here.
Yeah. I can't see the number on the Avenger. I'm gonna cheat and go back to SWODB and make sure. I think he's running 2 Avengers, but I'm gonna go double check just to make sure, since it's not clear on the deck image that we've got there. But yeah, I mean, it's exciting to me just to see new Thrawn getting any love. That's a card that he's only running 1 Avenger, just the 1. Okay, 1 in the main. But new Thrawn getting some love is definitely interesting. Not something that we've seen a lot of. A good card, very comparable to kind of the Cad Bane hostage taker unit you see there to the left of Thrawn in the deck list, but functions a little differently, right? So, okay. He was able to pilot this deck to kind of a come from behind win over Alex, our 1 seed in his top 8 match. Right, they went all 3 games, and then you heard me earlier kind of describing that come from behind victory he had. I won't say come from behind, but picking up game 3 there on tiebreakers.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting list, and against Han 2, Han Solo worth the risk. Of course, we don't have the classic Tarkin Town pairing with Cad Bane, but nevertheless, we still have the great Underworld synergy here, and we're still going to be able to throw out damage with the Cad pings. So we'll see if that damage can start adding up. If the Han 2 player, which is Braxton, if he misses Grogu and he's not able to start healing some of that damage that gets pinged, maybe the damage that's spread out can really play a role here from Cad Bane.
One of the cards that stood out to me when I was watching Ethan play this list earlier, a throwback unit you don't see much of anymore, is that Syndicate Lackeys, right? The 5-drop, 5/4 ambush. Typically, you see that unit included in a deck list like this because you have something very specific in mind. You want to be able to ambush on the 5 resource round. Historically, we saw back in the day, we saw this unit used a lot against Sabine, and maybe that's why it's in here. But I'm betting that there's a lot of other modern units in the game that you can get some good value out of it against, just because of the 5 HP.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, something as simple as, well, if Poe Dameron comes out a turn early, right? That's 4 HP. So the Syndicate Lackeys would be a great response there, following up an early Poe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to what do these damaged units look like for Braxton, and how does he kind of maneuver the damage on his units, because Ethan's going to want to set up some value trades.
Yeah. Chat pointing out that 5 damage allows him to ambush those lackeys into one of the Hans, right? Both Hans very popular in the meta right now. And if it's a clear board, you can Cad ping plus the 5 damage on the ambush will clear the opposing Han. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to deal 6 damage with 1 action is fantastic. And if Ethan can neutralize the early board that Braxton is going to present, then yeah, that could absolutely be a very significant line of play for Ethan.
All right. It looks like Braxton has won a roll. I'm guessing that the heart token there on the board is the initiative token.
Yeah, I do believe so. Believe they've switched it out to I think that's is that the team token there for LXO?
I'm pretty sure it is the team token for LXO.
Okay.
We saw Ethan wearing his LXO jersey, and we saw also, I'm going to miss it. Who was our first round opponent against Luna? He also had an LXO jersey on, and I didn't pick up on it at the time. It was much later before I noticed it.
Oh, yeah, that's a great call. Was that Nick in the early rounds?
No,
I think it was.
I'm going to have to go back and look at pairings now. Let's see, round 1. It was Nick. You're right. It was Nick. Yeah. Nick had his LXO jersey on as well.
Sometimes my memory fails me, but sometimes we get things right.
That time you nailed it. I tell people I have a memory like a steel sieve, and that has held true for me for many years. So.
All right, so here we go. Both players drawing up, getting ready for this semifinal feature match. Ethan with a pretty quick mulligan here, and Braxton head to hand, maybe thinking whether or not he needs to keep this hand.
Trying to get a sense of what he's got in it there. Glare making it a little tough. It looks like he kept at least a Karis. I could not make out much else in that hand. Chad asking what the limited sleeves are. Limited is one of the teams here that's been formed by some local Lubbock players. 3 of the 4 folks in our top 4 pairings are on that team. That's Braxton. And then over the other match, it's Caleb versus Winston. All of them are members of Team Limited. Alex Cagle, who was our 1 seed that Ethan just defeated in his top 8 match, also a member of Team Limited. So they were expressing to me that at one point they were like, "Oh, we could get all 4 people into the top cut." And unfortunately, Ethan coming in playing spoiler, putting paid to those aspirations. But there we go.
Still, what a run, right? 3 of 4 in the top 4, or 3 of the top 4 a part of this limited team. So that's a fantastic run. But here we go. Game 1 is underway. It's Karis Nemec to start for Braxton. We do not see an opening play for Ethan, but he's got the initiative here.
Did he pass? No, he took initiative. Okay. He didn't. They didn't move the token. That's what's messing me up.
Yep. Pike Sentinel coming down for Ethan as his first play of game 1. The CAD ping dealing 1 damage to the Karis Nemec, and now Karis Nemec will trade with the Pike Sentinel. We see the reveal, the disclose there for Braxton, and he is going to get a spy token.
No, so Ethan, Chad asking about Ethan's mat. The LXO guys have some very just like plain blank kind of hard mats. Justin did the same thing in round 7. He just placed it over the plain slew mats that I have on the table for these guys. It's fine. Do your thing.
First 2 damage dealt by the spy token for Braxton. And we see Sabine's Masterpiece coming out. Sabine's Masterpiece needing some other aspects on the board here for Braxton to start getting some big value. We see Forlom coming out, ambushing and defeating the token. And 1 damage dealt to the Sabine's Masterpiece with that CAD triggered ability yet again.
Oh, that's Gunji. It took me a minute to realize who that is. That's one of the fancy sector promo Gunjis, I think.
It looks so good. Gunji coming down. And now it's going to be the Han action ability after Ethan claiming. And we're going to see red 5 being played into the space arena. And now the Sabine's Masterpiece. That's some real value because Braxton has an aggression and a command unit in play. So we're going to get an experience token on the Masterpiece, and Masterpiece going to attack and deal a total of 5 here. 4 with the 4 power, and then the on attack dealing an extra damage thanks to having an aggression unit in play.
I love the guys in chat talking up their sponsors. Well done, boys. Keep it up. Look at that. Look, I see you, Ryan. I see you.
Ryan working hard.
Yes, he is. Always be working. What movies? Always be closing. What is that? One of those Hollywood films.
I'm not sure.
Nah, it's one of those classic Hollywood films.
All right, Ethan with the initiative has Forlom in play, but staring down quite the threatening space arena right now for Braxton. And look at this. It's Zuckuss following that Forlom. Zuckuss is going to ambush and defeat Gunji. The Wookiee taken out. CAD ping 1 damage onto red 5.
You know, it's funny. All these years, these cards have been in play almost, 18 months? I think I've seen more Forlom and Zuckuss today than I've seen since Cassette 2. It's wild.
It's been quite a while since I've seen those follow up each other so consistently. We've seen it several times today on stream. Now that blue leader coming down, going to come out, ambush, and trade with the Forlom.
Right, because he's a 5/5 because Zuckuss is on the board.
See 5 damage coming through from the Sabine's Masterpiece. Should be 3 damage from red 5.
And then 3 more from Han.
Yep. That's a lot of damage. It's 18 on Ethan's base when it's all said and done.
Big hits here early for Braxton, doing exactly what his deck's designed to do, is just kind of outpace you here and load up the board with value units, outvalue you with Han's ability.
the 6 resource turn. Han, of course, has already been deployed. When does CAD come out for Ethan? We've got Zuckus ready in the ground arena. Could clear up that Han leader right away with the first action. Ethan does have the initiative. Let's see if that's the line he opts for.
Chat pointing out that Braxton forgetting that he could have put 2 more damage onto Zuckus there with red 5.
That is a very solid point, and that is huge because that means Zuckus could survive here on this turn. We're going to see Han get in for another 3.
He's rethinking his play here. He took it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he started to and then putting it back.
Every decision really magnified at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, Braxton made the top 8 of the last Lubbock PQ. I thought he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't remember. I thought he had. I remember having him on stream, but I don't remember if he made top 8 anymore.
Regardless of the last Lubbock PQ, Braxton has certainly done a fantastic job today. Finds himself in the semifinals with arguably one of the best decks in the format right now, this Han 2 ECL deck. It is going to be the 3 to base with the Han leader unit. 21 damage on Ethan's base, 9 HP remaining. Definitely starting to feel some pressure.
Did Ethan must have passed right there? No, because Braxton swung in. Oh no, Ethan's thinking here, I guess. There we go.
There is the attack. Now this time, let's see if Braxton remembers that on attack trigger, because that's 5 damage on Zuckus now after taking out the Han leader. Red 5 could clear it up with the on attack ability.
Yeah, now would be a good time to remember that possibility. Definitely want to remember before the turn ends. Braxton seeming to thinking about sequencing things a little differently. Ooh, it's a queen.
Queen Amidala coming out with those spies, putting some pressure right back into the ground. Thinking through this next line.
Yeah, it's going to be curious. It's going to be interesting to see if Ethan can kind of weather the early storm here, right? Braxton's going to be really strong and hyper-aggressive up to maybe about the 7 resource round. And then after that, I think things are going to start to be a lot more challenging for him. So let's see how much damage he can push before he gets to that point, or if he can close the game out or not. He forgot red 5 again. No, there we go. That time he remembered.
There he goes. Yeah. Okay, that's crucial. That is a crucial trigger. 3 more damage, 24 damage on Ethan's base. The Zuckus defeated with red 5's on attack ability.
Yeah.
I'd say that takedown was pretty important, though.
It was. Ethan deploying and just claiming there to make sure that he's on the button going into the 7 resource turn. So, now we know why.
Yep. Cad Bane is able to capture some units here. We're going to capture all 3. The 2 tokens will go away, and Queen Amidala is going to be held hostage by the hostage taker. And that Cad Bane leader ping taking out the red 5. What a play for Ethan.
With a single card, he clears the entire board.
Following up with Poe.
It's like we're just going to play. Yeah, we're not using ECL, and we're not doing any shenanigans. We're just playing Poe. Braxton still has ECL available. I think Ethan claimed there, and there's a Karis.
So that Cad Bane leader has been deployed, but hasn't been effectively used yet. Ethan needing to hold on to the initiative. We saw how important the initiative was during that last phase, playing the hostage taker, wiping out the ground arena with 1 action, including the red 5 as well. But what's scary is that ECL is still available, and you've got ground units there on Ethan's side of the table, and that wrecker could just finish things up possibly.
Well, Wrecker really wants a unit to attack into that's already got some damage on it, right? Like that's the dream. Right now, you'd be looking at just trading out for the hostage taker or something, and that's not terribly amazing, I don't think.
Hostage taker coming in, going to take out Poe Dameron. 6 damage back. Braxton is going to rescue Queen Amidala. Ethan will draw 2 cards. Here comes 3 to base with Karis Nimmick. 27 damage on. Energy Conversion Lab still available. And now we've got 6 damage on Cad Bane, so Wrecker could deal 6 overwhelm damage if that Cad Bane stays in play.
Yeah, Ethan's now in a real dangerous position against an ECL deck with a unit you know is packing Overwhelm in there. Not a lot of red hero units with Overwhelm. Wrecker remains one of the kind of staples of the format for that reason.
Arguably 2 of the best cards in the game with Energy Conversion Lab. Poe Dameron quick to improvise, and Wrecker boom. So good. It's been so good for so long. And now we're going to see Cad potentially using that Cad laner for the first time. Is Ethan taking out the Queen?
Don't think. Okay, no. What's Braxton pointing for? Okay, making sure the damage gets onto Cad there.
Going to be Poe Dameron. One hell of a pilot. We're getting an X-Wing token. And Braxton just going to put multiple threats in play. We're not going to pilot that X-Wing token. We're just getting a 3-3 in the ground arena and a 2-2 in the air.
Interesting to me that we're this close, and Braxton, he still has ECL available. If you're Ethan, that's a really notable threat. You still have to navigate in your thinking of how you sequence and plan your turns.
Yeah, I mean, every step Ethan takes at this point in the match is potentially game-breaking because he's got 3 HP remaining.
Yeah.
There's no damage on Braxton's base. I mean, Braxton at this point has to be feeling so in control and in command of this match.
Yeah, this is a very different position Ethan's in from some of the like the blue-green heroes that we've seen over the course of the day, the Yoda and so on, or the Hantu force decks with the restore. Right, Ethan doesn't really have any ways. I'm looking at the list. I don't think any of his units have restore. So it's a question of, once you're down here, you ain't getting this life back. You got to navigate. You've got to go 25 to 2 right now if you're going to win this match or win this game. Excuse me.
Action back over to Braxton after the Anakin Skywalker came out, taking out the X-Wing token. We're going to see Sabine's Masterpiece played. That's 3 units in play right now that are representing lethal for Ethan. I mean, is Super Laser Blast the only option here?
We're going to the 8 resource round. If he's got it, he better have it, or he better draw into it. We're about to find out, I guess.
Oh, and what a draw from Braxton. So even if Ethan finds the Super Laser Blast, Braxton just drew Cassian Andor.
Ooh.
That I guarantee you just went into the resources.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean,
significant turn here.
Ethan's got some real power units in the ground arena. It would feel awful to have to Super Laser Blast that stuff out of the way right now, but that's the position he's in, and it doesn't look like he's got it.
No, he doesn't have it. Scooping it up. Braxton, a dominant victory in game 1 with Hantu ECL over Cad Blue, the spicy deck that Ethan has had big success with in the past. And right now, Ethan will find himself with his back against the wall now in a must-win situation in game 2.
Very different game from the games that I got to kind of look over watching Ethan play against Hantu Blue Force, right? Alex's deck that we saw the last 2 rounds of Swiss, and Braxton just kind of steamrolling over it here. Now, again, I'm curious. I'm gonna pull up Ethan's sideboard. Let's pull up Ethan's deck list again and have a look. Yeah, I didn't think I saw Super Laser Blast in the deck. Chat pointing that out as well.
Interesting.
And, so he doesn't even have access to that. He has other shenanigans. Let's see. He does have a Cunning in the sideboard. That would have been useful in that situation potentially. buying him time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's tough, not having that potential board reset. Looking at the sideboard here, I think the cunning could certainly be a viable option because we've seen how efficiently Braxton is able to extend the board, right?
Yep. Now, one thing I'll point out, if you look at Ethan's sideboard, he has unrefusable offer in there. And I did see him pull that card off in Game 3 earlier against Jedi Luke. He was able to steal the Luke and use it to bash those Captain Rex units that we saw Alex had in his deck. That kind of shocked us late in the game, the round 6 match. So it was a big swing. He was able to bash a 7/7 Sentinel off his opponent's board and restore 3 by triggering an unrefusable offer. So might be interesting to see those come in as well.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the only downside, of course, is you're not going to be looking at these same restore units. So you won't get that restore in effect as well. But
That's
yeah,
true.
could certainly be a line.
If you're Braxton, I don't know that there's much that I change here. I feel pretty good about my game. Maybe, and I'm maybe you put in the other attack pod, but I'm not really sure what you give up for it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I think the 3 cards that I'm looking at the sideboard that are certainly, or there are certain viable arguments to be made. The attack pod, I think the beloved Orator as well, because whenever you can put multiple units in play in one action,
That's true.
I think that's always good against these more control-oriented decks, and Keller and Beck does the same. So I think those are the 3 cards Braxton would be contemplating over. It's just like you said, the question is what comes out in the spot of those cards.
I think in my shoes, I would consider ditching the Chams. They're great cards, but they're not doing what you intend them to do in this matchup. So I could see ditching the Chams myself.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great call out. I think that's probably the #1 because your opponent is not ramping here. So I think that is definitely a viable option. We'll see if Braxton does make any changes here, but that first game certainly went according to plan, and Ethan is going to have to pay attention as much as he can to that space arena because Braxton was able to gain major advantage early in the space arena, all thanks to that Sabine's Masterpiece.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Chad also reminding us that, Ethan did brick his turn 1 play there, right? He mulliganed and still had nothing on the first round of the game. And he does have some really good turn 1 units in there. The Pike Sentinel and Aura Sing are just 2 easy ones off the top of my head that we've seen him play over the course of the day. So he's got good options. He just wasn't able to find them in that game.
Yeah. He does also have McClunky, so that's certainly something to think about because that is a great card to answer either a Sabine's Masterpiece that doesn't have the experience token yet or the red 5 that potentially gets played down with that Han action ability and it only has 2 HP remaining.
Yep. Well, it should be an interesting game 2 one way or another, Josh. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. How does Ethan pivot here with his tournament on the line? Definitely making some changes to the deck here, I believe. Making at least a few changes.
He took his
sideboard cards.
If I caught a glimpse of his sideboard correctly, I think he took his second Avenger out. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what he put in for it. I'm going to pull that deck list up one more time. Let's speculate for a minute. So he took the Avenger out. I'm wondering if he's kind of maybe trying to pivot to play a little closer to the ground and get rid of some of his top end. Maybe you probably keep the Snokes, but maybe ditch the Avenger, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I think any way to just try and answer some of these units. It's not a permanent answer, but Waylay is an option. We talked about Cunning. Also, Fell the Dragon, still great here. He's got 2 Fell the Dragons in the sideboard, and there's plenty of targets here with things like Queen Amidala, Poe, Wrecker. So I think Fell the Dragon probably finds a spot as well.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. I think that's a good option because you've got lots of possible targets for those Fells on Braxton's list. while we got a brief moment here, just another quick shout out to a couple of people. I want to shout out our hosts here in Lubbock. This is Stormcrow Games. They've just moved to their brand new location over here on the southwest side of town, just across from the mall, and this is a fabulous space. If you ever find yourself in West Texas or plan on coming out here, definitely come by and check out this shop. I've also got to shout out my Patreons that help back me for doing events like this. This has been a lot of fun, and I love doing it, and it's really awesome that folks chip in a little bit to help me out.
Yeah, absolutely. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in today. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it as I could during the break, and it looks like through most of the day we've had over 200 people tuning in to view this Planetary Qualifier, which is awesome. So really appreciate everyone tuning in and supporting the show. Wes does a phenomenal job, and we're thankful for it.
Well, thank you much. The Lubbock guys here were funny. They were asking me, they were like, how many people have you got watching this? I said, we held about 250 over the course of the day. And they went, for this little tournament? I said, guys, it's not necessarily about the size of the event. If I put on a 300-player tournament, but the stream quality is not great, people aren't going to hang out and watch. They show up because, I try to make it look good and sound good. So that's the plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely goes a long way. As we get ready, Ethan will start with the initiative here in Game 2.
I think that's a really big deal for Ethan. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think we've got some early plays for Ethan this go-around.
Yeah, it looks like we do.
He's got the cartel spacer, and I think he's holding on to a McClunky as well. So definitely holding some options for dealing with that potential space arena that Braxton will certainly be looking to put some good pressure in.
I think Ethan having initiative here in Game 2 is a big deal. Him being able to act first and clear a lot of these units out as quickly as possible and not fall behind in the damage race as quickly as he did in Game 1 is notable. Going for kind of a late mulligan here. I think he already kind of resourced and I guess thinking it through, he changed his mind. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, did have at least a turn 1 play, did have McClunky, but didn't feel that it was enough. So Ethan, putting all the eggs in this basket here, needs this hand to be a good one, to try and force a Game 3.
Well, I'm waiting for him to draw some cards, and then we'll look over his shoulder and see how good or how bad it might be.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Chad, I think, is a little surprised that
on turn 1.
Yeah, Chad, I think, is a little surprised that he took a hand that had a turn 1 play and mulliganed it. And there's some risk there, of course. All right, let's have a peek at what he comes up with here.
It's on your hand, Ethan.
Looks like he's got a Boba Fett. I see a Fell the Dragon. I think he's got a Pike Sentinel in there.
Okay, we've got a turn 1 play. There we go.
Yep, he's got something to start with. So that hand looks
We're
workable.
rolling.
That looks workable to me.
Ethan, take the first action. Just maybe contemplating. Does he play the Pike Sentinel right away, or does he potentially pass and look to CAD ping an opening play?
It wouldn't shock me. In his shoes, the struggle I have. I mean, at least you're opening with a Sentinel. You're forcing him to kind of beat Braxton to beat his head against whatever whatever brick wall you've dropped in front of him. But well, that was the play. It looks like.
Passing over into Karras. Karras will take a damage with that CAD ping off the Pike Sentinel play. Now, Braxton should have the initiative here. And he'll clear out the Pike Sentinel. And I do believe he has a Poe in hand that he's going to disclose, and that is going to get a ready spy token. Once again, back-to-back games. We've seen this early from Braxton. Boba Fett will come down. 3 cost, 3/5. CAD triggered ability once again, dealing 1 damage to the spy token. Now Braxton with a decision to make here. Will be 2 to base. It's going to be an action ability with Han Solo playing the heroic arc, or maybe not.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the blue leader instead.
Go differently.
So the blue leader just coming in as a 3/3 in the space arena.
Ethan
I think the heroic arc coming in would have been a little dangerous there, right? Because it would have come in damaged with only 1 HP remaining.
Right. And, Cat is just drooling at the idea of, oh, look, a 1 damage unit that I can just murder. As soon as Ethan pings you, 1 of your units dies, and he's not going to let that slip by on his first action of the following round. So I think Braxton realizing that was a bad play and making the right decision to change his mind there.
It is worth noting, though, that Ethan now aware of that heroic arc 170. We'll see if it comes into play at a later date.
Yep. I'll be honest, it's nice when your opponent will also let you take back plays like that, right? Because he's not required to. At least my understanding of the rules is that, you can ask, like, hey, do you mind if I, back that up or whatever? Because the board state hasn't changed, and if they agree, then you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely good sportsmanship, without a doubt. Ethan just trying to stabilize again here in the early game. Tearing down a couple units. The spy token, of course, pretty easy pickings here. We're going to see the Forlom coming out, ambushing into the spy token, and the CAD triggered ability, 1 damage to blue leader.
Here we are at Glaston, game 2. Ethan finally damaging his opponent's base for the very first time.
Yeah, it took a while, but we got there.
We did indeed.
And now it's the heroic arc 170 just being paid in full here for 4 resources, dealing 2 damage to Boba Fett because Braxton controls a damaged unit. And we talked about it a good bit in the last game, Wes, but Braxton never used the Energy Conversion Lab epic action in that first game.
Nope. He was in full control, basically, almost the entire game.
See if that epic action can be used to great effect here in game 2.
I have a sneaking suspicion he's not going to be able to get out of this game without it. Just looking at the board state right now, we're going into Han's flip turn. But last time Han had a massive flip turn with an 11, putting 11 damage on Ethan's base. With the units that Ethan already has in the ground arena, I have a very difficult time believing that's how this turn is going to play out for Braxton.
I think you make an extremely fair point. Ethan was just laboring just a bit over that resource decision. Again, every decision just so important at this stage. Braxton has once again done a good job. After some early control in the ground arena, he's done a good job at shifting over to the space arena. Really telling Ethan, look, you need to find something like a McClunky, or I'm just going to keep pouring in this damage in the air.
Ethan looks like he's really struggling with this resource decision. Yeah, he's got both a Thrawn and a hostage taker in his hand, and he's trying to he ends up keeping both and resourcing something else.
Okay, so keeping the bigger plays. We're going to see Bamboozle being played here, discarding the Grand Admiral Thrawn to play it for free, exhausting the heroic arc. That is an extremely interesting line here from Ethan to start this turn.
Yeah, putting it lightly.
Oh, Crucible off of Han's action ability. Braxton says, I'm just going to keep everything in the space arena. The heroic arc 170 and the blue leader getting an experience token. And this just really begs the question, does Ethan have a McClunky? And I really don't believe he has one in hand.
Yeah, this Space Arena is about to get really unfortunate. Now, the Heroic Arc is exhausted. What happened? Did he swing in there and I missed it? No.
The Bamboozle.
Oh, the Bamboozle. Duh, the Bamboozle exhausted him. Right.
Now, here is something to think about. It is a very solid Space Arena for Braxton, but Ethan is pouring on 7 damage from the ground arena here
He is
if he
indeed.
chooses to do so.
Yeah.
And it is only a 25 HP base for Braxton, so it is something to kind of keep in the back of your mind. The math could be important here as we get into the later stages.
Yeah, Ethan's turn here is not going to be insignificant in terms of taking roughly a third of Braxton's base health away.
Yeah. The blue leader did get in for 4 damage, so it's 9 damage on Ethan's base, 10 damage on Braxton's base after Forlom does fire away at Energy Conversion Lab. Now Braxton has used up his resources but has not deployed Han. And we know that Ethan still does have his resources ready.
I wonder if he's waiting. I wonder if Ethan is sitting on a Zuckuss. Can we see his hand?
Syndicate
Ooh.
Lackeys here.
Yeah. But I think he just played it naturally without the ambush. Yeah.
Yeah, just playing it, pinging a unit with the CAD triggered ability. Han is deployed. No response here to Han after the Lackeys has been played. Ethan didn't have the resources to do anything with that Han leader unit, so another 3 damage to Ethan's base. It's 12 damage on. And the real question now is, does Ethan have a response for the Space Arena? That is what we have to determine, and we have to determine it quickly on Ethan's side.
Chat speculating that maybe Ethan has decided to just try and race here. He is presenting 12 damage into the ground arena, and it's Cad's flip turn, which could be 4 more.
Yeah, that's exactly what came to mind for me last turn was, you know, that damage is not insignificant on a 25 HP base. Yeah. Starts really adding up quickly.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to what Braxton's got in his hand, and you know, can he use ECL to try and thwart Ethan's shenanigans in the ground arena? It feels like Braxton's got just a stranglehold on space, and he's got what 5, 10, 14 damage out of the space arena alone.
Yeah, if he can get in with the space arena here, an energy conversion lab play into something like a wrecker could just finish this game during this action phase.
Yeah.
And we've still yet to see energy conversion lab used, so it's very interesting. Big decision here for Ethan.
Yeah, a lot of big decisions.
Talked about potentially trying to race, and I think that is what he's going to do. 4 damage with Forlom, 14 damage on energy conversion lab.
Now, he just spun his own health counter. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was like, he attacked.
Wait a second.
Braxton's like, I appreciate that, but I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, heads up for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing we need to do is make it any easier on Braxton here.
Yep. I mean, Braxton's not in a great position either. I have a feeling, I mean, it's entirely conceivable that either player could win the game this turn. And if they don't, I just don't see it going much longer than the next turn. There's
yeah, but you make such a good point, because the Syndicate Lackeys plus Boba is another 8 damage, and then CAD is another 4.
CAD's 4.
So that's lethal right there.
Exactly. So, oh, here we go. Is it Poe?
Here it is. So what does he have?
Okay.
Okay. This is a good start for Braxton. We're finally seeing the epic action on Energy Conversion Lab used. We're going to ambush Syndicate Lackeys, which means Poe will survive with 1 HP. Does he use the on-attack ability? It doesn't look like it. No cards discarded.
Yeah, he discarded Amidala and put 2 damage on, on Ethan's base.
Okay. I must have been looking at the right side of the screen. My apologies.
No worries.
definitely changes things. 16 HP remaining now for Ethan. You can see Ethan's teammate standing behind in support. There's the Zuckus. Oh, that's a fantastic follow-up. Zuckus is going to ambush Han leader with Forlom in play, gets +1/+1 and ambush, taking out the leader unit.
Still a very desperate board state for both players. We're looking at three more actions for Braxton to reach max damage, and same for Ethan. But Ethan's now a little bit of an action behind.
Yeah, that is a good point. You've got 3 from Boba, which is 17. Cad's only another 4.
Yeah.
You need 3 actions to attack with both of them.
Yep.
Braxton can deal 10 damage in 2 actions.
Right.
This is still very tough for Ethan.
Yeah. This is a tougher matchup. I was expecting, I think, more of Ethan's control-y elements to impact Braxton than they have in this matchup, which has been really interesting to watch. You know, we've been watching, Cad blue, but the blue part of it has just not felt super impactful. It's been mostly these classically good villain yellow cards, Forlom and Zuckus and Boba and Cad, Cad hostage taker and such. Even the Syndicate lackeys that have really kept Ethan competitive in this game too.
So here's the problem. So Boba is going to go in for 3.
Yeah.
That Poe Dameron is a problem because that's 8 in 1 action if Ethan doesn't answer it and Braxton somehow gets the initiative.
Yeah. Braxton has to swing with, I think, at least one, if not both of these guys.
So there's the swing. 23 damage on Ethan's base now.
There we go.
Braxton is 2 actions or 1 action with Poe Dameron if he gets the initiative and Poe is still on the board.
Well, but that's the trick. If Ethan brings out Cad here, Braxton can't just claim because then Cad will just knock Cad out. Cad will knock Poe off the board.
And with Braxton at 17 damage on base, he has 8 HP remaining, which is just enough to dodge Zuckus being lethal.
Yep.
Cad leader deployed. 5 from the heroic art. 27 damage. Nope, should be 28. And I think he's pointing to that because it was 23. Should be +5. So you have 28. There we go. 2 HP remaining on Ethan's base. So Ethan has to either win now or claim the initiative and hope he can stop all of these units in 1 action.
Well, he did claim there. So now it's a question of what he draws into. We know he had that hostage taker in hand. Can he clean out enough of the board with the Cad Bane hostage taker? He can easily capture Poe. He's only got 1 HP. Blue leader has 2. Crucible has 3. I'm not sure he can get there.
No, he can't capture all of them. He can't. There would guaranteed be at least 1 unit left in play for Braxton.
Yeah.
Swing for game.
Now,
and again, Ethan is just 1 damage shy with Zuckus.
Yeah, if he had even a simple surprise strike or, gosh, even a blaster in the row, but I don't think he actually does have the blasters in the list, I think. I'm pretty sure they're on the list.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he did have a blaster. He does. 1 blaster.
Okay.
I don't think he has it. Play the Cad Bane hostage taker. He can capture up to 3 units with a combined 8 or less remaining HP. So Poe, what's the other 2 here? He's got 7 HP remaining if he captures Poe to work with.
Oh, I think he's trying to find a way. Can he capture the 3 and then, yes. If he captures all 3 space units, the Cad ping finishes Poe off. He can clear the whole board with that card.
Wow. So wow, that's insane.
Wow. We didn't quite math that out correctly, but yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
we were one off.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
crazy. So
That
he
is
wipes the space arena.
wow.
Insanity.
Yeah. Still in the game. And now Braxton firmly on the back foot. Nothing on the board. Only needs a daring raid to end the game, and I'm sure those aren't in that deck. The struggle is
Yeah,
anything. Go ahead.
I thought it was 9. I thought there was 9 HP
Crucible is a 5.
in the space units.
Crucible's a 5/5. The heroic arc is a 4/3 with 1, so he's 4 HP. 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe it was 9.
As I thought there was 3 HP left on Crucible.
Yeah, I was gonna say as soon as he Cassian just gets murdered here.
Yeah. Cassian,
That's it.
not
Ethan
able
had
to do
it.
He's going to scoop it up.
Wow.
Unreal. Ethan has forced a game 3.
Nicely done. What a hell of a match. Love it.
Crazy.
Love it.
That is absolute madness. Okay, so here's where we were getting stuck, Wes. I think what the deal is here is there was maybe I'm still mathing wrong. I thought there was 9 HP in space, but maybe the Cad Bane ping, I'm not sure.
You know what I think he did?
I'm missing something.
It's possible we also saw him grab. He ended up grabbing all 3 space units. But I promise you, with Poe only having 1 HP left, there's absolutely a way that could have mathed out that he could have captured 3 of them and then killed the last one with the 2 damage off of the ping. I guarantee it. I'm not convinced that I'm read the board correctly in terms of which ones you had to grab to do it right.
Okay. So did Blue Leader have 2 damage on it?
I thought he had 3 damage on him, but chat's saying he actually only had 1 HP left. I'd have to go back and look at the replay. I honestly don't remember right now.
Yeah.
But I mean,
yeah, that threw me off for sure.
The 2 of them are sitting there and there's a judge watching. I have to just trust that they got it right. There you go.
For sure. Well, hey, it worked out, and we're going to game 3. This is exactly how you want it.
Yep.
Game 3 of the semifinals here in this Planetary Qualifier. 2 fantastic players going to duke it out one more time for a spot in the finals.
Now, we were talking earlier, our other final spot has already been claimed. Winston has knocked off Caleb 2 in straight games. So Winston is once again back in the finals here in Lubbock, just like he was last October for the Set 5 PQ.
Wow, Winston is on a tear recently. He's already got that Galactic main event ticket punched thanks to the top 8 appearance today at this Planetary Qualifier. Back to the finals. He's going to try and take it down. And did he take it 2-0, did you say?
He did. He did indeed.
Wow. So he's dropped only 1 game all day. That Winston fella, he is on a tear. Okay, so again, thank you, chat. Appreciate everyone, of course, viewing, and thank you guys for responding to us here. We're getting word Blue Leader had 3 damage on
and that's
in an XP, and I think
that's what
you
threw
said,
me.
Wes.
I'm so used to seeing Blue Leader as a 5/5. My brain just instinctively thinks of it as a 5/5, but it wasn't. It was a 4/4 with only 3 damage and only 1 HP left. Thank you. Yes, that's the difference there.
Yeah, that was my holdup as well. For some reason, the last I had seen the token, I thought it was only 1 damage on the Blue Leader. But yeah, if it had 3, that is absolutely the difference, and why Ethan was able to strictly capture all 3 of those space units, and then that CAD ping clearing up the Poe. 4 units on Braxton's side, wiped in one action.
I think what happened
madness.
is when the turn before, when Ethan ambushed in Zuckuss. Oh no, that was only a 1 ping. CAD hadn't deployed then. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, there's too many smart people at that table for them all to have missed it. So I'm fine. I'm confident they got it right. Well, I'm looking forward to Game 3. Now, notably, in my opinion, Braxton's going to be on the button coming into Game 3. And we saw what his deck is capable of when he is allowed to go first and get out in front. I'm going to be curious. Ethan really struggled in Game 1 to kind of play from behind in the sense of he's losing that action at the first turn. He's behind on health. He's trying to knock units off the board, and I'm curious to see if Braxton can get out to a lead again, because it felt like Ethan really struggled to catch up in game one. All right, we're shuffling up. We're getting ready. Braxton had initiative. They won't move the token. It's confusing. Fair enough. All right, let's get going here. Shovel up and see if we're going to keep these hands, if we're going to go mulligan. I'm betting they're going to do some mulliganing. It seems likely at any rate. There we go. Let's get the token on the right side, boys. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We are here in the top four at Lubbock, Texas. This is Stormcrow Games. We're about to have game 3 of this top 4 match. A fabulous match so far. Really enjoying this. Ethan looking like he's still deciding what or if he's going to resource. He took a look and kind of, there we go. Okay, so he had resourced one card, and now I think he's trying to look at his hand going, is there something else in here that I'm willing to put with it? How do I navigate this? There we go. All right, here we go. Game 3 underway, opening with Gunji there on the left-hand side of your screen for Braxton. Ethan answering with an Aura Sing. One of the better villain cunning cards to come out of Legends of the Forest, but a card that just hasn't seen a lot of play simply because the decks that kind of want to trigger off of it, like CAD, haven't really been around much again until of late, as CAD has wormed his way back into the meta, kind of as a response, I think, to a lot of the Han 2 shenanigans that have been going around. Gunji, a great opening play for Braxton, right? He's able to soak up some of this CAD damage and probably not feel too fussed about it.
Yeah, Gunji's just so sticky, right? That 5 HP on turn 1 for 2 is just so strong.
Yeah, so irritating to try to get rid of.
Gunji going to do the work of the first base damage of this game. 2 damage into Ethan's base, and now Ethan's
got some interesting options here. Go ahead.
Mist Hunter, okay, so Mist Hunter coming out, so that's just going to leave 3 HP remaining on Gunji with that CAD ping.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ethan had a power of the dark side, had an opportunity there, but with the second ping putting Gunji down to 3 HP remaining, that allows Aura to sneak in and clear him out.
Yeah, absolutely, very important, taking out the early ground threat on Braxton's side. Now Braxton able to get the initiative. That Sabine's Masterpiece right now does not line up very well to Mist Hunter.
No, definitely not the face-off, let's say, you want in the space arena. And one of the first space units we've seen Ethan play.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Finally getting the answers to space here in the final game. It's going to be Poe Dameron, the X-Wing token in the space arena. Poe's going to pilot Sabine's Masterpiece, which means it now has plus 3 HP, so that Mist Hunter alone will not be able to take it out.
Yeah, I like this combo. Poe is one of the more flexible cards out of JTL. All kinds of things you can get up to with him if you've got a space unit around that he can hop into.
It's like the Mist Hunter just going to clear up the X-Wing token, taking 2 back. And now Sabine's Masterpiece getting in for 5 here. The on attack, unfortunately, not going to do anything here. No other friendly units on Braxton's side. Wow, that's crucial. Power of the dark side says no thank you. to the Sabine's masterpiece is the lone unit in play for Braxton.
Yeah, really well-timed card there. He had that in his opening hand. I think he was contemplating playing it the round before to get rid of Gunji, but ended up sequencing things differently, and I think that's a much more high-value play for Ethan there. Going into the 4-resource round with a 5-resource round, with a clean board against Han too, that's got to feel great.
Absolutely. Ethan doing a fantastic job early. Great stabilization. Early Mist Hunter here. Getting some space interaction.
Ooh, there it is.
All right. Poe Dameron. Epic action used from Energy Conversion Lab. So Poe is played. We'll have Ambush. Ambushing into Aura Singh. Discarding 1 card. And that's going to be 2 damage to Mist Hunter. So Braxton cleaning up Ethan's side of the board.
It's like, hey, you've got your cards that can clean up the entire board. Hey, so do I. Look at that. See what Ethan's got in response here. You would think a Forlom would be good, but I mean, not enough to knock off Poe. He'd weather that because Aura doesn't hit back that hard. So at this point, it's a question of what do you got? What are you going to do?
Well, we saw Power of the Dark Side last turn, right? So the odds of him having another one here, not great. We know he's playing things like Syndicate Lackeys. He does have some ambush. Oh, it is going to be Forlom ambushing here with the CAD trigger,
yes,
taking out Poe Dameron.
I always forget the stupid CAD trigger. You're right. With the CAD trigger, it is 5 damage. It's more than enough. I have not played against Cad Bane in so long, I forget some of the shenanigans, right?
Yeah, Forlom pretty good with that CAD trigger if there's no other unit in play. So Han was deployed, able to deal another 3 damage to Ethan's base. Ethan 10 damage on, 20 HP remaining.
All right, Ethan makes his resource decision. We're headed to Cad Bane's big coming out party here. It's the 6 resource round, and he's on the button. Exactly where you want to be. Oh.
Wow, another Power of the Dark Side, this time cleaning up the leader. Braxton will not have that Han action ability available for this action phase, but Queen Amidala, that judge copy coming out. 2 spy tokens into play for Braxton. Not a bad follow-up here.
No, and Ethan's already spent 3 resources, so you know he's not going to be able to follow up this round with a big, impactful play. He might have something, but we're not looking at like a Zuckuss like we did last game. I'll be honest, if I'm Ethan, I might even consider base racing him again, right? It worked in game 2, and I don't know. I think it's so hard. It's so hard to know this matchup because I've never really played Cad.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Ethan has dealt 3 damage so far to Energy Conversion Lab. You're looking at a possible 9 damage next turn with Queen and the Spies. Cad Bane will be deployed. Let's see what Ethan decides to do after Braxton claims the initiative. Does Ethan go for board control here on the tokens? And it looks like that is going to be the play. One of the Spies defeated here on the Cad attack. Now Boba Fett coming out as well. Cad Bane, triggered ability once again. 2 damage to Queen Amidala.
I guess that's one thing that's kind of interesting here. This particular arrangement of units. There's not a lot of HP and a lot of great places for Braxton to absorb that CAD ping right now. Having to put 2 on Amidala, you know.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Very tough indeed.
Ethan got to make some resource decisions here. He's sitting on a sneak attack. I saw that in his hand. Looks like a bamboozle. He's got a Forlom, and I could not quite make out the last card.
I think he's holding a McClunky as well. I think it was a hyperspace copy of McClunky I saw in hand.
Okay. He chose not to resource. He's going to hold at 6.
Yeah.
We're at that stage of the game where that always starts to become a really interesting decision now, right? Both leaders have hit that minimum threshold they need to hit the board, and so now it's a question of, based on what you have in your hand, what you expect to be looking at, possibly playing next turn, you know, are you resourcing or not? What are we doing?
Braxton with the initiative knows there are ambush units available for Ethan, so a unit with ambush plus the CAD ping could clear up this ground arena. So Queen Amidala will get in for the guaranteed 5. He's halfway there, 15 damage on Ethan's base.
I think I would have attacked with the spy there, right? Because that way, I mean, the spy's not really a threat, and if you want to get rid of the spy, great. And if you don't, if you attack into Amidala, the spy can just eat it. But he got his big hit out of the way, so building that lead now. Halfway home, Braxton. 15 damage on Ethan's base.
I think that's the important thing. Just make sure you get that 5 in
Right.
with the Queen. Spy token will be cleared up with Boba Fett. And now Braxton will start to try and pivot into the space arena. But Ethan holding on to the McClunky, bouncing. The Boba back to hand, 3 damage to Sabine's Masterpiece. The CAD triggered ability will clean up Queen Amidala. Another great play for Ethan, able to take out 2 units with 1 action as Braxton follows up with the Karis Nemec.
I think one of the keys to playing CAD well is to understand how all of those weird, bouncy, damage sequencing, damage timing interactions work. And I think once you get that straight in your head, it opens up a lot more interesting lines to you than might originally be seen. Just sitting here watching it, I feel that way anyhow.
Here comes the Zuckuss, the big threat. And Ethan shifting here. The Cad Bane will go to base, deciding not to take out Karis. 7 damage on Energy Conversion Lab as Braxton holds the initiative.
I like that choice from Ethan. He's got a much more notable presence in the ground arena, right? Presenting 10 possible damage on offense. Karis is all, chat pointing out Karis Nemec is also hidden, so you couldn't attack Karis if you wanted to. But still,
that's a great point.
Even if I had thought about it, I like the idea of, hey, let's go ahead and maybe start reminding my opponent that I've got some big heavy hitters here.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Ethan forgot as well. He tried to go into Karis. He was pointing to Karis there, but then realized he did have to go to base with the hidden.
Yep.
Seeing the hidden come into play here in this final match. So Braxton, with the initiative, will allow him to get 3 damage into base. 18 on Ethan's base now. Again, the action over to Ethan.
He did resource this round, moving up to 7. I think Braxton held at 6. Braxton looks like Braxton has been holding at 6 for a bit.
Ethan now presenting quite a bit of damage on his side of the table. Cad Bane once again going to base. 11 damage on, and that Zuckuss representing another 6.
Yeah.
Braxton just playing an Outer Rim Constable here. Just a 3-1 in the ground arena. No upgrade to be defeated.
Ethan may actually find himself in a position where he might play a unit, an underworld unit, and choose not to use Cad Bane's ability, because that would allow Braxton to assign it to Karis and get a free spy token for a quick 2 damage to base.
Excellent point indeed. Could opt to not use it. Zuckuss going into base for 6. It's 17 damage now on Energy Conversion Lab. So Ethan is threatening lethal in 2 actions on the next phase, but Maybe we're backing up that attack. Thinking it through once again. Again, this is game 3 of the semifinals of this planetary qualifier. So every decision and its meaning really amplified at this particular point in the tournament.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock for this game to finish up, and both players are just kind of making sure that they're taking breaths and thinking through whatever play it is they're contemplating, whatever it is they want to do here. I watched Ethan kind of suffering through some of this earlier in his game 3 of his top 8 match, right? He was up against that Hantu Blue list, that Hantu Blue Force list that we saw Alex running at the end of Swiss, and those were some brutal games in terms of just lots of decision points and lots of sequencing. You know, you've got to get things in the right order to get the most out of your turn and such, and Ethan had a lot of times where he would just kind of sit and think and maybe start to move to the board like he was making a play and then pull it back and just kind of reconsider things, and you're seeing that same thing play out here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we do have the time on the clock. General's Blade put down onto Karis Nemec. And Nemec will get +3/+3 after Zuckus got in for 6. But even so, with the General's Blade, it's only 9 damage being represented in Braxton's ground arena, which is still not enough to win in 2 actions. And Ethan is showing the ability to win in 2 actions next phase.
I'll be honest, if I'm Ethan here, I might consider just claiming. Your opponent is I would say not complete, but largely tapped out, right? All Ethan has to do is claim here, and if he opens next turn with Zuckus as an attack, Braxton's on 2 HP, and I don't think he can do anything about it.
Look at this, it's Bamboozle again. He discards a cunning card to play it for free, bouncing the General's Blade back to Braxton's hand, and now it is Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack will be played. Syndicate Lackeys will come in ready. Cost 3 less, 5 more damage, 22 damage on Braxton's base. There's the fist bump, and Ethan takes it with Cad Blue, and he's heading to the finals here in Lubbock.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. After getting run over by a freight train in game 1, Ethan just settles back in and calmly, like he's done it 1,000 times before, comes up with games 2 and 3.
Huge congrats to Ethan on a fantastic come-from-behind victory, taking games 2 and 3. As you mentioned, Braxton with a decisive victory in game 1. What a run from Braxton, another solid run, so close to the finals here, but he's going to walk away with some great prizing and 25 points on the leaderboard for his troubles.
Well played game, well played match, man. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. Great match. It was so close, too, because, I mean, you were in a point in game 2 where you were 1 action away from Braxton going to the finals, and that insane CAD play, wiping out 4 units with 1 action, completely changed the whole landscape of that match. And that play right there is really why you're seeing Ethan walk into the finals.
I kind of reached a point where I lost track of the number of times that Ethan was like on the verge of losing and was like, no, actually, I think I've got this after all. Like, that was wild. Fun to watch, but as a caster, wild to see coming.
Well, what's so crazy, Wes, is we've seen so many games like that today where it looked like it was done.
Yeah.
It was a wrap one way, and one play changes everything, and the other player comes storming back to take the victory. We've seen it at least a few times today. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, we've seen 2 games won by players who got down to 1 HP and then still came back and won the game. 2 different games, 2 different players today in Lubbock. So what a great day. All right, guys. Finals should be inbound here in just a few minutes. I'm sure these guys will get up, stretch their legs. You know, obviously we got to unsideboard and reshuffle for Ethan. The other semifinals match has been over for a little bit. As we noted earlier, Winston took that in straight games over his teammate Caleb, who was on Hantu ECL. So far, Ethan has knocked off 2 members of Team Limited here in Lubbock to make the finals. Can he do it a 3rd time to come in here and steal this PQ away from these guys who have been working so hard at it? I'm going to be curious to see. It's going to be fun to watch.
Absolutely. It's going to be super exciting. We've got Winston back in the finals. You know he wants to get it this time, but stay tuned. We'll have to see if he can take it.
Yep, give us a few minutes, guys. We're going to get set for the finals, and we'll be right back with more.
Yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah, it's my apologies. It's a little bit of a technical difficulty. We're having here. But yeah,
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages. It's time for the finals here in Lubbock. Welcome back.
Well, I'm excited.
I
What a
know.
what a great day of Star Wars Unlimited. It's been a smaller PQ, but the action has still been phenomenal. We've seen so many great players. We've seen so many exciting matches, so many nail-biting matches that just came down to the wire and crazy plays that just change everything. It's really been phenomenal. If you're just joining in, we're set for the finals, and I'm sure it's going to be a great one.
It is indeed. Winston has been on an epic run today, hasn't dropped a match yet, was able to double draw into the top cut, and has basically just 2-0'd his way here into the finals. We've seen him on stream today at least once or twice, at least once, I think, playing Yoda Data Vault, a deck that's not that far off of the Yoda Green Force base we saw him playing last October. In this exact seat, right? He was one of our finalists 4 months ago at the previous Lubbock PQ. So the bridesmaid back then, hoping to win today and finally take home the title. And standing in his way is Ethan, right? The winner of the match that we just watched on stream, down from Stillwater, playing Cad Blue and looking really good, and like he's been doing it for years. And according to chat, he has been.
Absolutely right. Yeah, this is a very seasoned Cad Blue player, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So these guys are just kind of wrapping up, looking at each other's deck lists. Why don't we join them in that endeavor? Now, we've seen Ethan's list, but we haven't had a look at Winston's list yet. So let's take a peek over here at what he's got cooking here for Yoda.
Now, we saw Winston go up against Kira Data Vault in the quarterfinal feature match, and he did such a phenomenal job of not overextending on the board, walking into the Super Laser Blast, and then he did a great job of constantly going into phase after phase, having at least 2 units in play, and that was critical. I mean, it looked like he was very seasoned in the control matchup. Now, this is a little different because you've got a lot of aggressive units that Ethan can play in CAD, so it's going to be a little bit different because he's not even staring down a Super Laser Blast.
No, and I still think that, and we kind of hinted at it or talked about it earlier in the Kira matchup, the restore that's kind of sprinkled throughout this deck, right? The Yaddle, the Mina Bonteri, the little bit of incremental restore you can sometimes get off of Typho, certainly the giant restore 3 off of the Luke, or the restore ability off of Home 1. All of that, I think, really gives this deck a lot more than the 33 HP on the base makes you think about.
Definitely. Yeah, and what's important here, of course, is possibly ramping and matching CAD, right? Being able to deploy Yoda the same turn that CAD is deployed. We could even see something like double ramp where all of a sudden you have Winston ahead of CAD. So
Yeah.
I think ramping is going to be really important, at least keeping parity with CAD, and then definitely making sure that we have access to these key removal pieces like Fell the Dragon, Vanquish, Arrival's Fall to maybe take out that CAD leader unit, or as we saw, the most crucial unit, Cad Bane Hostage Taker, just taking over that match in the semifinals for Ethan. And I think if we have a quick answer for it, that's going to be important.
Yep. We'll take a brief look at Ethan's list again. Of course, we spent some time looking at this last time. One of the things chat was asking was if he had any sneak attacks in the main. Doesn't look like he does. He's got 1 in the board, and he got great value out of it there in closing out Game 3.
Yeah, sneak attack can do just that, right? It's very sneaky, and it can catch your opponent off guard and really just help close out the game. None in the main deck. It's really going to be interesting because, again, how aggressive can Ethan be on the flip side? We talked about all that restore. So even if Ethan can put some good early pressure on, we know that Yoda's going to come out. We're going to see things like Luke. We've got Mina Bonteri. Just so many ways to restore in the Yoda deck. So I'm very curious to see how Ethan deals with it.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, Ethan's top end is not insignificant either, right? I have a sneaking suspicion that when come sideboard time, we're going to see that second Avenger find its way into the deck, because I feel confident in saying that the games are going to go that long. The question is, what else do you how you massage this thing when it does become sideboard time?
Yeah, it is a great question indeed. 2 decks that can certainly go really strong in the late game. Winston will be starting with the initiative here in game one. But I think if I'm Winston, the one thing that I like into this matchup, again, this Cad Bane, it is a pretty good deck, a good controlling deck, but I like not having to worry about Super Laser Blast, so he doesn't have to worry about overextending on the board.
Yeah, he can. I won't say he can go as wide as he likes because there are things in Ethan's deck that can punish that to some extent, like the hostage taker. But he can certainly. It certainly doesn't have to govern all the decisions that he makes.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like both players are ready to go. It's going to be Ara Singh coming out for Ethan and Mina Bonteri coming down for Winston. So we've got the good aggressive 2-cost unit for Ethan and the restoring value engine for Winston. Ethan with the initiative is going to be Power of the Dark Side as the first action here of the phase, disclosing a command, couple command and an aggression, a heroism aspect icon to draw a card off that when defeated ability. Singh going to get in for 3, first base damage of the final match. As we see the turn 2 resupply for Winston, so he does get that early ramp here in game 1. So at least being at parity with the CAD flip later on.
That's a really noteworthy point, I think. Yoda, one of the slower leaders that sees regular play in the format right now, being able to catch up even just a single turn in that deploy game can make a big difference.
Singh getting in for another 3, and now after playing that resupply here on turn 3, we are going to see Queen Amidala being played, but Ethan has a response for the Queen takedown, defeating Queen Amidala instantly.
A lot of these old removal cards so impactful in the environment these days, right? Just all the silliness that you can get up to.
It's going to be so interesting in a format with all these great removal pieces that we're used to. The spy token getting into Ethan's base for the first base damage for Ethan here.
One nice thing about these spy tokens, I suppose, in Winston's shoes is, those Cad Bane pings, you just throw them over there and you kind of don't care. They're great for soaking those up.
Absolutely. Ethan with one of the more aggressive 2 drops in the game in Ara Singh. She's already dealt 6, and now Ethan has to decide whether or not he starts cleaning up the spy tokens.
Ethan thinking things through here. Nope, going to keep the pressure on.
So that's going to allow some damage just being traded back and forth. Should be 9 damage on Winston's base. It's 4 on Ethan's base. Now Ethan playing out Zuckuss with his 5 resources. Getting that big Underworld Bounty Hunter in play, and one of the spy tokens eating a ping from the Cad Bane triggered ability. And now Yoda is deployed. Keller and Beck is discarded off the top. Zuckuss defeated. What a solid play. And Yoda's going to clean up the board on Ethan's side, attacking and defeating the Ara Singh unit, restoring 2 from base. And now the board and the pressure, it's all flipped. Winston, good control here.
What a hell of a flip turn for Winston.
Wow.
just kind of waiting, biding his time, and then setting, calmly setting things up, coming in with the resupply carrier, and boom, there you go.
Yeah, the Yoda deploy could be such a crucial point in these matches. It's just so good. You get removal on a very large body, a 4/9 with Restore 2.
He's coming in with
Ethan
a
going to
Forlom.
play Forlom. Yeah, just cleaning up one of these spy tokens, and Winston having to soak up another damage from the CAD triggered ability. Goes over onto the resupply carrier.
Yeah, Winston's kind of finally hit that point of the game where it's like, all right, I got enough units with big booties out here. I'm really not fussed about the Cad Bane thing. We'll just dump it somewhere. It's fine. I think if I'm Ethan, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think if I'm Winston, I have to feel pretty comfortable about how things have went, being able to double ramp and get that Yoda with a super impactful deploy.
Yeah. I was going to say, if I'm Winston, I feel really good about my position right now just because, the restore alone gives me a tremendous, a tremendous amount of good feelings.
Just keeping up massive amounts of pressure. Luke Skywalker, wind played ability, defeating Forlom. And that board just growing exponentially as Cad Bane is deployed for Ethan.
Winston now has 5 restore showing. He's only going to get 2 this turn, but next turn, unless Ethan's got an answer for this Luke, it's going to start to get really, really irritating.
Yeah, it's so hard to be aggressive against a deck that's showing Restore 5 in the ground arena right now. So Cad is going to start trading some damage with Luke. And Yoda will have the green light here, taking out Cad Bane, as it only had 2 HP remaining. And all of a sudden, Winston back down to just 5 damage on his base. Ethan has 10 on his base. And this board, well, it's looking pretty good for Winston right about now.
I was going to say, Ethan's going to have a little more difficult time being able to use his big capture guys, at least the hostage taker late in the game, just because, Winston's units tend to have so much HP on them, and you got to whittle them down a little bit to bring them into range of that hostage taker. Now, the Thrawn capture mechanic works differently, and I'm not going to pretend that I know it off the top of my head, so I won't speak to that one.
Yeah, the Thrawn is able to capture 1 unit. When you play it, an opponent can choose a non-leader unit and allow Thrawn to capture it. If you don't, Thrawn would ready.
Ah, okay, so he just comes in ready if you don't do it.
Ready,
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yep. And then he does also have the When Defeated that allows one of your units to capture a non-leader unit in the same arena.
Okay.
So it's got the When Played and When Defeated value. And here comes the Hostage Taker. And that is going to allow Ethan to capture all 3 of the non-leader units. It's exactly 8 HP. This time, Wes, I have done the math correctly. Again, I apologize to chat, all the viewers. I just missaw the damage last game. The Cad Bane was able to really help Ethan get into the finals, and he's once again able to clear out the board other than Yoda. So now Yoda's just going to put 4 damage into the Hostage Taker. It does defeat Yoda, but now that Hostage Taker with just 3 HP remaining.
Oh, and then a takedown.
Wow, he had the response. The Luke Skywalker and the resupply carrier going back to Winston and going back with full health. And here's Queen Amidala. When you know you don't have to face Super Laser Blast, these are the kind of plays you can make.
Yeah. Just crowd the board. Like, why not? You're looking at 2, 4, 11, 15 out of the ground arena, 4 more out of space right now. Now, Snoke is a big play here. Cleans up the tokens right away.
Very nice response for Ethan. The first time we've seen Supreme Leader Snoke come down for Ethan, but it comes down in a big spot. Tokens out, and the rest of these units on Winston's side getting -2, -2. So 3 damage sent into Snoke with Queen Amidala, but this leaves Ethan vulnerable. No more resources. We're going to see Blue Leader coming in with some air support. Ambush as a 3-3 after the -2, taking out Snoke. And now it is 10 damage coming through. The Snoke debuff is gone. 20 damage on Ethan's base.
And then he backs things up with a Battlefield Marine and an Obi-Wan into the ground arena. So he's like, okay, you stifled me. I cleaned up your mess. I restored a bunch, and we beat you down some more. And yeah, Ethan's like, let's go to game 2.
Yeah. Well, Ethan has been here already. Winston up a game now in the finals, looking to become the PQ champion of the Lubbock PQ here at Stormcrow Games. He was so close last time around with Yoda, falling to Sabine ECL in the finals. This time a very different matchup. And he's now just 1 win away from becoming a Planetary Qualifier champion.
So now, having looked at those lists, let's go back and take a peek one more time. It's sideboard time. If you're Winston, we've seen this deck several times today. I don't know that I'd change much in here. It's pretty tight and in pretty good shape already.
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point. I don't believe there is any impactful upgrades that we've been seeing from this CAD deck.
Fair.
So I think we could potentially see the Confiscates come out, and maybe we bring in that Keller and Beck in the home one, right? Give us some extra late game recursion.
Yeah. You also might consider bringing in that the Vanquishes, right? Having seen the hostage, seeing the hostage taker being able to he can do his shenanigans. You can just okay, all right, Vanquish. Just get rid of your guy and get my guys back, right? So that also I think would be something good to consider. I don't think you need the escort fighters or the hyperspace disaster. I'm sure those are in here for the Vader pilot matchup, which not in the top 8, but there were definitely a few of those in the field today. So yeah, I like all of those options here.
Yeah, I think the Vanquish crucial, because if you can just answer that hostage taker immediately, that's the kicker, right?
Yeah.
And also that Snoke. We saw the Snoke come in and have some impact. So having an answer for those units, very important.
I like it. From Ethan's side, again, I look at this and think you can probably bring this Avenger in. We did get pretty deep into the game. I feel like we got to at least the 8 or 9 resource round. We know we got to 8 because Snoke came out, so there you go. What do you take out, though? I have to wonder. I think maybe the Bamboozles can go. I don't think you're seeing a lot of impactful upgrades out of these Yoda decks. I mean, sometimes you occasionally see either the Yoda's Saber or the General's Blade, but the General's Blade, I think, is a bigger deal in Obi-Wan decks than it is in Yoda decks.
I think just this, it's almost the same for Ethan here. I think that hard removal in the sideboard, I think that Fell the Dragon has to come in, right?
Yeah,
because
I think I'd bring both
like
those in.
Luke, right? We've got to have answers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you bring both Fells in here. You might even consider the Waylay. It's a weaker option, but it does give you the opportunity to answer something, the turn it comes out.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to have answers for those big threats. It's just so hard, right?
It's
because
tough.
the only way that Ethan is able to take care of multiple units in one action is either, you have Snoke with units lined up that have 2 or less HP, the Cad Bane, the hostage taker, or side or in. If you still had Bamboozle in the main deck, you could get that Heroism card in the discard pile, and now you could give -3/-3 to 2 different units. It's just there's very few ways for Ethan to take out multiple units in one action.
Yeah.
And again, Winston just has so many efficient ways to put multiple units on the board with a single action. And so it's very hard to stay at parity in that type of matchup.
Yeah, I think watching this match today, that's the thing that's impressed me the most about Winston's deck is, you'll see him get cleaned off the board and how quickly he'll reestablish a multi-unit board again. And I just look at that and go, how? How is this happening? I literally just I've never seen anything like it. and I think maybe it's just because I haven't stopped and watched enough of these green hero decks and the way the recursion and the searching and the discard pile recursion has been working since Secrets of Power. And it's been a real shock to me today. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, the value that these blue-green heroism decks have now, it truly is unmatched in a lot of matchups, and we're seeing it here. Winston is playing this deck so well. And look, as good as the blue-green heroism decks are now, you got the new pieces like Queen Amidala, Bo-Katan, etc. We picked up a lot of good new tools in Secrets of Power. Winston didn't just jump on this train, right, with
No.
this Yoda data vault. Winston has been playing Yoda.
Yeah.
He was playing it even before we got all of those great tools from Secrets of Power. This is a Yoda player, true or through and true to Yoda, and he's doing it here today in remarkable fashion, and he's showing the value of these decks, and now he's just one win away from claiming this PQ.
Now, Winston's been here before, right? He got to the finals last time. He managed to force a game 3 against his buddy Mitchell, who was here today, and ended up dropping that game 3 to Sabine ECL. So Winston hasn't been in the position of being in a lead before, but he's had the position of being in a a win, and I can pull the if I can win the whole thing
Yeah.
position. So we'll see if he can carry it home this time. His teammates
Yeah,
are all here still rooting
absolutely.
for him. You can see Mitchell's still in chat, and I think Braxton might still be around. I saw he and Caleb at one point. So definitely some folks still here enjoying the competition and hanging out and watching their boys.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see the support from the teammates. You've had it from both players, right? We've seen the support of Ethan's teammates as well throughout the tournament here in this top cut.
Yeah, the
Same for
LXO guys.
Winston.
LXO guys making a great showing here today, right? Showing up and playing
Yeah.
well and putting Ethan into the finals, and then staying here to cheer him on and root him on in between rounds. I went over to shake Ethan's hand and congratulate him on his semifinal win, and he was standing over there with Justin and Nick, and they were kind of putting their heads together, talking through the match, and it was just it was fun to watch. It's always great when you're able to see these teams get together and support each other in these big moments. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is.
Braxton's in chat says, I'm playing Riftbound.
He's still there, but confirmed not supporting.
Confirmed not paying attention. Maybe watching the stream with his ear pods in, I'm guessing, is what I'm getting out of that.
Ethan looks to be perfectly satisfied with his opening hand. He's already made the resourcing decisions. Winston taking the mulligan here. What a fantastic performance for this team, limited in this planetary qualifier.
Chat makes an interesting point saying, CAD with no super laser blast in the list kind of really hurts it on the top end if your opponent decides to go wide. I got to say, if I'm Winston, looking over the deck lists, before the game starts, and I don't see super laser blast in there, I am super excited about my game. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with that shenanigans, right?
With these blue-green heroism decks, you're just able to put out so many threats with things like Queen Amidala, and you've got Keller and Beck, and just so many ways to put out multiple units. And if you don't have to deal with that board wipe, and then making sure you have enough in hand to replenish the board following that board wipe, I mean, you're just in such a comfortable spot. Like this got to be Winston's comfort zone here.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Ethan going to start things out a little differently here in game 2. It's Pike Sentinel for Ethan, and it's Battlefield Marine for Winston.
The battle of the we're back in set 2 all of a sudden.
Ethan with the initiative. Going to see the Mist Hunter coming out. Cad Bane triggered ability. 1 damage to the Battlefield Marine. And the Battlefield Marine just trading with the Sentinel here.
Ooh.
Look at this. We're going to see some more early ramp. Spark of Hope taking that Battlefield Marine that was just defeated and turning it into a resource for Winston.
Oh, wrong leader. Cad didn't get used, but Yoda definitely got used there on the left-hand side of your screen. Sorry.
Winston was able to double ramp in the first game. Resupply plus resupply carrier. We'll see if he can repeat that same format here in game 2. He starts with Spark of Hope. We'll see if he finds another ramp piece to get Yoda out. Even a turn earlier than Cad Bane would deploy. Ethan with the initiative is going to be a 4-lom. Into a clear board on Winston's side. Ethan just presenting the 4-4 in the ground arena, and it's back-to-back turns. Winston ramping up. He says, I don't want to be at parity. I want to deploy Yoda before Cad Bane comes out.
Whew.
6 total resources for Winston and Mina. This is definitely a start that Winston has to like the feeling of this, has to love seeing double ramp in back-to-back games here in the finals.
We live in a match where Yoda is going to deploy natively before Cad Bane, Josh.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is just, I don't even know. I'm speechless.
I mean, you know, you've got so many ramp tools now. The resupply carrier in green, obviously resupply, the Spark of Hope. The Spark of Hope kind of the hero version of SLT in a weird way, but never as popular as Super Laser Tech. Despite being arguably just as good in its own way. I remember casting a Yoda game, Yoda match in Denver last year at the sector qualifier there, where we saw some Spark of Hope play in some really big Yoda games and some big plays that included Endless Legions in that match.
Yeah, I think I remember you streaming that tournament, and I remember watching it, and people were going crazy.
Oh,
when the Endless Legions came out.
Yeah, the Endless Legions was absolutely the play of the event. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was so much fun to watch chat's reaction to that. And it was almost more fun to watch the players' reaction to that because I think it was a Django player that was the Yoda player is just I think he played like 10 units out of his resource row. And at one point the Django player just leaned back with his arms crossed, just shaking his head like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, what do I do
right
in that situation? Ethan with the initiative. He does have some solid pressure on the board with the Mist Hunter and 4-lom. 4-lom getting in for 4 here, so 7 damage now on Data Vault.
I think we're going to see Mina Bonteri crash into 4-lom here so that Winston can make sure that he's able to set up Yoda's flip turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Restores 1 in the process.
Missed it. So Winston now will be able to use Yoda's action to set up the top of his deck for Yoda's deploy. Ethan got burned by that in game 1, playing a Zuckuss that he never got to use. It got murdered before it ever readied. I have to wonder if maybe he's considering just kind of, I won't say slow walking the turn, but maybe that's kind of the idea here of we don't want to be in too big of a rush to put units onto the board.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mist Hunter getting in for 3, 9 damage on Data Vault. As that Yoda action ability is used, Winston just setting up this Yoda deploy. Being able to put what he needs to on top of the deck. It is going to be Yoda deployed right away. Queen Amidala will be discarded. 4-lom is defeated.
Not as big a play as Winston got out of Yoda's deploy last game, but just the fact that the little green goblin is on the board this early. It's only the 5 resource turn for Cad. That feels terrible.
Yeah, this is definitely not a great feeling. Yoda getting in for 4, restoring 2.
Winston still hasn't spent any resources. Neither player has spent resources.
Yeah. That is a great point. But but when you're staring down being 2 resources behind in a deck that can just generate so much value with these resources,
Yeah.
it's not what you want to see. Kellerin Beck coming out for Winston, as he is going to be able to continue to populate this board. He is tapped out in resources, so he'll be looking for a unit that costs 3 or less. He finds the Village Protectors. The
Solid.
ground arena strengthens for
Yeah.
Winston.
Solid turn for Winston here. Deploys heavy into the ground arena. Only sees Aura Sing in return. Ethan able to get that ping off. But again, you've got so much health now, so many places to put it, you just kind of shrug.
Yeah, such a good point. Now here comes that unrefusable offer that you were talking about onto the
Ooh.
Kellerin Beck.
He did side these in. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Yoda took the damage from the Cad Bane triggered ability.
I'm maybe really
Now
curious
the
to see.
unrefusable offer.
I'm going to be curious to see how he engineers Kellerin Beck's death. I have to believe that. I feel like when I saw him play this earlier, he did it with an Anakin Skywalker, a champion of Mortis, coming in and shrinking the unit that he wanted to claim the bounty on. He's going to have to put some damage into Kellerin before that'll work here.
Yeah. Winston with the initiative. The Village Protectors.
Nope, he's got it cleaner than that.
Okay, fell the dragon. So now Ethan able to claim that bounty and play Kellerin Beck for free under his control. So now we're going to see Ethan getting that win played ability, searching the top 7 for a unit. We'll play it. It will cost 3 less. Now, the only unfortunate thing here for Ethan is the fact that you do have a Sentinel that you have to work through here to try and get some serious pressure on the base with Kellerin Beck.
Yeah, ordinarily I think Ethan would love to come in here and smash this Yoda with this Kellerin, but he's not going to be able to because, well, there's a bloody Sentinel in the way.
It's a great point. Kellerin Beck ready for Ethan, will be defeated at the start of the regroup phase. And Ethan finding Forlom, paying the extra resource to play it. Cad Bane triggered ability, another 1 damage onto Yoda. And the Forlom able to ambush the shield token off of the Village Protectors.
Ah. Now he's going to be able to engineer Kellerin killing Yoda. It's only a matter of time.
The question is, can Winston stop it?
Nah, and he'd have to place. He'd have to. Maybe he might have something in his hand. I mean, he might have another Village Protector, which would absolutely be a key card. Should he be able to find a way, have one of those to put another one on the board.
Yeah, as it stands, the Aura Sing ready. Could take care of the Village Protectors. Kellerin taking out. Having Winston's Kellerin take out that Yoda leader unit, man, that's some good value for Ethan.
Yep. Winston's going to defend his Sentinel here by clearing Aura out of the way.
The question, can Winston protect Yoda? Yoda able to restore 2 with that attack. Back down to 5 damage on base. Goes Winston.
Ethan's only got one resource remaining, but it's still Cad's deploy turn here. So, I mean, you could always, deploy Cad, have him pop the Sentinel, and then smash Kellerin into Yoda.
Yeah. Mist Hunter getting in for 3. That on attack ability. Ethan has played a Bounty Hunter, so is able to draw a card.
Nice. It's one of those units out of JTL that never really took off in a lot of decks, which has always mystified me because it's a really good card.
Yeah, it really is. It's been providing some very solid value for these Cad Bane decks, at least for a little while. Seen it in the Cad Bane Tarkin Town decks pretty consistently. But yeah, outside of the Cad decks, right, don't really see this card.
There we go.
Clunky bouncing back the Forlom, taking out the Sentinel, and he's going to bring it back. Winston playing home one, getting back the Village Protectors, and it's got a shield token yet again.
That's so rude. That's so rude. Ethan's got to be thinking, why you do this to me?
Yeah. And now it is official because Ethan has no ready resources. He can deploy CAD, but you can only get through the Sentinel. You can defeat the Sentinel in 2 actions here, but you cannot take out Yoda.
Yeah. If memory serves, unrefusable offer, he loses at the end of the turn, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Kelleran is defeated at the beginning of the regroup phase.
Yeah. So he's going to knock the shield off, and he's going to be able to kill the Village Protectors, but Yoda's going to stay on the board.
Yep. Yoda stays on the board with 6 HP remaining, which is enough to dodge CAD, as CAD only swings for 4. So Ethan would have to have something like a blaster, which he is running a copy of, at least 1 copy in the deck. But more importantly, at the moment, Winston has the initiative, and he has 2 massive units in play. The Yoda leader unit, home 1, 9 resources to work with, showing lots of restore again.
I love how Winston sequenced that turn, right? He knew that he had a giant target on this Village Protectors, and so he just casually waited until Ethan found a way to finally get rid of it, and then he's like, awesome, I'm just going to play it out of my discard pile again. Have fun.
That is the beauty of home 1, being able to recycle these Sentinels when you need them. Yoda getting into Ethan's base for 4, restoring 2 yet again. Restoring 3 thanks to home 1, giving it another restore.
Even I miscounted that one. There we go.
10-5, the damage totals in favor of Winston. Once again, going to play the hostage taker. The hostage taker will take captive the home 1 and the CAD triggered ability 2 to Yoda. But do we have the instant response? It's going to be Captain Rex coming out. That is a 7/7 Sentinel for Winston. The Mist Hunter getting Sentinel on Ethan's side. So not an immediate answer to the hostage taker, but nevertheless, once again, protecting Yoda.
Ethan now in a position where swinging with CAD will just get him dead, and he'll only ding up Rex a little bit. So probably not the play.
Rex is a monster. Such a massive 6-cost unit.
You know, I went back and looked because I got curious. We were talking earlier about this run that Winston has been on today. I didn't catch it until just now. He's only lost 1 individual game the entire day. Of all the matches he's played, he's only lost 1 game.
Yeah. Has not dropped a match, has only dropped 1 game. This really just feels like it's been Winston's tournament to lose. He is on a tear. He's feeling the momentum right now.
Interesting. Wonder what he's ramping
like that's
to.
Going to do it. I believe Ethan just claiming the initiative.
Yeah, you kind of
that Captain Rex a problem.
Yeah, I was going to say Rex drives kind of so many initiative decisions once he hits the board for your opponent. It's very, once he attacks in, he kind of dictates the board, and then you sort of have to gotta beat your skull into him. How do I get through this loser? So being on the button to avoid some of that definitely helps.
Yeah, it's a great point because Captain Rex, at the time, or for the time being, will not have Sentinel. Has to attack again to give itself Sentinel.
Yeah.
So now Ethan with the initiative could finally deal with that Yoda leader unit. It's been causing quite the headache.
Well, he's got the perfect unit to do it, too. There's only 4 HP remaining. Cad Bane could easily clean him up here.
That's absolutely right. And Cad Bane would remain in play with 2 HP.
Yes, he would.
It's actually going to
Ooh,
be Waylay
I like it.
on to the Rex, but now Rex is just going to be replayed and we'll have Sentinel again.
Yep. Just comes right back, and now you've got that 7-7 wall in your face one more time.
We're going to see takedown. So he had a response to the Yoda leader, but fell. The Dragon is going to take out the Cad Bane hostage taker. Winston gets back home one. And the tempo still feels like it's in Winston's favor here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ethan can swing in for a little bit of damage out of Mist Hunter if he wants. I have to believe that Winston is probably going to claim on his next action. So if you're Ethan, you're looking at the board going, all right, what do I do? Do I want to retain the initiative, knowing that my opponent's first action is likely to be, oh, by the way, here's Captain Rex, 7 to base, and now I have a giant Sentinel in one arena. That or excuse me, Rex makes himself a Sentinel and then someone else, and then can figure it out from there. One of the things that's been interesting to watch, Winston's games often over the course of the day is that just he continually is putting his opponent in really bad situations, like where either you're having to make really bad decisions, kind of like here, or just I've got so much on the board, you probably don't have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, Ethan unable to deal with any of these units currently. Has used up his resources between the takedown and the Waylay, and Ethan, I believe, just claiming the initiative.
Yeah.
Once again, just in such a predicament here.
Yeah, I mean, I hate it for him, but I think it's exactly the right play that you've got to make in that situation. Just leave your units where they are and hope your deck can feed you something coming into this turn that's going to help you out. Now, the struggle is his big capture units. I mean, the hostage taker is you could capture one or the other, the way that card is worded. So I'd be curious to see how Winston would respond if Ethan came out with another one of those here. But the Thrawn probably doesn't help you.
Yeah, it's just so tough because you know that Winston has so many good options, so many good one-for-one removal options as well. We know he's got the Fells, he's got Vanquish. Rivals Fall. We're going to see Anakin coming out. Anakin Skywalker being played. When played, will give Rex -3/-3 for the phase. And home one will go in for 7, restoring some more damage here. 17-3 now, the damage total in favor of Winston. As Cad Bane cleans up Captain Rex and remains in play with 2 HP. Yoda action ability being used here. Card being put back on top for Winston, and the Mist Hunter dealing 3. What's the big play for Winston now? It's going to be Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan giving -3/-3 to Ethan's units. The leader unit is defeated, and home one's going to get an experience token. That's an 8/8 in the Space Arena now.
Yeah, Ethan's got plenty of bombs in this deck, so even if he doesn't want to go wide, he can go tall as well. It's rare in my experience to find decks that have the flexibility to do both, right? You can present a threat that are many units or present a threat that are large units. But man, finding a deck that's capable of doing both and in the same list is really intriguing and definitely presents your opponent with a lot of different tactical problems they have to solve on the board.
Yeah, it's a more than adequate amount of value that Yoda presents. Ethan staring down. Lethal being presented in play. It is going to be Grand Admiral Thrawn coming out, that new 7-cost 8/7 from Secrets of Power. We are going to see Winston say, no, thank you. You can Grand Admiral Thrawn. Bo-Katan getting in for 8.
Yeah, ready him all you want.
Absolutely. There should be 25 damage. He doesn't have a response to home one. There's the fist bump. Winston was so close at the last PQ here in Lubbock. This time, he gets the job done for Team Limited, and he is your Planetary Qualifier champion at Stormcrow Games. What a finals.
Outstanding.
Winston, what a tear.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a run today. I'm stoked for Winston, right? He played so well last PQ, got all the way to the final table, couldn't quite get over the hump with Sabine, against Sabine, playing Yoda Green Force base, coming in here today, and he is the man. He is your winner here in Lubbock, taking it down with Yoda again, only this time switching to Data Vault. Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, what a run. Just crazy to think he only dropped one game all day.
One game all day.
The amount of dedication, the preparation that went into this, it has paid off. He's locked a spot in the main event at the Galactic Championship in the summer. What
wrong.
a day. And it's Winston Yoda Data Vault coming out on top. Last week we had 2 Yoda Data Vaults winning Planetary Qualifiers, and this weekend we're guaranteed to have at least one. Winston takes it home.
Oh, what a day of Star Wars Unlimited, ladies and gentlemen. That's been a ton of fun. What a great event this has been. Oh.
Absolutely.
Josh, this has been awesome. Thank you for joining me again. Thank you for coming and spending the day with me here, casting this Lubbock event. I've still got to do a little bit of tear down. We got to get everything packed up, loaded back in the car, and go get a real meal. But I know it's a little later where you are. Thanks to you. I appreciate the work you put into the community, and it's always a pleasure working with you. These are, I tell people I love coming out here and being able to help to get you to join the cast, because it makes my day so much easier. You do the play-by-play so well. I can just kind of kick back and produce and make the whole thing look good, and then we're just golden. And so yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you. I do appreciate the kind words. You've been amazing. You put on great streams for the community, and I'm thankful to be able to see those streams, and I know all the community is super thankful as well, and we just appreciate what you do, and it takes a lot of work. We know that it takes a lot of work to travel like you're doing and set everything up and go through all the production. It's not easy. So, casting is easy compared to all the other stuff that you have to do. So
yeah,
really appreciate you as well, and thanks for having me.
Not my pleasure. Couple last-minute shout-outs here, and one final shout-out to our hosts here at Stormcrow Games here in Lubbock. They are fabulous. They take great care of us. Definitely come check this place out. They have a brand new location here on the southwest side of town. Huge venue, tons of great stock. Their owner is amazing, so come check these guys out if you're ever in this part of the world. Another final shout-out to my Patreons. There's not many of you, but that's okay. You're still very much appreciated. Thanks for pitching in and helping me do this sort of thing. Huge shout-out to Jonathan Fisher. His tournament tools that we work in the background with to help generate the overlays and the leaderboards and the graphics for leader pies and everything. He's instrumental in making all of that better, so that we can just click a few buttons and get what we need on the fly by downloading some stuff out of Melee. So that's a huge benefit. So huge shout out to Jonathan. That's been awesome to work with him. All right, guys, let's get out of here. I got to do some teardown and go get some food. Josh, thank you again. Everybody else, if you happen to be in Milwaukee in a couple of weeks at the regional championship, come by and say hello. I'm coming up to come play. I ain't doing any of this. We're just bringing the decks and the cards. We're going to come play some limited and have a good time. So I hope to see you there, okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast in Milwaukee.
Indeed. Everybody take care. We'll see you guys at a future event. Peace.